the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
Welcome in. It's 6 minutes past the hour, and you've got the kickoff hour live, and we thank you so much for being with us. 866 We Be Big has been our number forever, it seems like, but 629 We Be Big is the number you call to get into the show and talk, or if you want to be part of the 12 working days of Christmas. And boy, I tell you, we've had some winners. Day 6 already today. Day 6, we have given away a number of things. We've given away $100 of Beaver Bucks, day 1 and 2. Day 3, it was $100 of eBay gift cards. Day 4 was $200 from Home Depot. And day 5 was $200 card to Lowe's. And we have had a slew of winners from Alabama and Mississippi and Florida. And so today is day 6. And what will Santa Bubba have in store? We don't know. We'll see as he pulls out the gift and announces it today at some point. We've got some great reminiscing today. Former intern Hobie will be with us, and former intern Blarin Karen will be with us. And we've got a very special guest. In the last hour, comedian Dean Gaines will be with us. He was dear friends with James Gregory, and I don't know if you heard the news. James Gregory passed away this year, and he wrote the foreword to his book, James Gregory's book. And it was actually, what I hear, it was finishing up about a month or so before James passed away. And he's going to come on today and talk to us about just James Gregory, the legend behind the curtain, the stories, and the wisdom of the comedy of James Gregory. And if you've been with us, you know the history we've had with him. That was a sad loss, but we'll talk to Dean Gaines about that. Funniestman.com is the website. You can go there for more information. All right, no Greg today, and we'll discuss that. Everything's fine, but we announced that he was not going to be here today. But very special co-host in the kickoff hour is one Eddie Van Adler. What's up, my man?
What's up? What's up? Yeah, why's Greg not here? Do you have to get lipo again, or what happened?
He had to get lipo again. Not
That's
a lot of folks
heard.
know that,
Yeah.
but he had one more round. No, he last night his son who coaches for the Thompson Warriors, and that's a high school in Alabaster, Alabama. I know for those of you that are local, you're like, why are you? Well, there's a lot of people around the country. It's like, okay, well, where is that? That's Birmingham Metro. Very, very established program. Won multiple championships. They played in the Class 7A football state championship game last night against Central Phoenix, and they won 21-7. And they are 7A state champs for 2024. So congratulations to Coach Freeman, the head coach, and Coach Taylor Burgess for another championship. And so Greg, he had 8 family members, Adler, going to the game. You should have seen him trying to schedule all that.
Nice.
And then they had some things that were happening scheduled around the house. He said, it's actually a perfect day. I'm going to get home probably around midnight anyway, and I'm going to take the day. And, of course, that's understandable. But congratulations. He was there last night. They played where the Birmingham Stallions of the UFL play, where UAB football plays, and where the Birmingham Bowl, which is going to be December 27th this year, is played in Birmingham, Alabama, right there at Uptown. Really nice area. And so congratulations to the Thompson Warriors, 21-7. Yeah,
what's that, Protective Stadium? All those things you listed as Protective?
Yep.
And then Thompson, the Bama State champ, 7A.
Yep.
That's their 5th win in 6 years. That's pretty good. That's Saban numbers.
And if you even want to go deeper than that, so you have Central Phoenix, and you have, I think between the two of them, it's like they're the only two that's won over the last, I don't know how many years, but Coach Patrick Nix, Bo Nix's dad, is the head coach for that team.
Oh,
and,
okay.
And he was talking yesterday, and so was Coach Freeman. I saw some of the interviews. And they were like, we're the only two teams that's won over the last, I don't know how many years, but Central Phoenix is a very established program too. So that was kind of neat.
Yeah, Bo Nix, he was the quarterback at Auburn.
Yeah, and then
he went elsewhere and then just became the greatest quarterback in the world. Is that
right.
what happened?
That's pretty much right. He was there on the sidelines last night. Every now and then they would show Coach Patrick Nix calling plays, and over his shoulder you would kind of see Bo. They have the Broncos have an off week this week, and so he was able to come back, and he declined on all the interviews. He said, I just kind of want to be a family member and support Dad and just kind of be here. I think his brother, who plays at Clemson, had I think a knee surgery or whatever. He was able to be there, so it was a good family moment for them. But I saw a lot of the pregame. Coach Bill Clark hung out with them, which was awesome to see him.
Yeah. How's his back doing?
He seemed fine. He seemed fine.
Did you see Dilfer put out a statement?
No, I did not. No.
Dilfer's the UAB coach.
Yeah.
And he was like, over the last 2 seasons, we haven't had a win-loss record like we need to. Basically, is what he's saying. I'm just I'm summarizing. I just saw that earlier this morning.
Yeah, I did say.
Sorry, Broncos 8-5, by the way.
Yes, and the division they're in is pretty challenging, but they're still hanging in there. But yeah, I saw the Mark Ingram, the athletic director for UAB football, said, "Hey, we're standing behind Coach Dilfer, and we believe in what he's doing. So good luck." So we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, so anyway, that's why Greg's not here today. If you're wondering, congratulations to the Thompson Warriors, and that started the whole week off. So now it's just every classification plays all the way up to Friday night.
Oh, they had a fireworks show and everything.
Oh yeah,
How about
that? It was really impressive, and how they do it all is really nice. It's anytime you do a game day, it's pretty challenging. There's just a lot of moving parts. But
I found some footage of the game, and there's some press conferences. I wish Taylor Burgess, Greg's son, is just somewhere. I need him in a press conference talking games, talking X's and O's.
Yeah.
I need that so badly.
Well, it's crazy. The Central Phoenix City football team and the Thompson football team together are the only two that's played in this game forever. It's just like they keep, and it's so hard to get back. I know it sounds easy, but if you really think about it, or if you have been part of championship teams, you know how hard it is to get back, and they just seem to have a formula where every year they find a way to get back, and it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, winning is contagious. Losing is also contagious.
Right.
So what is it? What's that saying? Psychology is more contagious than the flu.
Okay.
You ever heard that one?
No, I don't think I have.
Which it is. I've noticed that. If I stay calm around my kids, they're much more likely to stay calm. If I'm if I'm freaking out, and if their freakouts lead to more freakouts.
Okay. All right. I didn't know that.
I guess Taylor Burgess took, when Trump was like, "You'll be so tired of winning. You'll win so much, you'll be tired of winning." Taylor Burgess is about to be tired of winning. I mean, it's crazy.
I know.
How successful they've been.
Well, if you think about going back to when he was over in Georgia and they won, I don't know how many. We'll have to get this from Greg. How many teams he's coached, been an assistant coach and been a part of. It's pretty impressive. But so there you go. The championship game in Class 7A was there. It was interesting. I tuned in earlier and they had flag football going on. And there were ladies slinging that ball all over the place.
Oh, females. Okay.
Yeah.
Good deal. I'm good with that.
And then it was the nightcap was at 7 p.m. with Central Phoenix City and Thompson playing. And so congratulations to them. And
Greg was sleepy at that game.
So you know how the ticket entrance to all these big sporting events or concerts now, most have gone digital.
Yes.
Well, some of us old dudes that are bumping 60, we like those. We're used to those talking about
give me
tickets,
a paper ticket. Give me a paper. I want some paper.
I need something in my hand.
I want some ink and paper.
And Greg had that, but then his connection sent him the digital copies of it all, and he's like, "Hey, these are easier to share. You don't have to run around and drop hard, paper tickets off to people's houses and whatever." And Greg didn't like that. He was like, "How do I do this?" And he was getting mad about logging in. And so finally,
that's what he was yelling about, the Ticketmaster thing yesterday. That was hilarious.
And do you know what?
I'm trying to log in. I don't know my password. I already put in my password. Why are they asking me for my password? I already passworded.
Oh gosh,
Ticketmaster.
Yeah, and so we have a little couch that's on the other side of the door, right outside our offices. And I sat down and I said, "Come here to me." like he was my son.
Yeah.
I said, come sit down beside me. Huh? Yeah. What? No, I got it. Oh, heck. And then I'm like, just come here and give me your phone. And so we so we peacefully hit a couple of buttons, and he said, oh, okay. And then I said, he said, how do I said, you see this little transfer button? You can click the ticket you want to transfer, and it sends it to whoever. So if you have, Taylor or whoever, hey, here's y'all's 4 tickets or for the family or whatever. Oh, okay. And I said, see, everybody just deep breath, But yeah,
it's like dealing with my kids. You got to stay calm,
right,
and to keep them calm.
Yeah, but he was in charge of parking and tickets, and when you have 8, there is a little bit of, everybody got what they need, so I could understand a little bit of that. But he was getting very frustrated post show yesterday. But it all worked out.
You ever been to a concert and you're trying to get the barcode to pull up, but there's so many people at the concert, there's no reception, so you can't get it to pull up, and you just want to smash everything at the entrance of the place because you just want to go into the concert and you're late.
That's all you want to do.
You had to wait for the babysitter to get there, and then.
Oh, it
you
sounds
ever had
like
that
personal
happen?
issues.
No, I was just speaking in generalities.
Okay, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Amid holiday prep and gifts arriving on doorsteps, keeping your home and family safe has never been more critical. Why? Because FBI data shows that the holidays see a sharp rise in burglaries and theft. You need Simply Safe now. Right now, you can save up to 50% on a new Simply Safe system, their biggest deal of the year. Head to simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on your new system with a select professional monitoring plan. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe. This holiday season, surprise everyone on your nice list with Raycon's everyday earbuds. They already have tens of thousands of 5-star reviews, and their latest model's better than ever with active noise cancellation, a 32-hour battery life, and multi-point connectivity. Plus, Raycon's everyday earbuds start at just half the price of other premium audio brands. Save big for the holidays with up to 25% off site-wide at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox, or find that link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or rickandbubba.com for a link. No one wants to think about debt, but many of us will get deeper in debt during the holidays. PDS Debt has customized options for anyone struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills. Everyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies, and there is no minimum credit score required, bad, and fair credit accepted. Start planning today. Get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/bigbox. It only takes 30 seconds. That's pdsdebt.com/bigbox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com, or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
The Man Church Conferences are coming in 2025. Inspiring speakers, powerful worship, great fellowship, and incredible resources designed for men's discipleship. Tickets are on sale now for Birmingham, Panama City, and Atlanta. Get your tickets and all the details now at themanchurch.com. Disciple men. Change everything.
We love the Helix Sleep mattress. They are so comfortable. If your spine needs extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses, you'll find one that's right for you. And Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order, plus a free gift. Our friends at Tax Network USA tell us if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. It's a no-win. You need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor, even if you haven't filed in a few years. They've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Talk with one of their strategists for free. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. Amid holiday prep and gifts arriving on doorsteps, keeping your home and family safe has never been more critical. Why? Because FBI data shows that the holidays see a sharp rise in burglaries and theft. You need Simply Safe now. Right now, you can save up to 50% on a new Simply Safe system, their biggest deal of the year. Head to simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on your new system with a select professional monitoring plan. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day with
All right, it's 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. The number is 629-WE-BE-BIG if you want to call. They'll be on screen calls, but we could do that this hour. And the same text line is there, 866-932-3244. A little bit later in the show today, we're honored to have comedian Dean Gaines with us. He's going to be on. He was dear friends with James Gregory. He's a comedian that's traveled the world for decades, but he also wrote the foreword to James Gregory's book, A Bushel of Beans and a Peck of Tomatoes. It's for the first time, it's an incredible story behind the funniest man in America, and it's all revealed in the new book, and it's more than a biography. It's a journey through the golden age of stand-up, man, and what made James Gregory tick, and all the stories behind the curtain, never before told stories. I know we've been told a lot on the show, but he is going to come on and talk about that. If you want to look into this, you can grab this book and order it as well, funniestman.com, or just go to Amazon and search James Gregory, A Bushel of Beans and a Peck of Tomatoes. His new memoir is out. November the 12th is when it hit, and so it's there for you. We'll talk to him about that. And we've also got, Adler, we talked about Blarin Karen. She's in a number of best ofs, and so is Hobie, former interns. And Hobie and I just being totally upfront, we're still, we're very good friends. We work out together, we stay in touch, and so it's just going to be like, oh, hey, buddy, how you doing? Right. So I see him all the time. But the stories he has, like, when we're working out and it's just small talk or something like that, he'll be like, you understand, I'm like the intern that, yes, I was with Cassio and Don Juan, and we performed at Fat Fest and all that. And there's best of moments where he's in.
That,
who could? But he's like, I'm the intern that was there, like when some really big moments of the show happened, and I was just behind the scenes. I was just there, and I can detail everything. And I'm like, you're kidding? You were there? He goes, oh yeah. Oh, you were there? Oh yeah. You were there for that? Oh yeah. I'm like, good night. Yeah. So he'll have some great stories today.
Yeah, he really was. That's a great point. He wasn't like the Bachelor, but he saw the Bachelor. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was just there for everything.
Yeah. Oh, I was running the camera for that moment. You what? You were? Oh yeah, I remember it. I'm like, that's crazy.
Yeah, Hobie will come in with some good stories.
Yeah.
You guys are workaut buddies, so you'll just be like, hey, buddy, great to see you again.
Yeah.
Yesterday and today.
Yeah. We'll we meeting in a couple hours again? But Blarin Karen, I played on Black Friday, her keeping up the contest. We'll have to get stories behind that. When we were trying to do Name That Grass, and we were having troubles with phones and stuff, and conferencing people in. the story of Ann Cake. We'll explain that one. That's actually the name of the CD. Wearing the jersey to the mall. There's just so many things that we can talk about with her, and she's doing well, and so all that coming today. So if you've been loving the reminiscing, that's going to happen again today.
Real quick, do you know how much a bushel is?
What?
Do you know? I mean,
I'm just being honest. No,
I
can sit
either.
here and Google it but I know.
I'm like, I got to know because you were talking about bushels.
Yeah.
You're talking about pecks.
Yeah.
So.
What you got?
I had to look it up.
And
so a bushel is 64 pints.
Okay.
So does that help us at all? Actually, now that I
64 pints of beans.
Yeah.
And a peck of tomatoes.
Okay.
What you got there?
A bushel is also 8 imperial gallons. I don't know.
8 gallons of beans.
Gallons.
Woo. Okay.
8 gallons of beans. That's a much.
8 gallons of beans and how many tomatoes?
Is a peck. How do you spell peck?
It's P-E-C-K.
Oh, okay. I was going to spell it different. 1 peck is 2.3 gallons.
Wow, that's a lot of beans and tomatoes.
That's a lot of tomatoes. So a peck is about 2.5 gallons, 2.3 gallons, and then a bushel is about 8 gallons, from what I can find on the internet.
Okay.
So now we know about all that.
So
stuff.
James Gregory's book, A Bushel of Beans and a Peck of Tomatoes, The Life and Times of the Funniest Man in America. Now we know what that means.
Well, how much we're talking.
How much?
Yeah.
Which is a lot.
I ate about a bushel of turkey at Thanksgiving.
Hey, so I'm sitting at the table beside JC, and Johnette and Reg. It was a little chilly, but they have an outdoor area that's really cool. It's
cold.
A
cold Thanksgiving.
Well, and so they had the table set out, but they have like a little fireplace, not a fire pit, a fireplace.
Okay.
And it's an outdoor sitting area, and they had a couple of tables together with some long benches, and so it was like 15 people, with tables and everything, but it was right in front of the fireplace, so we were getting the heat off the fireplace.
Nice.
It was really nice. But I found myself sitting between JC and my dad. And JC announced, because our plates looked like ant mounds. Okay,
Yes.
I mean, it really did. I mean, it was just stacked up.
Went crazy.
And JC said, "I think for the first time in years, I'm going back for seconds after eating the plate I just had." And he waddles back to gets another one, and then we finish, and Johnette announces, "Okay, we got cheesecake, we got this, we got that," and we all said, "Give me a second.
Yeah,
just give me a second. Let me breathe." We ate so much.
I had that double dose of Thanksgiving. And what I've been doing recently is I've been doing 3 small plates. Oh. But that still equals 2 big-ish plates.
It does, however you want to, yeah.
But I feel like if I go slower and smaller initially, then it'll not be so dangerous and have just such devastating consequences. But I don't think I proved that to be not true because I was full from Thursday until about Monday, and then I felt normal.
It's not that bad to go small though, because you do get to a point where you go, okay, was that enough?
Yeah.
But I understand the meaning. I understand what you were doing, but it still amounts the same. The amount's the same.
Thank you for covering for me at the end of the show yesterday.
Yeah, we got to talk about that and where you went. We definitely do.
I had to run out at the end of the show yesterday, so thank you so much.
And what to use the bathroom?
Right.
No.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We all have 2 ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood, fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in Better Health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGBOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. We love our Helix mattresses. If your spine needs extra TLC, you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, the Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it than by sleeping on it. You're going to get a 100-night trial to see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox and save 20% off your mattress and get a free gift. Amid holiday prep and gifts arriving on doorsteps, keeping your home and family safe has never been more crucial. Why? Because FBI data shows that the holidays see a sharp rise in burglaries and theft. You need Simply Safe at simplysafe.com/bigbox, and I mean now. And right now, you can save 50% on a new Simply Safe system. This is their biggest sale of the year. Unlike traditional security systems that only kick in after someone is already inside your home, with Simply Safe Active Guard outdoor protection, monitoring agents can prevent crime before it starts, seeing and speaking to suspicious individuals in real time and requesting 911 dispatch before they even reach your door. Monitoring plans start at around $1 a day, and U.S. News and World Report named Simply Safe Best Home Security System for 5 years running. Act now to get 50% off any new system with a select professional monitoring plan. Just head to simplysafe.com/bigbox. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox, or visit rickandbubba.com for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe. So there's no time like the holidays to realize you have no idea what to get your loved ones. My go-to gift, something they could use every single day and could use multiples of, like Raycon's Everyday Earbuds. Raycon's Everyday Earbuds make for an amazing holiday gift for anyone on your nice list. They already have tens of thousands of five-star reviews online, and their latest model's better than ever, with 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's Everyday Earbuds also come with active noise cancellation, a feature that can be difficult to find in an accessible price point. Until now, because Raycon start at just half the price of other premium audio brands. And if your recipient is for some reason not impressed, Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee and easy returns. Save big for the holidays with up to 25% off by Raycon.com/bigbox. That's right, up to 25% off site-wide at buyraycon.com/bigbox. Or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. I asked our friends at Tax Network USA about the IRS crackdown that everybody's talking about. Their advice: if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. That's a no-win. That's why you need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, or 10 years, what gives Tax Network USA the edge? Their preferred direct line to the IRS and their knowledge about which agents to talk to and which ones to avoid. Now, they're not going to back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. That's how they've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Don't wait until the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It's free to talk to one of their strategists. 1-800-780-8888, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox, or the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother.
All right, we are rolling back 25 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you so much for being with us. Greg not here today. Adler co-hosting this hour. We appreciate him coming in a little early and doing that. And I know all of you enjoy whenever he jumps in on the kickoff hour. Greg and the Thompson Warriors I do. The people I correspond with love it.
Not the emails I get. That's fine.
That's haters. And haters gonna hate, Adler.
Sure.
What can you do? Can't please them. So I get that too. Greg went, Lisa and I think it was a total of 8 family members, and watched his and Lisa's oldest son, Taylor, and coach for the Thompson Warriors. They won Class 7A, Alabama State Championship. He was out to about midnight last night, had some things going on at the house, so he took a day, and that's why he's not here today. It's day 6 of the 12 working days of Christmas. What will Santa Bubba have in store? This is kind of neat, and I don't know about you, Adler, but Greg and I have talked about it. It's a little different this year. In years past, I knew all the gifts, and I kind of made a document out and printed it out for the guys, detailed information, so there was no surprise. The surprise would just be what we picked that day. Oh, let's pick that one.
Yeah.
This year, though, it's like we're surprised too. So it's kind of fun because we don't even know.
It's like Christmas all over
again. It is. And speaking of Christmas, yesterday you came to us and said, hey, I might need to bug out just a little bit early. I'll be back for the Bible study, but I got a Christmas show or what
Christmas play, I think is what they call it.
Okay, and and I had to act like I knew it was today. So explain that.
All right, so you know the saying that there's no person more confused than a husband hearing his wife's plans for the second time.
Amen to that.
You know, no one's more confused than that man, and I'm guilty of that all the time. I guess.
Yeah.
Because I'm told that I've been told these things. And so I'm going to sleep night before last, and Aaron starts talking to me about this Christmas play thing. I'm like, no, we've got Santa, we got Evening with Santa coming up. That's tonight, by the way. How many Christmas things at school can we have? 2 is a lot. And I'm like, no, that's at night. She's like, no, this is during the day. I'm like, this is news to me, lady.
Oh, you said that?
This is a news flash to me. Yeah.
Hands up and everything like you were getting arrested?
Yeah. Whoa, hey, back it up. Beep, 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 you know. And she's like, no, we've talked about this before. And I'm like, I don't think we have. I don't remember this at all.
Know.
I would know, lady. Okay. And so she's like, no, it's during the day. I'm like, all right, well, that means I'm going to have to leave work. So yesterday morning, I was like, hey, buddy, in like 3 hours, can I leave? And you were like, I got you. So thank you so much for covering for me.
Well, I think that has been a rule for this show since I've been with it. And that is family's number one. And we have enough staff members here where one of us can run out and be there for the family. And those moments of little kids and plays and things, performances, you have to be there. Those are the memories that matter. And that it's just like Greg today. Yeah, take a day. Good night. Your son's in another state championship game. Who cares? Go. And so yesterday, I mean, you'll be missed, but go. And because they want to look out and see Daddy, you know?
Yes.
And so how was it?
Oh, my goodness. So I had to go see a star.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
And you had to go see a star?
I had to go see
was she the star of the event, or she was a star?
She was a star,
okay,
yeah.
she was a star.
Yeah, she was not the star of the event. Yeah, she wasn't Jesus or anything like that. So, my goodness, this 4-year-old is just crazy. The other day, in fact, I should have, but I thought she was talking about the Thursday thing. So
I got
so
you.
Ruby was talking to me. She's like, I don't have a speaking part because I was gone on the day that they gave out the speaking parts. And I'm just like, by the way, when I was 4, I didn't know what a speaking part was. So I'm very surprised they didn't give you a speaking part, but that makes sense. And you also know the fact that you were gone. That she's like, yeah, Ezra had RSV that day. I'm just like, okay, kid, you know too many things. All right, you know too many words and you know too many things.
She's explaining what was going on with the family of why she wasn't at school, and you didn't even know that.
And I'm like, okay, all right. Well, I thought everybody was talking about this Thursday night thing, you know. So she didn't have a speaking part.
She didn't have a speaking part.
She didn't have a speaking part, but she was a star. And so Had to go see that, and when they're just so pumped up to see you,
that's all that matters.
Oh my
man.
goodness, yes, she was just so jazzed up and she was just in her little outfit and had like a star halo hat on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so they all walk in, and you got Mary, you got Joseph, you got some shepherds.
Mm-hmm.
One of the shepherds was having a real hard time.
He was.
Hard day. Hard day. And Ruby's big old waving down the aisle, and then the shepherd just has his like hands in his mouth. He's just like,
oh, bless the shepherd's heart.
Yeah, poor shepherd.
Well, a lot of pressure being shepherd.
Yes, yeah, he lost some sheep, something. You know,
got to him.
You got the wolves to contend with.
How about when the star locks eyes and sees Dad?
Oh,
locks
my
eyes
goodness,
with you,
yes.
and then there you are.
You're just so excited. I saw a video that was like, you got 10 years to be the star of their world, and then after that, they do not care at all about you. So I'm soaking up these
With the
years.
foundation set.
Yes,
See?
Absolutely. But I'm soaking it up, man, big time. But it was great. She did fantastic.
Was she a bright star?
She shined bright like a diamond, buddy. The "We Wish You a Merry Christmas" was the last song.
Okay.
And the wish, you have to like do the almost like the Munchkin dance, like "We represent the Lollipop Guild," you know that dance, whatever.
Got it.
But you do it with "Wish You a Merry Christmas."
How did the star do that?
The screaming on "Wish." No one could struggle to hear Ruby singing "Wish" because the screaming of the word "wish" was echoing through this church sanctuary. We wish you a Merry Christmas. We wish you. So that was great. Everybody loved that.
Well, she gets to singing honest.
One last thing on this: the day we get back from Thanksgiving, back to school and all this, I'm picking up my daughter from school, and her teacher says to me, "Yes, she told me that she had a great time at Disney World. She told me all about it." And I'm just like, oh, cool.
Played it off.
And then I just like whispered, hey, she just went to Disney World for 10. We didn't really go to Disney World. She had her teacher thinking that she went to Disney World over the break. I'm sure she was telling about all the rides she went on and all this stuff. I'm like, hey, that was just pretend. We didn't really go to Disney World. And the teacher was like shocked. She was like, oh, okay.
Oh, she was let down.
She was believing it. She
Ruby
was buying
must have
it.
really had a story.
Yes. My goodness, you can't just be telling people you go to Disney World. You didn't go to Disney. Yes.
She wanted to be the me monster of stories over Thanksgiving break.
I guess so. But
I'll tell you what we did. We went to Disney World.
We went to Disney World. We did have a bunch of kids over. We had a ton of kids over.
Maybe it was like Disney World.
It was like Disney World. By the way, I've got this area. I'm like, you can't be telling people you went to Disney World.
So instead of playing it off and just saying, yeah, you just were, we didn't go.
I was just honest. I had to be honest with the teacher. Like, hey, she went to Disney World. Just pretend. That was just a pretend trip. Because she will pretend, and it is a very fleshed out world. You know what I'm saying? Very detailed world in what we're doing.
Today we're going to Disney World. We're pretending.
It's lots of details. So I understand how she got tricked. But we had so many kids over for the Iron Bowl. It was awesome. It was great. But I've got this like downstairs area in my basement where I work out also, and I got a few toys and
your underwear,
ropes and stuff like that for the kids and stuff, swings and stuff. And I'm talking to my buddy. I'm like, man, this place, I need to clean it up down here a little bit down here. And he's like, dude, what are you talking about? It's awesome down here. I'm like, well, I mean, there's like an extension cord right there and an outlet right by where the kids are jumping. You know, I need to tighten it up a little bit. And my buddy goes, nobody's biting it.
Yeah, it's there, but
yeah, you got some extension cords, but nobody's biting it.
They're
I'm
stepping over it.
That's a great point. We're good. Play on, kids. So it was nice to
no biting.
It was nice to know that parents don't worry as much about their kids. I mean, I don't. I worry about other people's kids more than my own kids when you have people over.
Well, because you don't know, you don't know the level of discipline and what they know and don't know.
Yes.
And so you know what your kids know, but hey, do they know not to go over there and play with the extension cord?
Right.
Because mine know that.
Yeah.
So
we've baby proofed a few things, but a few other things it's like, no, that's a sharp ledge on our fireplace. We don't dance right there. Otherwise, you could hit your head on it. You kind of want to make the world a little bit dangerous.
You do,
so that they kind of figure it out.
Right there on the edge.
No one's biting it. So there you go.
Well, good. I'm glad y'all got to go to Disney World. Disney World.
Yes, right.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. So that's where Adler. So if the last 30 minutes you saw, hey, man, YouTube is not ran as smoothly as normal. The reason why is because it was me and it was me in there, not Adler.
Thank you for covering. You did a great job.
But that's why. That's awesome. I'm glad she was a great star.
Oh, she was a star.
Rick and Bubba.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, cultural enrichment, and all-inclusive fares. Discover more at Viking.com.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's gonna finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down, get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Oh, by the way, Ivan's no longer on the project. His wife got a new job, so they're moving across the country.
Robin's top researcher is deviating to a new market. This isn't standard.
And now we're short-staffed. Who's gonna finish all these projects?
She needs a cluster of new data analysts, and there's no margin for error.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, cultural enrichment, and all-inclusive fares. Discover more at Viking.com.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. So there's no time like the holidays to realize you have no idea what to get your loved ones. My go-to gift, something they could use every single day and could use multiples of, like Raycon's Everyday Earbuds. Raycon's Everyday Earbuds make for an amazing holiday gift for anyone on your nice list. They already have tens of thousands of 5-star reviews online, and their latest model's better than ever. With 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Raycon's Everyday Earbuds also come with active noise cancellation, a feature that can be difficult to find in an accessible price point. Until now, because Raycon start at just half the price of other premium audio brands. And if your recipient is for some reason not impressed, Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee and easy returns. Save big for the holidays with up to 25% off buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's right, up to 25% off site-wide at buyraycon.com/bigbox. Or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour on day 6 of the 12 working days of Christmas. It's hard to believe we're halfway there. Good night. Greg off today. Last hour we'll have comedian and good friend of James Gregory on with us, Dean Gaines, to talk about the new book out, just behind the scenes with on the life of James Gregory and what made James, even though we've had a long history with him. Look forward to talking to Dean. A bushel of beans and a peck of tomatoes, the life and times of the funniest man in America. It's a hardcover and was released November the 12th. It can be purchased at funniest, where did it go? Funniestman.com or Amazon. Just search that, or funniestman.com. It's easy to find. This portion of the show is brought to you by amac.us/bigvox, BIGVOX. AMAC stands for the Association of Mature American Citizens, and this is an organization with over 2.1 million patriots who are committed to saving the country we love, and they stand for the same values that you do, which is nice, supporting companies that do that. And today you can join amac.us/bigvox for just $1. That's just $1. That's big-time savings. And not only that, but you're going to, with the discount, your membership will deliver you over 100 companies that share your values and have great discounts, array of them. Like if you travel a lot, you got hotels, car rentals, theme parks, shows, events, movies, restaurants, and a whole lot more. It's a win-win. You'll also receive a subscription to the bi-monthly AMAC magazine. Bottom line, this will be the best money you've spent. It's just $1 to join. amac.us/bigvox, or you can go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button. Also coming by today, some familiar names for those of you that have been with us for quite some time. Former interns Hobie and Blarin Karen coming by today, so there'll be some reminiscing and storytelling that we've done. It was great seeing Big Head Chuck yesterday and one of his sons, Brody. They stopped by. The Brunswick stew, some barbecue sauce they brought. So no pressure from Hobie and Blarin Karen to bring anything, but I'm just saying Big Head Chuck showed out a little bit yesterday. That's just bottom line. All right, so there's some stories out today, and there's one, I mean, we can go a couple of different ways here today, but the story that's got everybody scratching their head, it's a murder mystery here that's only 24 hours old, and that is the CEO of United Healthcare, Brian Thompson, was just walking down the street, and what looks to be an assassin steps out and shoots him from the back through the chest, killing him. And then he had a hood on, backpack on, his identity was covered up. It looked like there was somebody close by, and boy, are they not lucky that he just didn't turn and shoot them too. They scurried away, but then he walks up, making sure that he had done his job and killed him, and then just kind of walks across the street, walks in front of an SUV that I think the police are trying to figure out. Okay, who was in that car? Maybe they had a better shot of maybe identifying this person, and then walks across the street and leaves. But it's these messages that he wrote on the shell casings that's got everybody going, what in the world? There was it looked to be some messages that were found on the shell casings with the word depose, deny, and defend inscripted on the shell casings. And so detectives are investigating this. It's obvious this was a professional, according to the interviews I've seen from those that would know. They were like, oh, no, this is a hit job right here.
But I've heard people say the opposite, too.
Really?
I've heard people say both. Yeah, I'm looking at the footage right now, and supposedly the fact that he was it took him several shots. He wasn't super quick with his firearm. it is an odd use of the firearm. Did you watch the video?
Oh yeah, I've seen it. Where he's walking down the street, and then it looks like this assassin or whatever. He steps into the security footage, and then shoots him, and I couldn't tell. One of the interviews I saw, it looked like he was just he shot him a bunch just trying to make sure he did his job, because you can tell he walks over to him and looks over him to make sure, okay, are you dead?
Right, right.
So I don't know, but now the wife, the widow, has spoken out, and she said that his family has received mystery threats, is the way she put it, because that's the first thing that the investigators do. They talk to the family, go, have y'all had anything weird going on, any threats of some kind? And she has revealed that they did.
And he's the CEO of the largest healthcare company in the United States, right?
United Healthcare.
And some people are saying maybe it was an angry person that got denied some kind of health benefits.
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly, United Healthcare, like the percent of denied claims is double what the market average is. If you look at all and I'm not saying this is what the reason or anything like that. It's just you just have to look at what some potential reasons could be.
Yeah.
And it's crazy to think that somebody would go to the CEO. You know what I'm saying? And if that is the motivation, that's incredibly crazy and scary and sad for everybody. Back to the guy being a professional or not. So if there's the messages on there and this is personal, that would lean towards it not being a professional. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is personal, not professional.
So there's just so much there. Investigators are looking into the message and the similarities between the title of a 2010 book on why insurance companies don't pay claims and what you can do about it, called Delay, Deny, Defend. And they allege that the tactics that were used, critics allege that tactics that insurance companies use to ensure your claim is either never paid or paid at a rate far below what you deserve.
Right.
And so as we sit here and look at this, there's a lot of questions, but they have a book here, Delay, Deny, Defend: Why Insurance Companies Don't Pay Claims and What You Can Do About It. And it's a 2010 book, and so they're saying, does this mean that this is what this person was alleging? Back to your point, that either a claim was delayed, denied, or whatever. I don't know. Was it a family member of somebody that maybe passed away because of some insurance issue? Who knows?
Right.
Or if the family was getting threats, was this all tied to those threats, or is it a group of people? Who knows? But investigators are in a handle, because some people that are in this profession of maybe military history of very elite groups, they say this person might not ever be found the way he was covered up.
Sure.
But maybe somebody knows something that will lead to some clues as to who this was.
Did you see anything that said the caliber of the weapon?
No, I haven't seen that. Not in this. I hadn't read that down to that part yet.
So the weapon was silenced. You can see a silencer on there. You can see him also cycling the weapon after each shot, like he's having to chamber the weapon. So that's making people think that this is a lower caliber subsonic bullet, like a .22, a smaller caliber weapon that doesn't cycle on its own because it doesn't have the power to do so. And I'm just kind of trying to repeat what I've heard.
I know. I don't know.
The way that he has to almost chamber, it looks like he's having to chamber a bullet after every shot. It's all crazy, and it leading to a lot of speculation about why this kind of weapon, who is this guy.
Yeah.
And I'm leaning away from it being a professional and it being personal.
Okay. Yeah.
Personal, but I don't know.
Investigators have their hands full, because this is going to be a tough one here. Sad. Just right in the streets there. There we go. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour has begun, and we are thankful that you are here. This hour starts with the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Merry Christmas to you and to yours. So, gift number 6 today in the 12 working days of Christmas. So be standing by for that opportunity. Santa Bubba has another one. Speedy and Adler have given you the kickoff hour. They're still here. Greg out today. Should be back tomorrow. And boy, do we have some reminiscing to do today. But let's get him in here first. The silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey. Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess?
The stars in the sky, I did love you. Look down where he lay, the little Lord Jesus, yes, Lord, asleep on the hay, the cattle are lowing, the baby awakes, the little Lord Jesus
no crying he makes.
I love thee, Lord Jesus.
I did love Jesus. Down from the sky and stay by my cradle till morning is night. There it is. You know, that's Kevin just talking about how much he loves Jesus right there in the song.
He does love Jesus.
Right there in the middle of the song. Got it. So a lot to unpack. Bubba, today we go reminiscing. Boy, do we. So we've got Hobie and Blarin Karen coming by today.
Wow.
So, you know, and Hobie had made a comment to Speedy that he says, what was that comment he made? That people don't realize he's not as prominent, but the things that he saw and the things that he was part of, people don't know how many things that the era that he was in.
Right. In Rick and Bubba history, the household names of Casio and Don Juan and others, you know, he might not be on that level, but what he witnessed and the behind the scenes, and I was working the camera for that one. What? You were there?
Right, yeah.
Oh, I was there for that event. What?
Sure.
You know, he was there behind the scenes of it all, and he has a lot of stories.
So we would go reminiscing. Of course, Blarin Karen.
You got Blarin. There's so many.
She's the queen.
And cake.
All you got to say there.
She's the queen.
Even got a CD named after her. Indirectly. Will you remind her of that today?
Yeah, I remember the dead silence.
God, what a good
It
one.
just came right out.
Yeah.
Good.
And wearing the jersey to the mall. Remember the Rick and Bubba jersey? Did she slip and fall or something at the mall? I have just a little
that one I don't
flickers
remember.
of memory.
Yeah, but something about that. So we'll go reminiscing again today as we talk to them. James Gregory, who just recently passed away. Great memories over the 31 years with James Gregory. A book is out, A Bushel of Beans and a Peck of Tomatoes. This was a book that he was working on with good friend and comedian, what's his name?
Dean Gaines.
Dean Gaines, and we'll interview Dean about the book, and it's coming out, and it's about James and his life and how he became a comedian and all that.
Wow, what a story! What an influence!
Well, yeah, I mean, he truly was the funniest man in America.
Yes, he was.
No doubt about it. Always delivered.
You know, if we started reminiscing here, I started just making some notes on how many people have been on the show that's no longer with us on this side of glory.
Well, Bubba, if you go 31 years,
I know you're gonna have. I'm gonna check this list with you in the breaks if I forgot anybody.
By the way, I mentioned yesterday all the people that we've gone longer. We tripled the Beatles. The Beatles were on together 10 years.
Yeah, and they wasn't happy. Some of that.
Sure, yeah. So. But anyway, so we'll hit some of that today. A lot of remembering. Gift number 6 will be today, and this weekend. If you have been following over the last few years, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, the final installment this weekend, and it will be letters from the audience. And Bubba and I both have been looking over your letters today prior to recording that, and some great questions.
That'll be the last one.
That's it. And so that.
And Adler, how many is that? Do we know total?
At one time, I know we were over 300. It seems.
I think we got over 200.
200. I mean, not 300. You're right.
Probably about 220, maybe something like that.
That's all.
Yes, yeah, I think you're right. Somewhere in there.
I'm just taking a guess.
Yeah, but
that's,
I think
still
you're
a lot
around
of
there.
podcasts, a lot of Wednesdays.
Yeah,
a lot of guests.
Yeah, a lot of guests.
218 is what we'll be at.
Well, you're almost
218.
Yeah. Wow. So we'll finish at 218. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. So catch that one this weekend. We mentioned no Greg today. I know, Bubba, you were concerned about his son's football team last night.
You know, I know Greg. He comes in every week and he, gives us the poor mouth story, and I'm like,
worried.
I have a little fun with Greg on that.
Yeah.
But congratulations to Coach Freeman and the Thompson Warriors. A big winner last night, 21-7, and they claim yet another Class 7A state championship. What is that, 5 out of 7?
I think
years
it's 5 out of 7.
They've been 7 years in a row.
And, of course, Central got the other 2, I think.
Yep.
So anyway, it was, and a lot of you who know Bo Nix, who plays for the Denver Broncos now, his dad coaches the opposing team last night, Patrick Nix. So Bo Nix was actually on the sideline last night. So for the game, I watched it on TV.
Yeah, he was there last year when we were there.
So when I felt like that the game was under control, I went on to bed. So I wasn't there for the final finish, but there was only about maybe 5 minutes left in the game, and I was like, I think they're in good shape. So, and it was getting long after 9, so I went on to bed. So they were able to celebrate and enjoy that, and I think Greg had like 8 family members with him, so I know he was a pleasure. So congratulations to everybody involved with that program and to Greg's son. Once again, another night of celebrating.
Yep.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You know, it was, when we start thinking about college football, because no matter where you are, you're familiar with the playoff action. I was watching the pregame of it last night, and I started thinking about, how college football fans, because you will have this. So last night, even though these two programs have been dominant, by their own standards, this had been a little, both their years have been a little off.
Right, they lost a game or something.
Now, keep in mind, Thompson had lost 3 games all in overtime.
Right.
Okay, so
Right.
and then Central had lost 2, I think, but neither one of them were region champion. How about that? They both got beat and did not win their region, but then ended up winning the state championship each because they got in the playoff and off they went. So so there you go. So that and
they turn it on when they have.
And you're going to have that. I mean, so sometimes that's part of it. So we'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. We'll get your phone calls in today, and of course, be listening for gift number 6 in the 12 working days of Christmas. That'll happen at some point on the program today as well. Rick and Bubba University this weekend. Also, I've got an update on the Rick and Bubba store I can give you today, too, as we get down to the final day. Stay close. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So I'm hearing Bubba, and he's about to go into one of these things, and again, and this is not you. This isn't who you are. I know.
What is he doing?
We all know. Raise your hand if you ever been around camping people. And camping people are unique.
They are.
They're a unique set of people. That's their thing. God love them. May they have a time.
Got all kinds of little gadgets.
I'd like to come visit them by the fire, then go back to the hotel or to the cabin I'm staying in or some sort of chalet. I don't like to. I like to be outdoors. I love the outdoors until it's time to go to bed.
There you go.
Okay, and then I want to go back to wherever I came from. I want to enjoy the outdoors, back to the place where everything's normal. And
Give me a shower in my house.
Bubba, I have been around you for 27 years doing the show, 30 years total. Maybe more than 30 if you go back to college. You, my friend, are not a camper. Let me just say this.
He's trying to camp.
Greg, he keeps bringing it up. This happened with the truck, and he's been fine with the truck. But he goes off to
happened with the pontoon. He's going to some of these camper shows.
He's gone to some expo.
Hunting was a kick.
He's hearing people talking about it.
You can't hire this one out,
They got
Bubba.
a lot of nice gadgets now. I mean,
Well, that's the thing. The technology of it and how they do it is interesting
You're
to
not
me.
a camper.
No,
Don't do this.
The idea of pulling into KOA doesn't fire me up.
Here's
get your map out.
Greg, here's the thing I know. We'll go out, even as a family. We'll go out to the national, as a state park by our house. And there's all these trails. I've nearly fallen to my death a few times. There's been a lot of great hike stories that I've done.
Yeah.
But we don't stay
wrong with a
there.
good hike.
We don't stay there. We come back home. You know
Get a
why?
shower.
You know why? Because it's near our home. Bubba lives just as close to it as me, if not closer. You know what he just said a minute ago? I've never really been over there.
Well,
You
I've
gonna
been
be
through
a
there
camper?
once or twice.
You ain't even been to the state park that's by your house.
Not a lot.
You're not a camper.
I should have spent more time out there.
Who in your life
I
is
may
camping?
drive through today.
Who's
we'll
the
we'll
person?
have a chance.
Who has started this?
There's several. But
Who has started
it's
this?
Just the technology is amazing to me. How they get all that, make it work for being on the road.
Bubba, the
But
technology is not
this
better than
gonna
your
be-
house.
No, this is funny though, and this kind of proves the point. We have a family that we know. We hadn't seen them in a while, and you know them too, Rick. Used to go to church.
Are they
with them.
camp people?
And they are now. They got them a camper, and they were telling us all about this camper
There
and
it
how
is.
great it was. No.
That's our guy.
Listen. They were telling us how good it was and how great, and they carried it on spring break and whatever. And they were coming back through town, and I thought, well, we'll come over to Oak Mountain and see you guys. I'd like to see your camper. And they said, oh no, we're staying at the DoubleTree.
Well, now that's
They
smart people.
pulled a camper into the parking lot to stay at the DoubleTree.
That makes perfect sense to me. That makes perfect sense to me. Because you know what? They knew where to draw the line. What they're doing now,
That's illegal.
You know what they're doing? They're driving around in a very big automobile from their hotel to the outdoors, then back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I think the term, and I've caught this from several people, and I do know several who are campers or want to be campers. And what's funny, it's some of the people you think would not be wanting to camp are wanting to camp. And some of the people who you think would want to camp are going, absolutely not. I'm not living in that box. I'm not doing it.
I am anti-camp.
It's just funny who's in and who's out on this idea. But, I've heard this term thrown around, and I think this applies. They don't call it camping. They call it glamping. Because the inside of these things, some of them are so nice, it's not like being out in the woods anymore.
You can step on up and make it as comfortable as you want.
Oh yeah,
sure enough.
But you still got to dump your own waste, though.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm still using the restroom inside a vehicle that I've got to find a way to get it out of here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Your shower's not going to be great. I mean, it may offer a shower, but it's not a great shower.
I'll get up before dark. I'll get up before the sun. I'll go out in the woods and stay all day. But when it's time we're done for the day, I ain't staying out here. Okay?
See y'all tomorrow.
Let's go back.
You could go stay in your camper.
No, I don't want to be in a camper.
The only thing worse than that is these people that love to stay in the tent.
Oh, my gosh. The tent people.
Well, see, that ain't glamping.
No,
that's show enough camping. Now,
right.
The cot has helped.
I'm just not going. I'm not going to sleep on the ground.
No,
that's just not going to happen.
Camping.
Like I said,
Too many things on the ground can get you.
Hey, how about this? You can't get clean.
No.
Okay, you smell like smoke, but from the doggone fire.
You gamey.
You gamey as you can be. The food's always crap.
I could just see
everybody. Oh, love! Look at this weenie that I cooked on a stick. It's not cooked all the way through. It's not a spiral dog. You know what? It's burned on one side.
You know why
you
it's
dropped
good.
it in there.
You know why it's
Let's
good.
get some marshmallows. Yeah, that's fun. That gets the hands are sticky. It's crap all over the stick. Mouth. 21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. So a couple of things to kind of update you on as we now have 7 shows left. So the Rick and Bubba store.
You know who's here, don't you, Rick?
Hobie. Hobie. A lot of you think I'm doing an impression of him today. I just have a cold. So anyway, so he's coming up a little bit later on, and I'm at that point where you start feeling better, but your voice gets worse.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Is that because it's all finally working itself out?
I had it a week ago. 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. So anyway, here is the report from the Rick and Bubba store. Okay, now keep in mind, there's going to be no restocking. There's nothing coming. This is what's left. Okay,
that's all she wrote.
So according to the Rick and Bubba store, there are 13 pair of Rick and Bubba sunglasses that still remain. Okay,
13.
Yeah, there's 13 dog bandanas.
13.
I know.
What are we doing here?
I don't know.
You know what we just worked on in the break, don't you?
Yes, I do. And the number you gave me was the same.
13.
Yes.
I'm
and
desperately trying to
then
find
last day of the show's the 13th.
Right.
On a Friday. Good work, guys. But anyway, 9 pair of Rick and Bubba socks. Only 9 remain. Now, here's one that I think is a gem that you may have overlooked as a Rick and Bubba fan because it was so long ago. But there is 118 of the 20-year tour DVD. Now, I know not a lot of people watch DVDs anymore, but this would be worth watching DVD. So this was the...
Because it has a lot in it.
A lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of hunting camps that they just go DVD because they don't have anything else
Right.
to watch.
What I would tell you a couple of things. So that was the 20th anniversary. We literally did a live version of the show on stage with people, all of us doing little stand-up monologues, Adler with parody songs. We played our contest with a live audience. There's all kinds of great moments that are available. And I will say this, after watching it, I think it's the one moment in time where the entire show was fat. There's been times where everybody's fluctuated. I think in that show, we were all as fat as we've ever been at the same time. At the same time. Some of us individually have gotten fatter, so they can go back. But I'm talking about as far as the whole show coming at you fat. We're all carrying weight in that one.
That's a great title. Coming at
you
fat.
Yeah. And it's a Blu-ray also. It's not just a DVD. It's a Blu-ray also.
Yes, thank you, Adam.
Okay.
Boy, Ad. Yeah.
Because y'all said it was just a DVD.
Well, you're right. It has both. There's a Blu-ray version in there, and there's just your DVD version in there.
That's steel.
So there's 118, but I'm talking about if you want to capture something, knowing that this show is ending, that you got to have that one. So
DVD.
So there's 118 of those. There are 75 of the 25-year CD. So this is when we had our 25th year, and there's 75 copies of that CD. There's 123 of the new CD, the final one, Run Me a Z and Shut Her Down. There's only 123 of those left. Okay, so there you are. And that's they said, now, Bubba, this one I love too. From the pandemic, there is still some Rick and Bubba mask if you'd like some. Not a lot.
Just in case.
Not a lot.
Right.
There's like 10 smalls, 2 larges, and 3 XLs.
Okay. Maybe you got some yard work. Wear the mask out.
Yeah, just a little keepsake, or just something. Maybe frame one and put under it 2020.
Use it as an antenna flag.
Right.
Yeah.
So
That's
that's all that is left.
Just cut the strings off.
Yeah.
One side.
Yeah, and she said there may be a book or two, but anyway, so that's
cleaning it out.
Cleaning it out. That if you're looking for keepsakes, there you are. That is the update on the store, which will shut down business at the end of the year. So there you go.
Wow.
So
hurry.
Hurry. But that 20-year tour was a blast. It has some historic moments, but it was
It was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun, and even the Hattiesburg incident. Not now. I mean, it's fun now. It wasn't then.
Right. No, it wasn't fun.
Matter of fact,
It did wreck some relationships we had.
It was horrifying when it happened.
It did, and it was probably the oddest meet and greet I've ever been involved in.
Yeah.
That pun intended, it was just hanging over us, what had happened.
Yeah, sure did.
You're standing there in line, and there's people holding shards of glass and
Sign it.
thankfully wanting us to sign it, and one guy with a torn shirt on the back where, of course, it nearly took his life. But so that was that was a strange meet and greet. Looking over at the affiliates, looking at the people running the facility, all while smiling, signing stuff, and taking pictures.
Everything went well right to that very end, and it was such a feeling of happiness and joy and relief that the show had come together, because it was the first one we'd done.
We didn't know how it was going to go, Bubba.
Yeah, and I remember it being a real roller coaster of emotion.
Well, one thing you got to know about that tour is, and I know people, you want to think that this is their little stick they do. It's not really true that they don't plan things and all that. Guys, I remember us sitting around, and we were all in on doing it, and we thought it was a fantastic idea. And then there was that moment, I don't remember who it was, who said, what are we going to do? Mm-hmm. I mean, how do we even do what we're talking about? And we were like, that's a great question. Mm-hmm. And it literally just kind of evolved, and, I was very, very proud of it. I thought it really came off really good.
Yeah.
I mean, well, when I say that, our version of good.
Yeah.
It's like if I was a fan of the show, I think I would have enjoyed it.
Right. It wasn't professional, but it was good.
Oh no, and some hits.
If it was professional, it wouldn't have been good.
Yeah, and those
exactly.
That's
what I'm saying.
Yeah, those of you that missed it, when you would come in, I mean, little things that we did, and Adler worked so hard on this, and you would come into the theater, and of course the Rick and Bubba theme is playing, and then it's just got old pictures and videos and all this kind of stuff running on the big screen. So when you sit down, really the show's already underway, and then it would build up to coming out onto the stage, and it was a lot of fun. I mean, it was a lot to put together, but somehow we pulled it off, and it was.
One of the funniest scenes in that, and I still laugh about it because we used to.
Oh yeah,
had so much fun doing it. Was Honk for Skin.
Honk for Skin.
That
video's there.
Yeah, it's classic.
And if you get this DVD/Blu-ray, you get all that.
Right.
Yeah. All that's on there.
Now, some of you may be saying, "What in the world is Honk for Skin?"
Yeah, well,
just watch it.
Well, if you've got say your mother in the room, you might want to prep her for Honk for Skin.
Well, yeah. We would have an intern with a sign up the road, like if we were on the side of a road, with a sign that said "Honk for Skin," and then we would be further down the line, and when they honk, we would pull our shirts up. Yeah. So
there you
we
go.
had a lot of fun.
Yeah,
with got a lot of laughs on that one.
We took the term "be comfortable in your own skin" sometimes too far.
we were way too comfortable in our own skin. We were kind of like the big woman at the beach that says, "I just don't care."
Yeah.
We that's kind of how we were. So you have to know that every now and then we would do things that just. So you might go, did y'all think that through? And the answer is no, we really didn't.
Well, it was just fun.
We're going for the laugh. Yeah, we're just going for the laugh.
That's it.
So there you go. And also, a lot of you are giving us all the Spotifys and all those different.
Yeah, that's wrapping up this year.
Yeah,
wow.
They're letting you know your hours of what you listen to. There's somebody showing us that's
#1 artist on their list.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
155,670 minutes.
That's a lot of minutes.
That's the beauty of the streaming archive world. There you go. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To the people we go. Let's start with Drew in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Drew, go ahead, buddy.
I'm loving the daily documentaries. Adler's doing a really good job with those.
Yeah, he is.
It does show you a different side of you guys, and I've got to bring something up. It's been bothering me. Bubba, you look beat down. I'm watching you, and there's one thing I keep wanting to say. I'm just screaming it at every episode I watch. Hey, Bubba, we care about your health.
We care about your health.
Yeah, I do.
care about your health.
I do look sleepy in most of those.
Yeah. You know why?
Crazy. Because I am.
What do you think that name is there? Drad? You think it's supposed to be Brad?
It has to be.
In Kentucky?
Drad.
Drad.
Hey, yeah, it's supposed to be Brad.
Okay, go ahead, Brad. What's up, buddy?
Your turn.
I was just thinking about a quote I heard a preacher say Sunday morning. And, if people's going through something, you might think your plate's full, but at least thank God you've got a plate to keep it on.
Thought it was going to be better than that.
I did too.
Thank you, Drad. Right. But the
good point.
I mean,
it is.
It is. It isn't bad, but it wasn't to the level I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. Thanks, Drad.
I mean, I was really ready. I mean, I literally was thinking to myself, I need to jot this down.
No John
Rick.
Maxwell.
No, I'm serious. I honestly thought.
I got my pen ready, Rick.
I thought we were about to get a fresh word.
I thought it was tweetable.
What, Greg? Who are you right now?
No, I'm with you.
Did you see Greg over there going? Guys,
well, he didn't wake up, Rick, till 8:15.
Right. Y'all cut Drad some slack.
Right. No, it's fine. I'm not saying it's something. I guess that's.
You ain't mad about it.
No, I'm not upset about it or think it was a bad statement. It wasn't as big. It wasn't as good as I thought.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Call back, buddy.
I didn't have the same feeling I had the first time I heard Common Sense has become a superpower.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He might as well said it was Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. I heard it.
It's one of your favorites, isn't it?
I mean, and there are people that tell you that like they made it up, like you've never heard it. Wow, I never thought about that.
I tell you a good point. God made that. Okay, but you really don't think I haven't heard that, right? We continue. Let's go to Mitch.
Got it.
There's something about hearing Little Richard say it. That was pretty good.
That was the first time I ever heard it said.
I'd never call this shit.
It really
I wouldn't
is.
either. I'd never call.
He was on like a talk show.
Yeah.
And I remember that was a good
time.
one.
You
He
think
said
I-
in that female voice.
You think for 1 minute I'd call this show? Well, hey, wait for several minutes to
Rick,
talk to y'all. It wouldn't happen.
We were with our sisters the other day. She said the same thing. She said, "I'll tell you what won't happen. I'll never call that show."
No. Well, it's
it's all in good
I wouldn't
fun.
use my real name.
It's a brutal.
It's
It's
in
fun
good
in here.
fun.
It is.
We ain't no harder than anybody else. We're on each other.
We love Brad.
How about this? We're not any harder than other people than we are ourselves.
That's true.
I'll hear us go up down the hall getting on ourselves. Hey, Rick, you a good nature.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy, you gonna remember anything ever?
I like old Drad.
I do. I like old Drad too. It's a decent statement. It is. Is it going to end up on the bulletin board? Probably not.
Probably not in the wall of fame in my office. Probably not at all. Probably not laminated and on the wall.
Okay. We found an area where Greg is soft-hearted.
I don't know what happened.
I've never seen it on you.
Wow.
He's a turtle. He's flipped over on his back.
So of all the places we found this, we found it in
Picture him right now.
I know, but Greg, why don't you picture others when you do things?
No, look, I'm
why
fine
are you
with it.
picking Drad but no one else?
I don't have a problem with it.
What about poor Marty when you ate him up?
Right.
Marty's an idiot.
Do you realize how many people Greg has just absolutely run into the wall? And something about this just hit him. I don't know what it is.
I do feel sorry. He really thought he had a good.
That was maybe the
I think that was
enthusiasm.
it.
Now he's just sitting there.
All right, wait a minute. Hang on just a minute.
Call back, Brad. We love you, man.
Y'all, pardon me. I'm texting my
sister-in-law asking where Greg is.
No, I'm good with it.
Hey, check the bed. I think Greg's still there. There's some idiot down here with a soft heart.
That won't rest. Rick, did he meet Drad at the racetrack?
I think he
that
did.
it?
Maybe it. Drad loves NASCAR. That's what it is.
That's fine.
Greg, look, you're listen, you're battling. Greg, so has everybody else that you've hammered. I mean, Greg, you came up with a term that you say to people they're trying to be sharp.
Well, no, I'm good. Get another call. Let me make fun of him. I'll get back to where I need to be.
Mitch in Colorado. Mitch, how you been, buddy?
Okay, you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yes, Mitch, go.
Okay. I'm just making a comment about what Rick said about the lack of civility a while ago.
Yeah.
And this isn't original from me. This I've heard, I think, from Rush. But we are in the middle of a civil war.
Yeah.
It's not a firing civil war with guns, but we have the Democratic, which I call a communist criminal party.
Oh, wow.
That's because that's how they act against the Americans. So, anyway, that's just a statement I thought I would say.
35 minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us today on a brand new edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. 7 shows remain. Field of Greens, so thankful for them. What an incredible product this is. You have 2 ages. You've got the age that is on the calendar. Not a lot you can do about that. But then you have your biological age. It's how you actually feel. You remember a long time, you heard this early on. Well, you're as old as you feel. Of course,
that
sometimes
is bad news.
Well, and if we do have the technology now, and we can give you an idea if you've gone to your doctor. They say, okay, yeah, I remember this when you and I, Bubba, were doing the heart, checkups. They would age your heart and say, well, you've got the heart of a 70-year-old man. You don't want to hear that, especially if you're not that old. The biological age suggests how healthy or unhealthy you actually are. And I don't think I have to tell you this. Your biological age, what you really want, is that to be younger than your true age. And with Field of Greens, one of the things that the body really craves is the proper nutrition. And Field of Greens provides that. But, you try to do a little bit better, but it's hard to get all that in because of schedule, and we're all on the move, and so what you have access to. But if you are like us and you're taking Field of Greens, that's being taken care of. And they're so confident in this product. The folks at Brickhouse Nutrition say if you're taking Field of Greens and your doctor does not notice the difference in your health, then you get your money back. So there you go. So you'll notice your improved health. I certainly have. So go to fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BIGVOX. Use that. Get 15% off and free shipping. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, I know that Adler and Speedy touched on this about 40 minutes ago or so, but you and I have not discussed it. Matter of fact, people were bringing it up on the text line yesterday, and we just were running and we never got to it. The story was developing. This assassination.
That happened. Absolutely assassination. It was
no question,
a professional hit job on the healthcare CEO, Brian Thompson of United Healthcare. And he was shot near the Hilton in Manhattan in New York City.
Wow.
And there's video of it. I think, Adler,
we're showing it right now.
Okay, you do have it. Look at Rick. He comes out and he shoots the guy right in the back.
Oh, yeah.
With a gun that has a suppressor on it. So he's in the backpack. He's got that. He's covered. He's got the hoodie on. And he does have looks like he had to reload his gun there.
While he's going in for
more.
Yeah. What about the person that was just standing on the street? And also that person's like, I think I'm out.
Yeah. Well, it's obvious he was only interested in this guy. Then he jumps on a bicycle, goes several blocks. Police are unable to hem him in. He gets to Central Park and disappears.
Yeah,
so he's still on the loose.
The investigators are at the time this last night. The person y'all talking about, and then the person in this SUV that's. They just hit the brake lights or they're about to. He walks right in front of their car, and they're like, okay, could they maybe help identify him? Did they get a better look? But who knows? It's just it's really sad. And what we were talking about is the writings that he had on the shell casings that investigators are trying to figure out. The word depose, deny, and defend were encrypted on the shell casings, and they don't know if it's all tied to that book that came out in 2010, Delay, Deny, Defend: Why Insurance Companies Don't Pay Claims and What You Can Do About It.
Right.
And if so, maybe if this is a person that maybe it was professional, maybe it wasn't professional. Was this a family member that someone passed away and they were angry and it was just not a professional but just an assassination? Who knows? But it's just very strange to say the least.
Well, I think the book is a pretty good indicator of what might have been the motivation, if that was the title of the book.
You probably want to look here at somebody who has who lost a relative or a loved one who was denied insurance coverage for something, and they passed away, and they were decided they were going to get even with the CEO.
Yeah. Or you see the word depose in there, and this is taking out the CEO before he can tattle.
Maybe
that's that. Yeah,
you know,
and
could be folks involved in the company taking him out.
The wife, now widow, did come out yesterday and say they have been getting strange threats. The family has. So, that's one of the first things the investigators ask. Have you had any weird threats or anybody, after y'all, or people acting weird? And she did say there was been some weird threats on the family.
Well, this is certainly not the answer. I don't know whether it's the company trying to shut a guy up or it's people, like you said, unhappy with how they were treated by the company. But, if you've ever dealt with, and we all have talked about it, and this is not the answer, you pay and 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 you pay for insurance, and then you go to use it, and buddy, the runaround that you get can be extremely frustrating.
Yeah.
And, I went through this, with all the, there's a lot of great long-term health care insurances out there, and I certainly understand doing that and trying to be responsible for your kids. But, boy, when you go to try to claim it, good gracious. We wrote big checks before we ever got one from them because they got you. Mm-hmm. Your loved one needs to get into this facility. Mm-hmm. The facility says you got to pay us now. We can't wait around on when your insurance decides to pay us, or your loved one's not going to be welcome. Mm-hmm. And you're several checks in before you ever get one from them. And you think, well, didn't we pay y'all tons of money for a long time? And I recently just told my mother, who had one as well, I said, cash it out. I said, at least you'll get the money now, and because they're trying to get out of it, the company she has, they don't want to do it anymore, and they offer her a cash buyout, and I said, take it. I said, that's more money than you ever get if you ever try to use it. Put that in, let's put it in something that'll make some money for you, and that way we'll use that money to pay if you actually need that, because if you don't do it that way, you ain't gonna get it when you need it in little increments. So, but again, that's not the answer. I'm just saying I understand that frustration, but I also look at this other end. Wasn't he going to some meeting that had to do with some of the things they were being accused of? And
I don't know.
And get questioned and some investors. That's what it was, wasn't it?
Says,
yeah. So I don't know. I mean, it could be two different groups. When you're in that position, that want you.
Yeah.
But the way it was done and how the guy has slipped away and the way it looks. It doesn't have the look of I'm an angry person who happens to have a gun.
No. It looks like a hired
assassin.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's an interesting story, and I know some people that don't have a lot of great things to say about that company, but I have never really dealt with them.
Not to that point.
No. So that's that'll be an ongoing investigation. It'll be interesting to see where that leads. What's your first thought on it?
Well, obviously,
shut you up, or hey, I'm mad because I don't like your company.
I don't know, but obviously somebody hired a hit on him, and
that feels a little more like we don't want you to tattle.
That's somebody that's really, really mad and got money to spend. So, who knows? And we don't know what was going on in this guy's personal life.
No.
And I'm not implying there was.
No,
you just don't know at this point because somebody somewhere reached a point that not many times you get to.
Yep.
And I hope they catch the guy that did it.
Yes.
Yeah, they've got some pretty good pictures of the guy. I mean, as far as
I told Bubba earlier, I was a little shocked. It looks like a pretty young guy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I think young and athletic. Like I said, he was able to get on that bicycle and get out of there. And
didn't he just vanish into Central Park? You said.
Yeah. He went. It's 4 or 5 blocks. He had to cut back and forth, but he was in shape. He knew where he was going. He had a route planned. I mean, the whole thing was orchestrated very carefully.
But his backpack looks pretty full. Like maybe he had a change of clothes in there or something. But now, I mean, this is in New York, so you've got cameras like that just caught this outside of every store, every corner. And I don't know if the movies are real, where they go to this center and they like got cameras everywhere. Seems like they could probably pick up, like, this guy's leaving Central Park. Is this him? And follow each person that leaves.
Yeah, maybe so.
Or even before the event. I mean, you look at everything around to see if you see this guy sitting anywhere. Did he get coffee? Did he get a bite to eat? Did he go to the bathroom somewhere?
Yeah,
right. He seems professional enough that he would not make that mistake.
So Backpack is actually a brand that I've been liking and following for a long time.
Is it?
They make camera gear. Peak Design is the name of the company, and so even the brand of backpack he's wearing has been identified. So they're looking at this tape real close. But that was funny to me. I'm like, oh gosh, I'm sure Peak Design isn't really happy.
Yeah, they're not digging this PR right now.
This kind of publicity, yeah.
Well, and Bubba, you said just watching how methodical and calm this assassin is. This is not some angry person.
No.
When you see that, like in some of the courtroom things we've seen, where you can tell that's somebody that is just mad.
Right.
They've got a gun. They're trying to make something happen. This guy was just calm. I bet his blood pressure don't even go up. He steps out, boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Even when he has to get ready and do a little more, he doesn't even panic.
That's right.
Boom, boom, boom. Then he just eases across the street, gets on his bike, like you said, and that's a professional assassin.
No, he didn't look. He didn't look excited or hyper in the way he did this. He did have to manually cycle his gun a couple of times because sometimes the bullets that don't go supersonic. In other words, they're for suppressors to, or what we would call silencers. It didn't cycle the gun because of the lower powder in it because it doesn't go supersonic. So
that's why he's having to manually cycle it.
And he didn't. That didn't seem to shake him. I mean, it's not a guarantee that's going to happen. I've had it more with rat shot or snake shot sometimes because it's the same thing. But I've never had it with subsonic ammunition. But it's apparent that's what's happening, and it didn't seem to faze him at all.
No,
he just went right along what he was doing.
Yeah.
So.
Bubba, you are intelligent.
Yeah, thank you, Bill.
Is it strange, though, that you have a CEO that made over $10 million last year, and he's just walking down the street with no security or anything? If his family's been having threats, it just seems odd.
Yeah, it does. It does. So unless you know his every move and you're ready for this opportunity, we'll be back. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bullfighter gored in the groin.
Oh my gosh!
Carried out of the ring, bleeding and screaming in pain.
Who in the world?
That's good stuff.
Yeah, and the beauty on this that we have is that it is in slow motion.
Oh my God!
And it's in Grand Old Mexico.
Bullfighter gored is bad enough, but gored in the groin.
Yeah, exactly. Here we go. How about the old swing around?
Whoa, big air.
How did that not break his neck?
Oh, my gosh. He's nearly castrated by the bull.
Rick, that was big air.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, bleeding and screaming. Oh,
wow.
my gosh. Oh, no.
Oh,
my. People.
How's that?
Oh, that's awful. Bubba, you want to read the injury report?
Not really.
Huh?
Not really.
How about that?
Oh,
Good.
man.
Hang time on that.
Oh, boy.
Here
He's okay
y'all,
there, and then the old swing out.
Doubles back. Now, Rick, look how high he gets off the ground and how
By
fast.
the groin. I've just
And
been
then-
thrown by the groin.
He goes over and lands on his neck crook. It looks like it would have broken.
Oh, that's the
his neck.
worst of his problems. I'd rather hurt my neck than that.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, Rick.
How about
I
guys?
can wear a neck brace.
How about when he swings around and you're in the air? What are you thinking?
I tell you what I'm thinking. Now, right there, I'm thinking, this was the thing I always worried about. Right here,
Oh,
bam.
man.
Rick, you bring up a great point. It's one thing to get slung around by somebody, but you are grabbed by the groin and slung around.
If somebody said, I'm big and strong enough to throw you around, you go, please grab me by the arm.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I mean? I mean, you know, somebody's, I'm going to grab you by the groin and toss you in the air.
And-
no, thank you.
And if I could, we're not grabbing, we're pushing in.
Yes, thank
and
you, Speedy.
pushing
With a
up.
horn.
Ouch. Do you want this one line here that Speedy wants?
Well, we do have audio of the guy being interviewed. Have you heard it yet?
Well, I mean, I got out there, and the first thing I noticed was his horn was coming after me.
Yeah, but I mean,
I knew that was coming. The doctor who attended his injuries said he suffered, Rick, a large goring in the scrotum.
Oh, my gosh.
Yep.
And tears in the skin
Oh, my gosh.
up to 10 centimeters long.
Oh, my gosh.
Mm. Ouch. I feel like I've just been kicked by a mule.
Let's go back to him, Rick. I just want him with a little Spanish accent.
I can't do that with a Spanish accent.
That's how good you are.
You want Mr. to be happy?
It's hard. It's very difficult.
Yeah. It's hard to understand.
But Beth is interviewing him.
Muchas gracias.
Hey, we're concerned about you.
Muchas gracias.
Some reason that sounded like tattoo.
You doing okay?
Sure. Ah, très bien. How do you say scrotum in Spanish?
Oh, boy.
The ball got me in the scrotum.
Yeah.
Look at that
guys.
thing go
It's
up.
one thing.
The
for you-
air he got was
Hey, listen.
unbelievable.
Let's say you're all sitting around and it's the Mean Monster Brian Regan thing. Everybody's sitting around talking about how they were thrown.
Yeah.
Okay. I was thrown by my arm. I was thrown by my head. I was thrown by my leg. And he just sitting there. Y'all done?
Right.
Right.
Let me tell you how I got tossed. How would you like to be thrown by the scrotum? You know what I mean? And everybody at the table says, and we all stand down here. Let's go to you.
Yeah, tossing the scrotum.
The touch me in the scrotum.
It's not that easy.
Do ungulate.
Arriba. Arriba.
The face that goes with
It's
it.
so hard to do.
It is.
Arriba.
Because you got to get that. You got to get that R in there.
You got to really push that.
Arriba.
How about, when you know you...
Hey, scrotum. We don't know no stuff in scrotum.
How about when you hurt and then you have to look at it? Huh?
Rick, I haven't seen hits like that in the
Imagine
NFL
the first time he had to look because you
you
hurt.
don't want to look.
You know
No,
it's hurt.
You know what you say, don't you?
How bad is it?
You know what I mean? That's the first thing you say.
I
Can you
can't
tell me
believe.
how bad it is?
That's it. I got it.
How bad is it? How bad is it?
Oh, my God.
Arriba. Take me to the hospital. Arriba.
Can you sing the Frito Bandito song and work in bullfighting terms to what happened to him?
I am the Frito Bandito. I rise to be fighting.
Oh.
And he got me in his head.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show still to come. We talk to former Rick and Bubba interns Hobie and Blarin Karen as we go over historic Rick and Bubba moments. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, the final Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, coming out this weekend. Letters from the audience, Bubba and I will answer those coming up this weekend. So there's a lot of remembering, looking back as we wind down the last 7 shows of Rick and Bubba history. So, Bubba, another one that we talked about in our history is the mobile assault broadcast vehicle. This was probably the next thing that once the Fun Mobile, was done away with and died and was put up, and we kept waiting for the Rick and Bubba Museum, but eventually I think we just had to do away with the vehicle altogether. And then we began to, and this is one of the areas where, you really, really shine, is the engineering feats that you've pulled off.
I didn't
over
know
the
what
years.
was coming.
And so you had a vision. I don't even remember how it started, of a mobile studio and how that would look, because when we would be on locations, there's got to be a better way. And you thought a box truck
what might be the answer. You built a studio in the back of a box truck. Am I using the right terms?
Yeah, a cargo truck.
Yeah, and so it was a beautiful piece of work. The studio inside of it was fantastic. It was in its time. It was the best mobile studio I'd ever seen.
Oh, for sure.
Well, they were commercial versions out there,
right? Yeah,
but ours was a little more rugged and built for our needs.
Yeah. So
for those of you that can't visualize it,
cheaper.
think big U-Haul or big Ryder truck or something.
Yeah.
That's kind of what we turned this
and
into.
Look at that logo all faded
out. You know what? That's
so pretty.
That's because that logo was always facing the sun.
It was.
So Ryan Johnson, he reached out to us because the mobile assault broadcast vehicle, when it was put out of service, it just kind of was sitting around. We didn't know what to do with it. We didn't know who wanted to take it on. And so Ryan Johnson decided that he and his friend and they would take it on to let it serve and more of a mission for him. Ryan is joining us now because Ryan is here because he made a bold move that none of us saw coming. We thought that it was going to be worked on. It would basically just be hauling food and water to places. So glad it was doing that. And then people began to send us pictures from the Scottsboro Christmas parade. And they're like, the mobile assault broadcast vehicle is here. It's in the parade.
Mm-hmm.
So Ryan Johnson joins us now. Ryan, what in the world were you thinking?
Well, I told y'all, when y'all let us have it to put it back into service for the Kingdom of God there in Scottsboro and Jackson County, which it has been. It has already gone to take relief to Hurricane Helene victims. By way of ministry in Albertville, and then is about to be put into service for Grace Thrift Store. We said, we really feel like this needs one last hurrah with its current paint job and signage in a Christmas parade, because we know y'all's affinity for Christmas parades.
Oh yes, look at that.
And so we wanted to go and put it in the Christmas parade there in the Scottsboro Christmas parade, and they everybody ate it up. We had kids all the way to adults screaming Rick and I don't know if they thought I was Bubba.
Of course, why not?
Driving the vehicle. There's me and my three youngest children, and with my wife there in the cab.
What a thrill!
But I will be honest. Shout out to Summers Diesel in Hollywood, Alabama. They have got it back into service and have done a great job with that. But we have had some alternator issues with it. And so there was a chance that as we're rolling down the stretch at the parade, I told my wife, I was like, it might die.
Oh, no.
Of course it could.
We have a history of that.
Yeah. Right. I said, and really, if it did, it's going to be a great story.
Perfect. What a wonderful story.
For the show.
Yeah.
There were people that accused us of doing that on purpose so that our logo would be in a position that was prominent.
Right.
Yep. You remember the time we set one of our vans on fire outside of a remote? We weren't getting much response.
Right.
But once it caught on fire, we had a mob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
whatever it takes, Rick.
I was going to invite everybody to the mayor's house for hot chocolate.
That's it.
It's still a good one.
There were no other radio stations that I could antagonize, on your behest, and so I did have. I will let you know that rats have chewed through the speaker wire.
Doggone
the strobes do work phenomenally.
Oh, do they?
They
Okay,
do.
good.
But the federal signal inside, they don't make parts for that anymore, so that's obsolete. But I did put 3,000 watts of power in a sound system on the lift gate.
Oh my!
And I had an AI Santa Claus voice doing commercials in between.
Unbelievable.
The Christmas playlist, and we had the loudest music of any station or of any float going throughout the parade.
That's a way to go.
I felt like it honored you, Bubba.
Yeah. Did you see anybody openly weeping as you came by?
Several.
Yes.
As they were taking selfies.
Right.
Yeah.
I know 101.7 The Torch was so proud.
They were
the thing
proud.
about the Torch, see, who you going to harass? The only station that matters there carries a show.
Exactly.
Exactly. So thank you. I mean, it was a bold move. I mean, when people were sending me the pictures, I thought, well, it's parked somewhere. Right. I didn't know you actually put it through the parade.
Yeah, we did, and that's all. Our church members walked behind and gave out gospel and gave out gospel tracts and information about the Community Care Village and Agape Baptist Church there. And so we had a great crew. And listen, it was cold. So they did a great job.
It's not true you threw sausage balls to the crowd.
You know, no, we didn't. But I will say that that Misty Thomas came through this morning and made sausage balls for y'all. That are heating up in the crock pot.
Yes, they are.
My wife made a pound cake for y'all.
Yes.
Now Greg's not here. He said that was the best pound cake he ever had. So y'all make sure to leave some for him. And then
probably out of luck on that.
He probably is.
Yeah.
My staff member Gary Money made 2 buttermilk pies. Because Speedy, I heard you say buttermilk pie was your favorite.
I love buttermilk pie.
And so you know, y'all just I figured 7 shows left. Let's go out with a bang.
Well, Ryan, thank you, and we are excited that the truck is actually in service, doing good work, and it continues on. A little paint job wasn't hurt on that one side, but
it's vinyl. You can peel it off, put something else.
That's right. We'll do some signage. We'll put Heath Loki and Andy Bush's face on there.
There you go. That'd be a great idea. So, Ryan, thank you for the update.
Right.
And thanks for all the pictures, too, of those of you that saw it in the parade. We'll be right back, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hillary, you remember back during the Benghazi question, she would do that cough?
Mm-hmm.
Well, and they said in Iowa, she started doing it again.
Yesterday.
Were they asking her something uncomfortable again?
Let's take a listen.
There must be consequences. Let's see if I get some water here. You do talk a lot in this campaign.
No more. Oh, this is awesome.
Excuse me, just 1 second here. A lozenge. I have one.
Oh, she's an ad.
Hey, Debbie, you talk.
What'd you say? Oh, wow, she's choking.
She really choked.
She's really.
She hacked up. What did the guy say?
But what is she choking on?
I think she's choking on the truth. She can't spit it out.
Please say yes.
Oh, she's in a big handle. Now, this is in the Benghazi cough that you talked about.
Commanded a missile cruiser, a missile destroyer, a tanker. He served in Vietnam and the Persian Gulf.
Same cough.
Excuse me.
You need some water, madam?
Water?
Which
water?
That's her version of Speedy faking a cell phone call.
Would you like us to take a 60-second, 2-minute break?
No, I'm fine.
A lozenge.
Did she say lozenge again?
I need a lozenge. I need a lozenge. Somebody need a lozenge.
There must be. Excuse me, just 1 second here.
Somebody give me a lozenge.
A lozenge. I have one. Hey, Debbie, you talk.
Did you say Utah?
I need a lozenge.
Sounds like that thing from Lord of the Rings.
I need a lozenge. Give me my precious.
A lozenge.
I need a precious.
I have one.
Good Lord.
Hey, Debbie, you talk.
Leave my lozenge.
Okay, please stop. But anyway,
what did she say about Utah?
All right, guys, let's see if we can hear it again. Shh, you got to stop screaming out about lozenges.
You gotta do that again.
Excuse me, just 1 second here.
Wow.
A lozenge. I have one.
I'm choking too.
Hey, Debbie, you talk.
We're starting the all-in-one campaign.
She really got it up there.
Oh my gosh, get off the mic. You're making us all sick.
Okay, she said something about Utah.
Please do the dog
I couldn't
again on
hear it.
Christmas Day.
A lozenge. I have one. You Debbie, you talk. A lozenge.
I need a lozenge.
So I need a lozenge.
And I heard
and then she says, Debbie, you talk. That must be some other person.
Oh, I thought she said something in Utah. I didn't know what she
Well,
said.
I guess I'm just guessing. I don't know. My gosh,
Now,
she's
what
coughing.
did the guy in the back of the room?
Something about the all-in-one campaign. And then she goes, yeah.
All in one.
What's so funny is she did it.
Somebody give my life
in the Benghazi
Huh?
deal too. That's hilarious that she asked for a lot.
Same cough. She must not like certain questions. Because it sounded like she said there must be consequences. Somebody must ask her something.
Hey, do you think their handlers are in the back going, "Oh my gosh, who has the lozenge?"
No, I'll tell you what somebody says. Oh, she's doing
Get her
that
off
coughing thing.
stage.
You know what somebody says? She's doing that coughing thing
yeah.
again. They'll give up.
They've
give
seen
up-
it before.
Yeah, if she'll hack enough, they'll give up the question.
Oh,
She's
got-
stalling.
She's got her tongue back there choking herself.
What? What'd you say?
You know how you can choke yourself.
No, I can just cough without doing that. I mean, I don't have
right,
to.
but you can, if you really want to choke.
Yeah,
I need to take a drink.
yeah.
I
And
can't.
speaking of Miss Arkansas, but
Rick.
no, you. Okay, Speedy, that's enough.
You need some water, madam?
All right. We'll come back. We'll go phone trolling to wrap up the hour.
You know what I'm talking about? How you choke.
No, I can do it without anything to do with my tongue. We'll come back. Final calls, whatever you want to talk about at 866 We Be Big. Make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. It's your turn.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Seven minutes past the hour. Gift number 6 will happen today on the 12 working days of Christmas. If you just joined us, it hasn't happened yet, so there's still hope for you. Be paying attention for that. Speedy and Adler here today. The real Greg Burgess out today, back tomorrow. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Yes, it is. We mentioned earlier on the program an update from the Rick and Bubba store because these items, so once they're gone, they're gone. The store will shut down at the end of the year. Now, I've seen a lot of orders, so these numbers are no longer accurate because a bunch of them are coming in already. But if you're looking, there were still 13 pair of sunglasses, 13 dog bandanas, 9 pair of socks, 118 of the 20-year tour Blu-ray DVD, 75 of the 25-year CD, and 123 of the new CD, Run Me a Z and Shut Her Down. Now, those numbers are no longer accurate because I've watched a bunch of orders come in since we mentioned that, but that was from the store. They wanted us to let you know. And if you're looking for some of the Rick and Bubba masks from the pandemic, maybe for framing, there were 10 smalls. No surprise there. I've seen our audience. Small. We don't sell a lot of small of anything. Not even masks because of the big faces.
Yeah.
2 larges and 3 XLs
to no one's surprise, Double X roars out of the store. You hardly ever can get one of those.
Yep.
And if we get Triple X's, they're gone in one day of anything. So anyway, those are items that still are in the Rick and Bubba store. Grab them before they're gone as we celebrate 31 years of the Rick and Bubba Show. And Bubba, here we are again with Hobie.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Hobie was an intern. Hobie, how long ago were you an intern?
20 years. I was 0304.
Hobie! 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 Hobie!
So welcome back, Hope.
Hey, glad to be back.
20 years ago.
Yeah, long time.
When you came in, you had a girlfriend, ended up being a fiance, ended up being a wife.
That's
now,
right.
You guys have 3 kids together.
That's right. 13, 9, and 6.
And you were one of the first impressions by the man of 1,000 voices.
I was, and it's probably still his best.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, so Hobie, you made a comment to Speedy which intrigued me. You said, there's some names out there when you hear their names, you go, Dom 1, Cassio, Blarin Karen, she'll be here later. And you said, even though my name may not go to the forefront, I was there for many a historic moment.
Oh, I was the fly on the wall. I was the John 3:16 rainbow wig guy. I was there everywhere.
Right. Look at Hobie.
Look at that.
Look at how
Good
so young.
gracious, I was young.
Look at Hobie.
He didn't know he was going to be a banker right there.
By the way, on that
No clue.
microphone, that reminded me of a guy in the Bible study yesterday wants us to sign one of those for him. It's on my desk. All right, so
Just
anyway.
remind me, I'll do it.
So talk about some of the things that you saw as Speedy will mock everything you say, but go
Oh,
ahead.
sure, that's fine.
Yeah.
I see Speedy all the time in full disclosure.
Yeah. Why is that?
We work out together.
Yeah.
Try to do a little bit better. Greg does too, but now I think Greg's about $500 a workout because he comes once a year.
Yeah,
Right,
that's
yeah.
about it. That's
Sure.
about it.
We pump our arms together.
That's right. Sure.
You terrible.
Oh no, I was in the background of all kind of stuff. I was holding the camera cord for the running of the Goobs.
Wait a minute. You watched the running of the Goobs when the
I
greatest
was
moments of
outside.
Rick Bubba
That was
history?
a classic day.
I was outside. Yeah, I was holding I was running a camera for the wedding on Big Boy Bluff.
Okay.
Rick.
Wow.
I was randomly in the studio one day when the Wheel of Meat came in, helped put up the Wheel of Meat.
No, you didn't.
Sure. Yeah, I was just there that day.
It took several of us to get it together.
Yeah.
Pretty heavy.
Yes.
Yeah, it
In the
was.
old days, sometimes interns would come and stay for years. I mean, so I don't even know. I don't know if it was an official system or what it was. 'Cause I remember some of the early ones y'all would stay on for.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
And we would just, I helped Don Yesick with turkey toss for several years.
God rest his soul.
Yes.
Matter of fact,
It's on the list.
Sure.
yeah, bless it. I guess maybe the last turkey toss we did in 2015, you ran the scoring system.
I did. I ran the scoring system
Yeah.
in the turkey toss that was at the Space and Rocket Center.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the coldest days ever. I
freezing
never
cold.
forget my mellow yellow that I had on
yeah.
the desk.
Froze
solid.
solid.
Yeah, I mean, not even slushy. It was like a rock.
So
Yeah.
you were there for that?
Yes, and not only was I there, I was woke up on Thanksgiving morning by Dee saying that I was on Sports Center. So I was throwing the turkey that made it on Sports Center Top 10.
How about that?
So just so many things. I performed at Fat Fest with Dee. Boomer came out and danced. I like to think that I was the inspiration for Boomer becoming a Broadway star here.
Well,
So
yeah, he had other plans until he heard the roar of the crowd. Then he changed everything. You know,
The most addictive drug there is.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
And
He's
what was
currently
your-
playing Johnny Cash in Santa Barbara, California.
Wild.
And your song with Don Juan? Took a couple?
Crazy.
Cassio.
We did crazy.
Y'all, that actually was pretty good, I thought.
Oh, I did too.
That was a good song.
Yeah.
And we had a Rick and Bubba intro. Rick and Bubba show.
Wait a minute. Hang
Everybody
on.
gather around.
No, I think this
think
is a
that's it.
liner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Arguing about something you don't really know a lot
I
about.
think you're crazy.
Yeah,
That's
different.
not it.
Well, that girl was crazy.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. No.
Crazy.
Crazy woman. Crazy. No.
But he'll go into singing sometimes, and it brings
Sure.
back memories.
Yeah, you were at one time an aspiring pop star.
I was, and that's actually how I somewhat ended up on the show. I was I brought a CD to you in Tuscaloosa.
I
You were
remember.
speaking.
I
We
remember.
had opened for you.
Yes.
Speaking with
Totally.
Blarin Karen will talk about it too.
Totally forgot about that.
Sure. Blarin Karen was, and the other guys performed after us.
Yep.
So we opened for them for you. and I brought a CD to you in Tuscaloosa and said, hey, I'd love to be an intern. I have no desire to be in radio, but I'd still love to do it just because I love the show. And y'all played Keep It or Coast It. And then
how'd you do on Keep It a Coaster?
I think we got Keep It.
Okay, good.
So
good.
And then
I don't remember that.
Talked to Speedy.
Yeah.
D called me in, interviewed me, and the rest is history.
Wow, so that was 20 plus years ago?
20 plus years ago. I've done all kind of things behind the scenes with all the different people from the show.
Let me ask you this: What did your wife now, fiance, girlfriend prior, think about
What's
all
her
this?
name, Speedy?
Mary Catherine.
Yeah, say it.
Mary
Right.
Catherine.
You got to say it right.
Mary Catherine.
You're right, yeah.
And my oldest daughter's Anna
What did
Scott.
she think about all this?
Oh, my wife was a fan of the show too, and she has become more of a fan. She's probably listening right
Hey,
now.
Mary Catherine.
On her way to work.
Hey, Mary Catherine.
Hey, Mary Catherine.
But yeah, so she's loved the show the whole time and just enjoys it. So it's been great.
To me, one of the funniest moments was interviewing her.
Yeah.
When y'all got back from your honeymoon, and I
Sure.
won't go into that interview
Sure.
now, but
Sure you
she
will.
gave one of the funniest lines I think I've ever heard.
Well,
Yeah, I remember it.
So you're.
I tell you who I remember is Hobie's face.
Yeah.
I think the quote was, how about that?
Sure.
Did you ever get put any handles on the show? Like you couldn't believe you were in it?
Oh gosh, tons. And there's some that y'all they're so behind the scenes handles that didn't matter. Like the day that Dee claimed that was it Toby Keith was coming on the show live, I think.
Oh.
Well, and so Eddie George dressed up like she was about to meet Toby Keith in
Yeah,
person.
to the nine, yeah.
Of course, Toby Keith was on the phone. And
Oh,
Dee just
wow.
let it sit out there and ride. Well,
wow.
there's the whole backstory of how that was a big handle for all of us.
She got mad, didn't she?
Sure. Sure. So there's
that's funny.
all kind of things
Yeah,
like that.
That little group of interns, the ones that were there in the first decade or so, y'all had your own drama that was going on in your own little community.
Oh, it was
There
crazy.
was a little intern community
Yeah.
that Don Juan would kind of go in and out of. He was like a liaison in and out of there.
Yeah.
And of course,
Well, and it was TV era too.
Yeah.
So people would see you and know you, and it was a neat time.
Yeah, big Turner South time there.
Yeah.
all right, we'll come back more with Hobie. 866 We Be Big. I'm sorry, 629 We Be Big, and he'll tell us some of the moments. If you have some in your mind particularly that kind of stick out, and you can kind of tell the audience that may not have been here for the whole ride, kind of those were days when it was like
It was crazy.
We were up for
Crazy.
anything. Yeah, up for anything. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Amid holiday prep. I'm trying to narrow it down now, getting another intern named at Rick and Bubba University, fall semester underway. Connor Woodruff, he loves Hee Haw, and did a little Archie Campbell bit for us here on the program. Loves it. His dad played at the University of Alabama, first year to run the wishbone in 71. He gets a Paul W. Bear Bryant scholarship to Bama because of that. So that's been tied in a little bit. He is a tall guy, 6'5". And so we've had some people that one of them is pretty funny. He tall instead of he haul. He tall. So that's pretty funny. The standards he haul. Just that alone. We have a lot of tall bear, bear.
All right, so here we go.
Sam,
a lot of
here we go.
This is all we're voting on.
This is it.
Mishka, this is all we're voting on. All right, go ahead.
Mishka, this is it. Tell me if I've missed something here. All right, wishbone bear, roll he haul roll, he haul too tall, Grandpa Too Tall Jones, and Jolly Crimson John.
Those are all great.
good.
And doo-doo, he haul doo-doo.
No, Greg, no.
Somebody said he doo-doo.
I just want to use that sound.
Right, and we're taking out tall boy because Greg will follow him around.
Right.
All right, so here we go.
Bear,
Follow him like a puppy.
wishbone bear,
Oh, yeah.
roll he haul roll,
Right,
he haul too tall,
right,
Grandpa Too Tall Jones,
right.
or Jolly Crimson John.
I like them all.
Okay.
That's a good. That's pretty good.
That is.
That's good stuff right
Pretty
there.
solid.
That is.
All right, here,
Solid,
this is the vote. Here we go. All right, which one you voting for? Go ahead. You're on the air.
Jolly Crimson Giant.
All right. Hi, you're on the Rick and Bubba Show. Which one you voting for?
Hee haw too tall.
Okay. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Which one are you voting for?
Hee haw too tall.
All right. Rick and Bubba Show. Which one you voting for?
Voting for Hee Haw Hound Soup.
That didn't make it. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Which one you voting for?
We voting for Grandpa too tall.
Okay. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Which one are you voting for?
He Beaver.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Which one you voting for?
The passion got me.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, which one you voting for?
Jolly. Christmas Jolly John.
I wonder who that was.
I wonder who that was. I thought it was somebody being Bama Mark. It actually was him.
What did he vote for?
I have never heard him get that hung up.
Jolly Crimson John.
I think Jolly Crimson John, I think.
Rick, that wasn't on the list. Wasn't on the list.
Greg, you're terrible. Why would anybody?
I saw Greg reach and hit him in the back of the head. Oh, shoot.
Spit it out, Woodchuck.
All right, you're on the show. What's your vote? Go ahead.
I think I need a break.
Hey, which one you voting for?
Hee-haw, too tall.
All right. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Which one you voting for?
Hee-haw, too tall.
All right. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Which one you voting for?
Wishbone Beaver.
That's not there. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Which one you voting for?
Grandpa Doo-Doo Jones.
It's not there. Hey, Rick and Bubba Show. Which one you voting for?
Grandpa Two-Toe Jones.
Okay. All right. Rick and Bubba Show. Which one you voting for?
Jolly John.
Oh my gosh. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Which one you voting for?
Hee-haw, too tall.
What's that? I'm sorry. No, I can't hear you. What?
Hee-haw, too tall.
Hee-haw, too tall. Okay. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Which one? Are you keeping the vote? Hi, Rick and
His
Bubba.
head's about as red as that wall.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What you voting for?
Oh.
Hee-haw, too tall.
Okay, thank you, buddy. Rick and Bubba Show. What you voting for?
Hee-haw, too tall.
Okay, we'll start having a winner. Rick and Bubba Show. What you voting for?
Holly Road.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What are you voting for?
Grandpa Doo-Doo Jones.
Don't be trying to get Speedy again. Speedy, what's the count?
Hee-haw, Too Tall's got 7.
Okay.
Everything else, the closest one is Jolly Crimson John at 3.
All right, well, welcome to Rick and Bubba University. Hee-haw, Too Tall.
There it is.
There you go.
I like that.
Hee-haw, Too Tall. You're now officially enrolled.
That was exhausting.
Yeah. At Rick and Bubba University.
I can't breathe. Guys, I thought that was somebody doing an impression of Bama Mark. It actually was him.
Going back to it.
Again,
we all realized it at the same time. It was really him.
And then all these other ones started piling in.
Oh, my gracious alive.
You know, this is actually, it's a win-win. We're getting. We're back. Coming up this weekend, Todd Jones, speaking of Rick and Bubba history, spent an entire show with us a couple of weeks back. He's speaking at West Mobile Baptist Church Saturday morning for their Next Man Church. So go out and see Todd if you're down in the Mobile area this Saturday morning. Sunday night, St. James Church, Montgomery, Alabama. I-92 WLWI, Sherry. My wife will be speaking to the women at their Christmas dinner. I think that registration and tickets are gone for that. But if you're going to that Sunday night, Sherry's got a great message for you. And ladies, y'all are in for a wonderful evening. And thank you for inviting her. So Hobie is with us. Hobe, 20 years ago, you were part of the show, right? Or 30 years ago, right? Was it 20 years ago?
Yep, 20 years.
Wow. 20 years ago.
The girl is
So
crazy.
looking back, I'm thinking, you don't let me speak for you. First of all, tell everybody what you're doing now. Let's do that. What are you doing now?
Sure. So I'm a wealth manager for Regions Bank. So
Okay.
big bank here in the Southeast.
Okay.
For those not here.
Right.
But been there for a long time. Been in the financial services industry for almost 20 years now.
That's incredible. How many kids you got?
3.
All right.
3. Anna Scott, Will, and Witt.
And you got one that's quite the tennis player, huh?
Yep, Anna Scott. Well, they're all pretty good little tennis players, but Anna Scott's a little older, a little more accomplished.
So was it 13?
13, 9, and 6.
13, 9, and 6. Wow.
He's been, I can tell you, because it's tough talking about your own kids. He's being humble.
Yeah.
He's got some phenoms in the family.
There you go. So, well, Bubba, of course,
But you
coached him
and
up.
your wife both played tennis, right?
I tinkered on your tennis team.
Yeah.
I was not a tennis player. My wife did play a little bit through high school and everything.
And how long y'all been married now?
18 years, I think that's right.
Wow,
17 or 18, one of those.
I feel like I need to leave
You
right
need to
now.
know that. Sure, I need to get my math done.
There's Hobie there.
Y'all want to hear Crazy? I mean, we should probably listen to Crazy, right?
Do you have it?
Oh, yeah, brother. Is this live? This is live.
Oh, this is the first play.
Please look at him.
Look how young you are.
That's,
Yeah,
that's
please,
Peaches in the
guys.
background.
All right, y'all ready for it?
Yep.
Girl, I'm a teacher, but my world plain to see. She's always in my face, asking me for a little more time and money. She look at me funny when I tell her no. I'm tired of this girl, she gotta go. Need to get to stepping out the door. I don't need her no more.
Why? You say she always getting on your nerves.
There's Dave.
Why? You don't want your girl no more. Why? You trying to kick your girl to the curb. Why? You say she got to
That
go.
girl is crazy, crazy.
That girl done lost her mind.
She's crazy, crazy.
Trying to take up all my time. What?
Wow, that is
Listen, Justin Timberlake didn't have anything on you.
You ain't got nothing on me.
Just time and place.
That's
all.
right.
Crazy.
So that's Blarin Karen, Eddie George, and Peaches.
Peaches, that's right. Good gracious.
Look at
Crazy.
and look, how does it feel right there when it's playing on there? You so fired up.
Shoo. Oh, that was fun.
I
That
got
was
a
good
baby
stuff.
face.
Didn't believe it.
That's
got
right.
a
Look at
baby
still jamming
face.
back then. Look at him.
I'm nasally.
Nasally.
Yeah, but anyway,
This is very nice.
Do people you work with at the bank, do they know about your history?
Some do.
talents?
Of course, now they all do. But yeah, some do.
And you know, we were talking in the
I'm
break.
Scott Laney. I'm Hobie. You might know me.
Yeah. Speaking of historic moments, and Bubba and I love to tell this story. The things that we would just pull together. Well, you know, like the time we take a slow pitch softball team and play in front of, and turn it into some kind of Harlem Globetrotter
Touring.
Yeah, 6,000 people. And then we decided to put together a music/comedy festival.
Yep.
And it was just mainly either people we met during the year plus people on the show. And you look around and said, everybody find something to do. And so thousands of people.
It was unbelievable.
It was 99 through 2003.
Yep.
That we did 5 Fat Fest. And you've told the story, Bubba, but the funniest one was the famous promoter that had been in Birmingham forever, Tony Ruffino.
Oh yeah, legend.
Yeah, and we're backstage with him, and he's looking at the lineup, and of course he doesn't know anybody on the lineup, and he sees the seats filling up in the bottom bowl, and he just looks around and he says, Who are y'all? What are y'all doing? And we're like, I'll tell you one thing, you're gonna make a lot of money today because y'all didn't pay as much.
Yeah,
Sure, you know it.
You're in the black already.
Yeah. And so, what was it like? Because you and Dee and Cassie, y'all got to perform.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, and I mean, so this is the beautiful thing about the show. There's no startup. All of a sudden, your first gig is in front of thousands.
Oh, that's right. And we actually got to perform at another music festival because you guys cut a deal that y'all would advertise if Dee could get a slot.
Oh, I forgot about that.
And so me, Cassio, and Dee go and perform. Guys, we didn't just perform. We performed on the main stage. We walk off the stage, and there is a guy in a full headdress, a police outfit, because we have opened for the Village People.
That is unbelievable.
It was War and the Average White Band opened for us.
No, they did not.
They were before us.
No, they were not.
Think about those musical styles and then put Crazy in there.
Oh, yeah.
That's a little different.
It is.
A little different. A little change of pace for them.
Well, yeah, that's the same face that we saw in the promoters, and they were like, all right, so who's going to headline? And we were like, well, we are. What do you mean you? we're like, yeah, we have a little garage band. You know, Greg and I used to be in bands and all this in Ryan Greenwood. And so we're going to headline. So y'all are headlining. And we're like, yep, we're headlining.
And it was packed.
Yeah, and we had pyro, lights, everything.
Unbelievable.
So
much fun.
So it was that was a cool thing.
Oh,
that was a good era to be. I think one of the biggest injustices is that man, Eddie Van Adler, was not here during the Fat Fest years.
Exactly, 100%.
You think he wouldn't have had 2 spoonfuls of that, Bubba?
Fantastic. He would have been awesome.
But you got
done
to
3 different acts.
You could have, but you got to do the We Ain't Never Been Nowhere tour.
Yeah. Sure.
So you got to perform.
Yeah, I could have showed everybody my unicycling and juggling. It would have been great.
Eddie Van Adler, fun fact, with me tied in, Eddie Van Adler drove my car when he took Elle Woods on a date because his car was beat.
Sorry about that, buddy.
No,
Sorry
you
for that memory,
saved me,
buddy.
bro. I had that date.
Yeah.
Big hot date for the show. For the show. And but the Nissan Altima was struggling at that time.
Yes.
I used to have to open the hood and put my hand on the battery and like jam the battery back in, and that doesn't really go well for a date.
No.
And
that's
so
not a good
Hobie-
starter.
So he came and borrowed the car. and
Yeah,
took it for the
Land
weekend.
Rover, Land
Yeah,
Cruiser,
that's it.
Land Rover.
You let Adler drive your nice car?
Yeah.
That's what I'm here for.
right.
I'm the
He's a
behind the
giver.
scenes guy. I'm
He's
a
a
giver.
giver.
That's
Yeah,
right.
That's right. So you would go to the front, but you'd stay back there in the back, then
Oh,
move
sure.
to the
I
front.
was fine to hang in the back and just be a fly on the wall.
So on the running of the Goob, you said you were holding
the camera cord while I was following Christopher Columbus.
Yeah, and
Sure.
could you believe that was happening?
It was unbelievable.
One of my favorite days on earth.
It was fantastic.
Now you might want to explain. This is when you shot a paintball gun.
Yeah, I
at
keep
JT.
forgetting. I guess JT, who worked with us for many years, was he really represented our access to a radio Goob.
Yep.
And he was a programmer, and he has this incredible voice, and he says all the radio things you're supposed to say about research and quarter hour and all that stuff. And so so these were the people. Not JT didn't, to his credit, but others. He represented others who thought, what are these rubes doing? And so JT,
we tried to get a job with JT one time,
and he actually went to bat for us, and the person above him put us down.
Well, he says.
Well, he says that.
Yeah.
And so
He got one of the more valuable tapes we gave him because we didn't have time to copy it.
Yeah.
And that was when we were riding around in the back of a pickup truck pulling a dinosaur on a trailer throwing food out to people. Remember that?
I do remember that.
I mean, in town, not in a parking lot.
Went through a drive-through to get biscuits.
I remember we had some state trooper escorts there at one time.
We did.
And that was kind of neat.
They weren't invited, but we got them.
Glad they joined the caravan.
So we'll tell you about that incident when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is phone troll time. At the end of 30 seconds, the old buzzer will sound, and your time on the program comes to a close. Then we'll get to another caller, unless Bubba or Helmsy calls a timeout. We'll start with Cecil out of Louisville, Kentucky. Listen to us at 103.9 The Hawk. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Hello, Cecil. Welcome to the program, buddy.
Yes, thank you. No, I don't know. Y'all always talking about hunting around Huntsville and all that, and I got a bunch of kinfolk down there named Coleys live around Taft and out around Bevel and all that. And I don't know. We always talking about hunting, and I hunt all the time. So,
Okay, are you saying we can go hunt on your friend's land?
Are you inviting us?
Are you inviting
somewhere?
us, Cecil?
No, I don't know no problem. I just got kinfolk that live down there. I haven't seen them in years, ever since my dad passed away. And of course, Grandma and Grandpa was buried out at Ardmore out in Gatlin. So, and then my
Did you say
cemetery?
Did you say the Huntsville area?
The Huntsville area?
Yeah.
Could you be more specific where we need to go?
They're around Taft.
Now, Grandma's buried where? Gallant?
They're buried. My grandma and grandpa was buried in Gatlin Cemetery.
Got it.
So you're in Louisville, Kentucky. Are you from that area or just your family?
Thank you.
Well, that's where all my family was from.
Well, let me ask you this: have you seen Ern?
Have you?
Do what?
Have you seen Ern? Have you seen Ern? Like seen some good deer?
Well, I haven't been down there in years. Fool around. I see a bunch of deer up here. I've killed a couple already.
Have you really?
So they want to invite you to come hunting in Huntsville. They hadn't invited us either.
Yeah.
Well, they invited me a few times years ago, but Uncle Alvy lives there. He lives out there. Alvy Coley lives out there at Taft, if you know where Taft's at.
Who does? Abby Coley?
Uncle.
Alvy.
Is that old man Coley's boy?
Yeah, is that old man Coley's boy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, Cecil, it's great to hear from you, buddy. Merry Christmas.
Oh, Merry Christmas to you, and I appreciate you answering my call. I've tried to call you a couple different times.
Well, you know what? Don't let this be the last time.
No, sir.
If you find some land up there, call it.
Right. And
my dad's buried actually in Milson Cemetery, which is north of Fayetteville, going
lot
right
buried
around
people.
top of the hill, Petersburg.
Well, look, I'm not trying to one up
Do you have any family still alive?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he mentioned a lot of buried people.
Yeah. He's a sniff ender too.
I'm not.
I saw that.
I'm not trying to one up you, but my grandmother and granddad's buried in the same cemetery as Bear Bryant.
They are.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. How about that for a buried story?
Parked him up.
Yeah, and like I said, I killed a little 5-pointer open day of the state season up here, and then I hunted Fort Knox last weekend and killed a doe, 101-pound doe, big doe for Fort Knox.
That's not bad at all for Fort Knox.
So they let you hunt on Fort Knox out there with guns and stuff?
Yeah, I've been an area guide at Fort Knox since.
Does everybody know you're hunting there?
Yeah.
Ricky's been
I
an area
thought-
guide.
Cecil, I
Killed a
kind of
5
thought
point.
Fort Knox, where they keep all the gold, they'd be real secure about that, because I did drive up to the gate one time, and they don't want you to sit there.
I've noticed
They told you to leave pretty quick.
Yeah, well, I've been area guide out there since 1975.
How big an area you got to hunt out there?
And shoot, it's a mile, about a mile square.
640 acres.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Hey, you got anybody buried out there at Fort Knox?
No. A lot of
What about
deer.
Uncle Alice? Or what was his name? What was Uncle Alvy?
Alvy and Michael. Like I said, they live right there at the stop sign in Taft. It might be even.
Now, they're not buried by the stop sign.
No, I said they live there.
Taft is where they live. The
I
others
thought they were
where they're
buried. How they living there?
Yeah,
it's a different
if you come from Ardmore to Taft,
Come on now. Right.
okay, the 2 houses before you get to the stop sign.
Yep.
Oh, over there we
where
got
they
them
live.
2 black and tan dogs tied up. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, Alvy worked for Huntsville Cabinet for years and years and years.
It made a damn good cabinet.
Caught up in it.
Caught up in
I don't know about this hunt. I want to know more about this hunting on Fort Knox. It just seems like there wasn't a lot of guns around there, you know.
Yeah, but you know Fort Knox went to that Eye Sportsman this year.
Oh, sir. I thought it was on the porch with Cecil. I didn't know we were on.
Well, he brought us back.
You know.
All right, Cecil, thank you, man. Man, this is
Call again.
Thank you, buddy.
Okay, I will.
All right.
I'm sorry to hear about Uncle Alvy.
Yeah.
Greg, Uncle Alvy's fine.
Oh, no, Uncle Alvy's still alive.
He's at Taft. He lives at Taft.
that's right.
Come
I'm
on,
sorry.
Greg. Come on.
Yeah, him and Michael live there in Taft.
That's right. Down there
Like
by
I
the
said,
stop
Grandma
sign.
and Grandpa was in Gatlin, and like I said, my dad's in Melson Cemetery, which is north of Fayetteville.
I got you. I got you. Okay.
Between Fayetteville and Petersburg. So
That's my favorite call of the year.
Scattered everywhere down there.
Cecil, I'm putting you up for Caller of the Year.
I love it.
Thank you, buddy.
Cecil,
All right,
thanks.
Have a good day.
Let me tell you what I love about
So, yes, still texting at the same number, 932-3244. The only thing that's changed is the calling, and that's 629-WE-BE-BIG. And we'll get to some of those calls coming up a little bit later on. Also, gift number 6 in the 12 working days of Christmas could happen at any time, and 629-WE-BE-BIG is a number for that as well. TheraBreath has been with the show for a long time, and for good reason. I mean, nobody likes stank breath. I mean, is there one person that says, I love stank breath? Nobody. And and we're getting that time of year. You're going to see people you haven't seen in a while. Here, the holidays, we done came through Thanksgiving. Now we're going to Christmas, into the new year. So TheraBreath is ready to go. Fresh breath is available just simply by using TheraBreath products. And you have morning breath, but there's also, say you had a tuna sandwich, say you smoke cigarettes because you haven't got the word about them yet. Garlic, onions, yogurt. Did you know yogurt will give you bad breath? Of course, alcohol will give you bad breath. Cheese give you bad breath. Some medications give you stank breath, even though they're helping you. So TheraBreath is ready for whatever you may be facing. And then overall oral hygiene has a lot to do with our health. So they've got a gum rinse that is fantastic as well. So use the toothpaste, use the mouthwash, use the lozenges, or any of their products that are available. They even have a whitening formula that is superior. And all of these are certified kosher. They're all gluten-free. They don't have any artificial coloring or anything like that. Go to TheraBreath.com. There's confidence in every capful. You also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Hobie is here.
Hobie?
He said he was behind the scenes with some historic moments. He was an intern with the Rick and Bubba Show for how long? I know it was 20.
I was a full year.
I
did
intern.
03, 04. Again, there were no real guidelines. It was just, hey, you want to keep helping us?
You want to keep helping us?
Yeah. Sure, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm good.
So, had you had any kind of exposure to the show before you interned?
Yes, I was a fan of the show in 97.
Your wife was a big fan,
96, 97 is around the time that I started listening. I'm from Northeast Alabama, Arab, so
sure.
So we picked up the station out of Gadsden. So I heard you guys for years, pretty much since the inception.
When you went in, was the show like you thought it would be?
No, totally different. I just assumed that everything was planned
There
out.
it is again.
And it's very free form.
Yeah.
But it was a lot different. But what was amazing to me was how you guys can immediately go in and start. And at the second the show goes
Flip the
on,
switch.
you're ready. I remember a morning where I think you were running very late. When
That
I
was
was an
pretty
intern.
standard then, yeah.
Sure. And you literally blew in and the bed music was playing, starting out the show. And you went straight into the silver tongue one. And I thought, holy cow. He literally walked in the door, sat down, and just started going. So, and it was just amazing, and just the things you and Bubba would come up with, characters, and how you would on the fly say, hey, let's get Dip and Dan or whoever to jump in.
And off it would go.
Oh, absolutely.
So the running of the Goobs.
Oh, boy.
Really, as I said, one of my favorite days on earth. It was
Sure.
my 40th birthday.
Under talked about, by the way.
Yeah.
It's one of the best ever.
And the thing, JT was the program director. So in normal, if you look at normal, the way that things would be stacked in, he would be the boss of the morning show.
He would.
That wasn't necessarily the case in this one.
Was not. No.
We had more of a direct path to the GM, but matter of fact, he told JT, don't mess with him.
He sure did.
But JT was still there, and as we saw how funny he was, we got him on the show more, and he always delivered.
Oh, wow. Yeah, well,
and now he's a hardline news talker, which is even funnier.
Yeah, and those of you that want us to have him on before the end of the show, I don't think we can do that contractually.
Look at that.
Look at that face.
Yeah.
He's got that confused look, doesn't
So
he?
JT, things you love about JT if you're new to the show, he was a raging hypochondriac,
Yes.
Man,
which we loved. He also had issues with money all the time. He was constantly needing money and would do anything for money.
Sure.
Well,
And so that's how we got to this.
Yeah.
So when it became my birthday, I don't know whose idea was this. It just kind of evolved.
I don't know, but we put money in envelopes, cash, on trees, on a side of a hill with pine straw on it.
Yes.
And
so good.
JT had to work his way across and collect the checks while you shot at him with a paintball gun.
And it was phenomenal. And also,
and it was cold, so the paintballs were cold.
And if I'm not mistaken, we also didn't his wife Judy shoot as well?
Judy said she showed up that morning. That wasn't part of the plan initially. And she said, if y'all are going to shoot at JT, I sure want to shoot at him.
So here
she had a lot of built-up aggravation with him.
Yeah, so he put his camo on because we also introduced him to deer hunting.
Right.
So he's got his Bubba's got his hair perfect.
Bubba looking good.
Bubba has his hair perfect.
That's the coat I wore in the parade the other
Running
night.
in the Goobs. JT has an obstacle course. He has 4 envelopes to grab. The envelope on the end, Judy, that's yours. See the last one? That's Judy's challenge. If he gets it, he gets it. If you prevent him from getting it, you're going to get it. JT, our goob, is in the woods. He is hiding behind a pine tree. JT, at any time you get back to that tree, that's home base. They can't hit you, okay? Speedy, are you going to be my official timer? Yeah, can you do the official timing? 90 seconds. 90 seconds. You got to get on the sidewalk. You got to comment, okay?
My only concern is, will 90 seconds go so quick that I will still want to be firing after 90 seconds? Can I add to the time if I want to? Well, Rick, I'm afraid that will be, JT is signaling no from the woods on that idea. Look, hey, happy birthday, Rick. 90 seconds. My goal is to pelt JT, and if I could, as his son watches, if I could bring his son to tears, it would be quite a birthday gift. Now, Rick, we chose 90 seconds. Sherry said that should be long enough. So, I don't know.
Bubba, what a great shot.
Are you ready, JT?
You threw a shot. It was a good one.
Speedy, are you the official timer? We're going to, 15 seconds, JT. Get ready. Hey, everybody get out of the way of the shooters because they're going to be running. It's going to be crazy here.
It was crazy.
5 seconds, JT. Are you ready? Go!
Look at this wonderful moment.
JT making his way down the bank. He has got to a pine tree. He is getting pelted, but he's making it across. He's almost to the first check. JT getting hit. He gets it, but he goes down. He goes down. He's gobbling. Oh, he's getting nailed. He is getting pelted. He missed the second check, but he's still running. He is getting pelted with paint. You can hear the paintball bouncing. Oh, he's down. He gets another check. He's going for Judy's challenge. Oh, he gets it. But, he's paying the price. He's taking cover behind the tree where he got Judy's check. He's going back. He's going back. He's feeling brave. He gets one of the checks he missed. You got one more, JT. You got one more. You got one more.
The paintball's flying against that pole.
He said,
he is leaving the course, which we can't. Hold the fire. JT left the course. Hold the fire.
Rick's chasing him.
Hold the fire. Hold the fire.
Look at Maverick. Look how good it looks.
We have left the course. There's checks laying everywhere. JT has left the course. Maybe we should have a cool down like the hell.
That's good. So good.
Hey, look at the truck. How pretty it is.
Oh, wow.
Fresh.
The paint looks great on it.
Oh, there's Judy with her gun.
She's shooting at Speedy, too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I got out there.
Wow, that was God. What a day.
Oh,
so you
great.
were holding
birthday.
the camera cord?
I was camera cord.
Yeah, look, here he is trying to talk. Okay, let me see here.
Gun and I began to fire again. Well, I'm going to tell you, y'all got some good shots. I saw JT getting lit up pretty good. I'm going to tell you, when he slipped and went down.
There's Jim the Crazy Side, man. There's
Sure.
Bones.
Bones, young Bones.
In an illegal move here, by the way, which there's checks and money just laying all over the ground. There's clothes everywhere. Jake, can we get JT back for an interview over here?
Gosh, y'all.
He is gathering himself, and he's gonna work the trail back.
Oh, man. He
good.
ran off the course and went by the satellite dishes, which he knew that I would stop Rick from shooting because we didn't want to damage the equipment.
Oh, that's so good.
I had a little misunderstanding. I thought as long as money was left, we could keep firing.
Right.
I forgot about the time limit and the boundaries.
Right. You just got you got off in it, Rick.
Well, what a day, though.
What a day. What a
So
birthday.
And
Has there ever been a
so
birthday
you're behind the
celebration
scenes right there.
I'm right there holding the camera cord, following Chris Columbus.
Wow.
You know, it
it's
looked a
fun
lot
times.
like the Patterson film. If you think about it, when he's running across there, because it's shaky.
It really does. It really
and
does.
it's an unidentified like monster running through the woods.
Let me tell you the part where it really, it's when we all couldn't breathe just then. When he's pretty methodical, and then he starts getting hit.
Yeah.
Sure.
And when he gets hit, he loses his footing, and he's still getting hit, and he can never get it back.
Yeah.
I mean, he falls
Here it
about
comes
3 or 4 times.
Talking to
He's
him,
gonna go
what
back.
was hurting him was when he was getting popped in the hamstring in the back
Mm-hmm.
in the back of the leg. He said, "Man, when you were hitting me there, it was hurting."
Yeah, you'll feel that.
Not enough padding.
Sensitive skin there.
You want to hold it right here so we can see him make the return run when we
Okay.
go back?
Yeah.
Got it.
Gracious,
Yeah.
y'all.
That's
Yeah,
so
that's,
good.
Bubba, great play-by-play too.
You're really
was
good.
fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna dub that off and send it to Eli.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
See if he'll let me be his close.
Golly, that's good. That's so good.
Ah, gracious.
So much more still to come. Blarin Karen is dropping by as well. So more Rick and Bubba, 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go to John in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. John, go ahead.
Hey, John.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm fine. Hey, listen, every now and then y'all throw out a comment and you'll leave me dangling.
Yeah.
Rick, you just threw something out there and you got me hanging, baby.
Yes.
Tell me, please, I love the sound of this. Tell me about these proposed litter zones. I've got to know.
Well, it was brilliant, and it was ahead of
That
its
was brilliant.
it was ahead of its time. It was not politically correct.
Right.
But you know, I was thinking back to when we grew up in the 70s, and I remember riding along with my mom and dad and throwing litter from the vehicle, and it was a lot of great memories. Of you had stuff in the car that
Before
was
we knew it was bad.
that was getting ratty or whatever, and your dad would thrill you with an over the driver's side over the top of the car, hitting a road sign
with a
or-
bottle, yeah.
yeah, or something like that.
You had to time it. You had to have a mark on your hood to
Right.
time it.
And your cars were pristine. You never had a bunch of trash in the car because you threw it all out. And you'd say, "Hey, Mom."
That's back before Iron Eyes Cody's.
Right.
We didn't know it was bad.
Hey, Mom, can I throw this out this time? Sure, son. That kind of thing. And you would try to be safe with it, and you would
You'd
look-
have some blowback on you, and you'd
Yeah.
learn you had to slow down.
So when we decided that we were all against litter, which we are, I said, I believe that there's a way for this to work. And what I was proposing to the states to consider were litter zones, meaning there were parts of the litter zones, and you like your kids would be gathering up what y'all just got at the drive-through. Daddy, no. Let's wait for a litter zone. Do not throw this
Litter
out.
zone 35 miles.
35 miles. And then the families get excited. Here comes the litter zone. I say litter, you say zone. Litter zone. And then when you get there, you go, here comes the litter zone, kids. And everybody throws out. And these are places where litter is.
It basically was building landfills on right on highways.
Right, and then you have
So you drive through a landfill,
and then you have like
kills two birds with one stone.
That is excellent.
And the convicts come and clean up these litter zones instead of throwing them up down the highway.
Or the
like we do.
bulldozer, you just push them over into the big ravine.
You're
that
done.
You dug, you know?
You're done. We all litter, and we keep the rest of our streets clean. We only throw in litter zones.
And see, I think that helps two things, Rick. It gives you a place to get rid of the litter, and you don't have to go and build a landfill on
No.
the side of a beautiful mountain somewhere.
Now, those of you that are skeptics of this would do away with what we have now. Litter strode up and down the road for miles.
Yeah.
Because people are still doing it. They're doing it at a lesser degree than, the glory days of the 70s and 80s. But what I'm saying is, if we had litter zones, to me, it puts the family back together.
Right.
A family that litters together stays together.
Yeah.
And,
Everybody knows that.
And so, and plus you find out, how good your kids can throw, and and you teach them discipline. Don't throw where it's not allowed. You only throw where it's allowed. And if I see somebody throw another cup out before we get to a litter zone, I'm gonna pull this car over. You know what I mean?
Rick, they learn how to aim.
Right.
See, I knew that I had to be going 45 miles an hour and line up the target with the hood ornament.
Right.
And as soon as I saw that, looking over the steering wheel, I could launch and hit it every time going 45.
Can I tell y'all what's sad right now?
Yeah.
Can I tell you what's sad because of no litter zones and no more littering on the highway? And we shouldn't litter on the highway. I would prefer to go to the litter zone. I guarantee you right now, my kids couldn't hit anybody with a rock.
No.
And when we were growing up, I could take a rock and hit anybody with it.
Oh, yeah.
But because why?
Anything.
Because throwing out of the car. I mean, you learned how to hit stuff and
sitting still was easy after throwing and moving.
Right now, if somebody's attacking my kids, I dare to say they can't pick up a rock and hit them with it.
Rick, can we add a section of mailboxes to hit with baseball bats? Can we add that in there?
That's a federal offense now.
Well, they're not real. They're not real mailboxes.
You're just talking about fake ones?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
in the zone.
Matter of fact, why don't we have that in the zone?
That's what I'm saying. Put it in the zone.
So
the way you come in the zone is whoa, and then you see a car in front of you. Oh, I hope they don't hit that bell box before we get to it. Because it might not be. You have to set them up every day.
You have fake road signs to practice throwing balls.
Yeah,
all that.
That's what I was going to want. I need a stop sign.
By the
there
way, I saw the bench warmers again this weekend where they were practicing batting by going and hitting mailboxes with Reggie Jackson.
And picture this if you will.
Funny.
On the litter zone, I have good signage.
Right.
Unlike the Georgia, the Peach Pass, we have good signage, and it's a picture of a family throwing stuff out of a car. You know what I mean?
And they're happy faces.
And they're all smiling like, kind of a Norman Rockwell kind of thing.
Yeah, I'd like that.
That's what I'm picturing. It was, pardon me for being innovative.
Rick, up next, drunk driving zone.
No.
I'm kidding. That's a joke.
You literally would drive through the landfill. Yeah. They got the bulldozers there. They're ready to clean it up.
Yeah, we're going to keep it clean.
Yeah.
Don't misunderstand me. I'm simply talking about good, clean family fun, littering.
Imagine the highway just going through a landfill. I mean, that's what I see it.
I love it.
I still have a sign for a litter zone back there. Do you remember? I think.
Minutes to the top of the hour, winding down the final year. 7 shows, including this one, remain. A gift number 6 in the 12 working days of Christmas, still to come on the program today. We are reminiscing with Hobie, and we're about to say hello to another former Rick and Bubba intern. But Bubba first, Patrick Campbell.
Can I say this? Blarin Karen came in just like she left the show. She came in, she made Hobie move right away. Because she wanted that spot.
And y'all got a chair?
And he just moved right on down.
Yeah, he knew what to do.
Remember, background.
Oh,
background, front.
Blarin Karen was never in the background, I'll tell you that.
No.
Never.
Patrick Campbell is the Rick and Bubba historian.
Oh, yeah.
And
He's
since we're
quite
looking,
the documentarian.
So we're looking back over history, and Bubba, he has some information.
Okay, he said, just real quick, his favorite JT moments over the years, in no particular order. Okay. Running of the Goobs, the Weatherman character, which was endorsed by his son Michael. Remember that we ended up making fun of.
That bombed, yeah.
The traumatic story of walking in on his parents when he was about 10 years old and locking himself in the bathroom.
Wait a minute, he told that on the air?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Okay, wow.
Shooting the fake deer. That's a classic.
That may make Rick and Bubba University. We got a great question on that too.
Buying the bloody car seats from the junkyard.
That's a great one.
Commenting on a bad call over the Hoover High School PA.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, that is good.
Wearing an undersized sports jacket on the show. Now, I will
the
say,
jacket's great.
I've got to add to that. To me, two of my favorites was when he had the bloody deer in the trunk of his car, and couldn't find anywhere to carry it.
Yes. Yeah.
And when he backed over the light pole and
That's
he tried
it.
to bribe the kids not to tell anybody who did it.
That's it.
Yeah, you
That's
can't
good.
leave those two out there on best of CDs.
And when the boss was in studio, it was ice. It was like a bad storm came through, and he wasn't at work yet, and he called in and was getting in trouble. That is a classic.
I don't remember that one.
And then when the Q-tip broke off in his ear.
Yeah.
And Frank Jardina was like trying to figure out. He used a Q-tip you clean the cart machines with,
which
to
is
try to clean his ear out,
which is not sterile for using inside your ear.
And we can't leave out the time Bubba convinced him he was radioactive.
You remember that?
Sure.
Well, you convinced him.
Well,
I was
true.
the radioactive dummy on that because I'd had a test. That was after I passed out, round out that time.
And then let's not forget
the spider that bit him. That was a good one.
the brown recluse.
Brown recluse.
Yeah, and when he did remotes, he would, we'd have to record the remotes, and he wanted me to come in and like I was there, and so I came in. I was like, "Hey, JT, how you doing?" I said, "Hey, man, say hey to JC," and he's like, "Oh, hey, JC, how you doing?" And he like was acting like he was live at the remote. He was recording the remote, and he was just in the other production room.
Yeah, then there was
acting like he was seeing people at the remote.
Oh yeah,
but back to the radioactive one. I had the radioactive test. And I was radioactive to a degree. And we had a Geiger counter.
Yes, we did.
And I went and stood in the next room up against the wall where he was sitting, and you came in playing with a Geiger counter, and it kept showing him as hot. Of course, it was picking me up on the other side of the wall. But, of course, JT called. At one time, his doctor called us and asked to please quit, chiming him up, because he called them every day with some some problem that we had convinced him he had.
Yeah.
And if anyone else had a medical issue, he would take on that medical issue.
He would start having those symptoms.
Yeah, as his own. And of course, there was the softball injury that that was not. It was not. There was no need for an ambulance. But JT called an ambulance, and was
you got to be sure.
It was taken away, and then they told him he had no broken ribs, and then we convinced him somehow they could have missed it.
Yeah, because he might have been breathing out or breathing in, and that bone was going back and forth.
I told him, I said, now, did
he
you hold
wanted to
your
go
breath?
have an X-ray done breathing, out and in, so they would know for sure.
Because we asked him, we didn't. Right. And I said, now they asked you to breathe out and in. No, they told me
just hold my breath.
I said, well, then that lined the bone right up.
Yeah.
I said they need to exhale and see if it comes back apart.
God, this is good stuff.
And of course, that's another one we got a call from the hospital. Will y'all please stop? Yeah. He's wearing us out. He's trying to come back in for another X-ray. So, which then, of course, would make him radioactive.
Right.
So anyway, but so we were. There was one more thing you were going to say about the running the goobs before we went on. What was it? We came back.
You wanted to say he was going to run back and.
Oh yeah. We got to see him run
back.
He ran, but he hadn't run back in the running back.
Right. Well, because there was money left on the.
And that's the one where he gets hit in the hand. And he starts throwing his hand up. Is that the one?
Now, JT, we got one envelope left. Can you get it and get back to your safety tree in 1 minute? 1 minute, JT.
Look at those
that
eyes.
way you can work the trees a little better.
Yeah, he's breathing so hard.
Continuation of the running of the goobs. Go, JT, go.
Watch
JT's
his hand.
back. He's
Watch his
working
hand.
his way
I hit
down
his
the
hand. Watch
slippery
his hand.
bank of pine straw. He's got his head down. Oh, he's getting felt. Oh, my goodness. Oh, gracious, folks. It is a brutal. He misses a check. He misses it and he pays for it. He is getting JT, he's just mad out of his mind. He's down. He's taking cover. JT, get back to the tree. Put your hand on it. JT, up the bank. He's up. He grabs the tree. Put your guns down, contestant. He's on all fours, gasping for air. He's covered in yellow paint like a cone on the side of the freeway.
God.
Oh, man.
That's some good.
All right, look, just.
That's good.
He took that mask off. He was like,
that's radio and TV gold. Right
It
there.
is. That's funny.
Blarin Karen, welcome back.
It's good to be here.
So, did you have a lot of JT interactions when you in your era?
Yeah, 100%. When he first talked to me, like when my first day on the show, he came in there and introduced himself, and I was like, ooh, I can't let you look at me because he has a radio voice,
Yeah, he
and
does.
it just is
Yeah, a good one.
startling when you hear it actually coming out of like a face.
I know.
So,
Yeah.
but I love JT. JT is one of my favorite people in the world because he is so funny. People don't realize how funny he really is in real life.
And he's so
I think he's wasted
so
in news
quirky.
talk. You know what I really do.
I feel like wasn't there something where Michael drove his dad's car, like drove JT's dad's car and wrecked it when he was like 8 years old or something. I feel like there was something like that. But
I just remember
I don't know.
you brought it up. Or Patrick brought it up on the list when we convinced him that car was haunted. I remember that.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but
because he was so cheap.
Because he was driving that big old beast.
He needed
that brown. Yeah.
It was a car he should have got rid of, but he was putting new seats in it to try to keep it going.
Yes.
And he ended up getting what looked like had been in a wreck where maybe somebody was hurt.
It was a
bad.
salvage yard.
It had been.
Yeah, it had been, and he found an old Polaroid camera or something.
Oh,
in it,
yeah.
too.
And we had
old
convinced him
pictures.
that the seats were haunted.
Right.
And
They probably
he was worried about that.
You talk about somebody you can get in his head because his mind just goes against him. You know?
He didn't need to do ghost hunts because the Hanks would come on with him every time.
Oh,
That's exactly right.
And my favorite thing, and these don't even make the list because there's so many. If he just remotely had a bug bite,
yes.
Oh.
Okay, we would
He was in
convince.
Patago.
We would convince him. And
It couldn't just be a bug bite.
No.
Are you kidding me?
No, seriously, y'all
Got
think
SARS
we're kidding.
from all that.
His doctors used to call us and call multiple times. Said, please quit revving him up on all these things.
He had
he is a hypochondriac, and he is driving my office crazy.
I had him convinced he'd been bitten by a brown recluse one time.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, now look, I said, I mean, honestly, I said, I hate to use this phrase because it's going to startle you, flesh-eating virus.
Yeah,
that's right.
And he was like, what?
Oh,
and, and those eyes would get big, and you'd see him he'd go over to the computer trying to figure something out.
And then once you planted that seed, we would always do a story that would back it up.
Oh,
like, some lady in Georgia has been bitten by a brown recluse. Hard for me to say.
It is a tough one.
And funny. Later on, my mom was actually bitten by one, but boy, he would just get so revved up.
He went to Rick and Bubba at the restaurant and got a hamburger and came back with mad cow disease. That was the end of the restaurant right there.
You're right. Blarin Karen is with us. We'll chat with her when the Rick and Bubba Show continues. If you leave us, don't forget the daily archives. Catch all the show in your own time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we've talked about this on the show a lot. College, major investment. So it's important that you do your homework. If you don't, you may spend tens of thousands of dollars to send your kid off to a college that tries to indoctrinate them into a belief system that's completely opposite of what you have taught them in your own home. So, and just because you send them off to something that says Christian college, don't assume that that's what is being advertised. There's now something available to you, a great resource called ChristianCollegeGuide.com. This online directory has over 250 Christian colleges. It's a one-stop shop. Like any other college guide, you can view all the basics, their acceptance rates and tuition costs, academic majors, all that's there. But what makes ChristianCollegeGuide.com special is you can use this guide to learn about the school's faith tradition, its campus policies, its spiritual life, its theology, all the information that shows the college's true character. And here's the good news. It is free. Free, kind of a tribute to JT we just talked about. Go to ChristianCollegeGuide.com and create a user profile and get started today. That's ChristianCollegeGuide.com. It's free, and it's invaluable information. Bubba, it was over where the honeymoon was supposed to begin after this wonderful holy matrimony. Police were called when the bride, who had just got married to her new husband, pulled a 9mm from out under her wedding dress and began to point it and fire at her husband.
During the ceremony.
No. They made it past that.
This is the honeymoon location.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, the police said when they arrived to handle the situation, responding officers told the husband the honeymoon is over.
Yeah.
Your new wife is going to jail.
Yep.
She was still in her wedding dress.
Oh, don't
when
miss
they
that.
arrested her.
The 9mm, I guess, was on her thigh.
He didn't see that when he pulled that garter belt off. And,
maybe
they flip it to the eligible bachelor.
I don't know when she was carrying, but what happened? They were drinking, and they got into an argument. Now this is their honeymoon. They just got married, still got wedding dress on.
Wow.
says that they were at the Clarion Inn in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. She pulled out the gun, pointed it at her new husband, and fired it, but it was not loaded. She then loaded it and shot it in the air, sending people to the hotel running for cover.
Yep.
They had been drinking and arguing outside the motel. Keep in mind, this is the honeymoon. But before all of you think that the wedding may be over, or that they actually said now that she has already tattooed and shown the world on Facebook that she has tattooed, even though she's in jail right now, and has been released on $15,000 bond. She went to tattoo, so we all would know everything's going to be all right. Property of J-Rod, which is the new nickname
J-Rod
she's given her husband,
now
who she tried to kill with a 9mm on their honeymoon after getting in a drunken rage.
Now, don't forget, you hear of these a lot of times, and it's somebody abusing somebody or somebody doing this. Now, they say when the police got there, the couple were both uncooperative with the officers and denied that anything was wrong at all.
Then those pesky witnesses showed up and disputed the couple's version of the event. And as Bubba said, probably the line in this that we find most unsurprising, the couple were both uncooperative with law enforcement. Bubba, we have a package.
And we do, from News Channel 5 out of Nashville. And I just love the field reporter. Yeah, just take it.
Imagine the excitement of it all. You're just married. You and your new husband are ready to celebrate honeymoon night, and you're booked into the Rutherford County Jail. That was the fate of 25-year-old newlywed Kate Elizabeth Pritchard.
Responding officers let the husband know that the honeymoon would be over and that his new wife was going to jail.
Sergeant Kyle Evans with the Murfreesboro Police Department says officers made the arrest after responding to a very unusual call at the Clarion Inn. They arrived to find Pritchard and her new husband arguing, this just a few hours after they were married.
Both were very uncooperative with authorities. It was a witness that actually pointed us in the right direction.
That witness told police the couple had been drinking and arguing outside the motel. Things escalated, and what Pritchard allegedly did next shocked everyone.
She pulled out of her wedding dress a 9mm pistol, pointed it at her new husband's head, and pulled the trigger.
The gun did not discharge. There was no bullet, but the witness told police Pritchard then loaded a round in the chamber and fired a shot in the air, causing everyone to run from the scene.
I bet.
Police arrived, first questioning the newlyweds, who said nothing was wrong. But after talking to witnesses, police did recover a shell casing and found what they believed to be Pritchard's weapon.
After the incident occurred, she went to the bathroom and disposed of the weapon, hiding it in the bathroom.
Pritchard is charged with aggravated domestic assault. We do know tonight that the bride did post a $15,000 bond. She's no longer in the jail. We were unable to reach her or her new husband. It's unclear whether or not their marriage will survive this ordeal.
Well, and that's the update we have. She has put on Facebook her tattoo, property of J-Rod.
Yeah, and I'm sure from this point on, everything will be smooth sailing.
Yeah.
Hey, Mom, tell me about your wedding, you and Daddy, and your honeymoon.
It was quite a story.
Well, kids, gather around.
It's I remember it like it was yesterday.
I had no intentions of killing your father. I only wanted him to mess his pants. So here we are, 6 minutes past the hour, as we are winding down the final 7 shows of the Rick and Bubba Show. 31 years and just decades of best of moments, history, and reviewing a lot of that today. Speedy and Adler here, Greg out. He'll be back tomorrow. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
Bubba, we have been talking to former interns, people that we've interacted with over the years. Blarin Karen now joins us. Hobie was on earlier. He's still here, too. So, Blarin Karen, what was your era? When were you here?
Well, I always laugh when people say that because I started in 2001, 2002,
right.
But then I just never left. So, so people are like, how long were you an intern? I'm like, well, technically probably about 5 years. I said, I was here so long that they had to start paying me, and then they had to stop paying me for me to leave.
Right,
so,
yeah, that's true.
I mean, like, I just quit getting love checks one day, and so I quit coming in. So,
By the way, I forgot that we called them love checks.
Well, I tell people, I'm like, well, Bubba started giving me a love check. They're like, a what?
Yeah, it sounds terrible now that you, but back
That's
then it was
okay.
like it
Your
was
right
short-
calf will hit that.
Yeah, it will, and you'll drop right on down, too.
It was called showing some love for helping us out. So
it's just to show you how much you loved us.
Yeah, and
we
you-
get a check. And you never knew it was coming. You just
No.
get the check one day.
well,
It was all dependent on conditions.
yeah, the conditions of things. Sometimes we had lots of love. Sometimes we didn't have any at all.
Right. And there was a long period of time where you didn't have any love, so I just quit coming in. So I had to get a full-time job. So
That'll do it.
when people go, how come you don't do radio now? I'm like, well, if your name's not Rick or Bubba, you don't make any money in radio. So unfortunately, Karen doesn't do it.
Right.
So Karen is not a very popular name these days either. So
Yeah, how did you handle that when all the negative Karens?
I hate it. But, I always say, people are like, the Karens, they ask for the manager. I'm like, well, I am the manager. So,
Yeah. And
now
what-
you have to ask for me.
So update everybody what you're doing now.
So I'm the branch experience manager at Evading Credit Union in Gardendale, Alabama.
Yep.
And so I basically am a branch manager. And so I manage a staff there, and we have a very, very successful location. And so
I bet you do.
So, I make sure that I'm running that ship like it needs to be run. And
You think
so,
that
Karen, I
place-
can tell you're still kind of bashful.
Yeah,
I know.
I bet that branch.
I came in like I didn't know y'all at all. Yeah.
Let me tell you, that branch is ship shape, buddy. I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah.
So Blarin Karen goes down is probably the best because honestly, and I'm gonna give you a tribute here. It was one of the things that I just kept talking about over and over again, and I know it's hard, especially if you have a soft heart, but you don't. So, is when we say you're a call screener, that means you're a call screener, not a call taker.
Correct.
And so we could not get that through anybody's thick skull for some reason. That means don't just put anybody on just because they called. That's not call screening. That's call taking. And so, but you, sister,
I owned that role.
you were a true phone screener.
I was the screen. I mean, like,
that was it.
That's a fact.
you were not getting through this.
Yeah.
Did you tell them what I said the other day?
No.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I don't think the show would be over if I was still on the show. Your job as the call screener, and y'all haven't had interns in a while, so
Right.
I blame Greg.
Right.
Your job as the call screener is to make the show better.
Right.
So if I didn't like what you were talking about, I just didn't take calls.
See,
on it.
I
That's
tried
good
to get
stuff.
everybody
You
to be like
trained
that.
all of us.
I did. I trained everybody that was on the show during that 15, 20 year time period. I'm just kidding.
The callers,
Last year, she trained
unless
everybody.
you're doing, a quick poll or something. But other
Yeah.
than that, the callers are simply an element to the show.
And you can
if
do
the
it in a
element's
nice
not any
way.
good, don't put it on.
Yeah, you can do it in a nice way, but you got to shut it down. I almost screened out 9/11. I'll be honest with you. There were a couple of calls that came through
On 9/11?
and I thought, they don't know. I'm not talking about anything like this. They don't know what they're talking about. And then
You
I had
screened
to
people
look
when they were
up-
trying to talk to us on 9/11.
This is before we
Okay.
knew 9/11 was
going on,
happening.
yeah.
The
Okay.
people are like, we're being attacked. And I'm like, okay, whatever,
You're right. I got you.
And so, and I look, and I'm listening, because we were in a totally separate room altogether. We were
Yeah.
across
Right.
the hall.
Yeah.
Right.
So there is a hallway and 2 rooms separating you, basically. So I look over there, and I see y'all looking at the TV, and I'm like, oh, I guess I need to listen to what Prater's saying. And so it dawned on me, hey, we probably need to take some calls on this right here. So
Right.
I allowed those to go through. But
Okay. You
I'm
should
telling
allowed
you,
it.
Now,
I allowed those.
did you
How would you
screen
like
out
to be able
Sean
to-
Hannity, or was it a music group?
I did screen out Sean Hannity, and I've talked to Billy
Screen
Bob Thornton
Sean
on the phone.
Hannity.
You what?
I didn't know Sean Hannity should have called the hotline.
Right.
But he didn't, and so he got screened because I thought he
Neither
was
did-
somebody trying to. I
neither
thought he was
did
somebody trying to
President
pull
Trump
one.
either,
And,
so.
I don't think I knew who Sean Hannity was at the time, but
So that is you are the one because we couldn't remember who did that.
100%
That was you.
Yes.
Okay.
Now Hannity says it was
100%.
Peaches. He's
No,
mentioned it
Peaches-
several times. He'd go, "Who is Peaches?"
I think
Who
he
is this
just-
he
I
just
think he
did
just-
not screen people out. She would be like, let's
Yeah.
just see.
Right.
But I'd be like, people call in, they'd say, hey, I just want to give a shout out. And I go, listen, if this is the Blarin Karen show, it'd be shout outs only. But it's not. It's the Rick and Bubba show. And unfortunately, you have to call in during a phone troll.
There you
and
go.
so
Wow.
That was
but
the training tip she gave
that
us.
was the training tip. But it was, if it's not funny, it's not getting on. And so, or you can take,
Or interesting.
or if y'all are just die hard going to talk about something, I'll take 4 or 5 calls on it. And after that, we're not talking about this anymore.
When you're
We're
talking
gonna-
about when it becomes repetitive, and now the callers are
we're
just
gonna-
repeating the same
We're
thing.
going to talk about it for a few calls. And if it's not anything new that they're bringing to the table, then it needs to move on.
God bless you, phone screener.
But I mean, this
Yeah.
show would be still going on.
If there
January
was a
1st.
call screening,
you know who's out here in the wilderness? You know who's out here in the wilderness?
Somebody had to hire
y'all
their brother.
killing me. Y'all killing me. Y'all throwing me pictures, man. Give me something I can work
if
with.
there was a Hall of Fame for phone screeners, Karen would be in the first
Yeah,
rank.
she
I'm
is.
fun.
Absolutely.
I like to be fun, but I'll tell you that has shaped me in my job today because you can be kind to people and shut them down. Like you can say it in a nice way. Now I don't always say that nice. When
I was
I'm
about
like,
to say,
no,
you hear yourself?
But I would say, that's great, and I'd say I'm gonna record that and let them and play that back for them to listen later on. And I'd say 3, 2, 1.
You went that far?
Oh, I would. Because it was entertaining for me
Right.
to do those things.
Well, I'll tell you, when I looked in there and saw you on the phones, I didn't worry about a thing.
Mm.
I really
Knew
didn't.
the day was made.
Now, unfortunately, you didn't seem to have that same commitment on Ted Nugent.
I couldn't hear, first of all, and
We
I
got
was
to
very
talk about
naive
Ted Nugent.
in my 20s. I did not know
boy.
what a lot of things meant, and
Right.
so
I think that one was pretty clear, Karen.
Well, I couldn't hear. There was a lot of chaos going on, and Bones apparently had made some homemade marshmallows or something. There was something. There was a
Now
lot of
we're getting
commotion
to
with
it.
some interns,
Right.
and so I couldn't exactly hear until y'all told me to finally shut it down. And so
Yeah, well, those of you who don't know the story, so we were actually, here we go again, the mobile assault broadcast vehicle, we were testing it by
It just been built.
just simply
Yeah.
doing it from the parking lot.
Right, and then if something didn't work, we could just go back upstairs.
So Karen was screening calls.
Running the board
for us, and Ted Nugent was the guest.
Well, he called. We didn't know he was going to call.
Right.
Damon Johnson called.
That's right.
And said, I'm sitting here with Ted.
That's
Do
right.
y'all want to talk to him? And we said, well, yeah. And then Ted told us he had a new song he wanted to play
Yes,
for us.
he did. Karen, who's now eating marshmallows, not listening.
Yeah, down the hall chasing marshmallows. And I remember saying, what's the name of the song? And he said, I think you'll get it. And then he starts singing about something he likes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a word that we didn't need to air.
Well, he also set it
uh,
up for us to decide which category it was in, but I'm not going to say that either,
right,
because that
yeah.
would be bad.
Yeah.
apparently Damon had not given him a heads up on what kind of show this was.
No, I don't think Ted cared.
And I don't know if he knew his own on air either.
And Ted is singing.
Oh my!
This song with some very offensive lyrics in it.
I mean,
and we have no
not
control.
sort of offensive.
No, we
I'm
have
talking
no
about
control.
you could go to the person that has the most leniency when it comes to language, and they're mad. They're upset.
Yeah.
It was absolutely horrible.
If you listen to the bit, we're screaming, "Karen, cut him
We're
off."
screaming, "Karen,
because we have
cut him
no
off."
control. We have no
And I'm
control
like,
of it.
but he's Ted Nugent. How do you just cut him off?
Well, yeah.
I can tell you.
But the
well, bless
ultimate-
your heart. You said you were so naive. You didn't know he was.
I
talking
didn't
about.
know what he was talking about.
The ultimate, and I want to get your version of it, is Karen Keeps Up contest. When we tried to do bluegrass
glad you
from the
brought that
beach,
up.
and Rick, and you couldn't conference in the call.
Oh my!
And
I hate
Tuba
those phones.
Tuba Gooden's there, and it was a mess. And so Rick starts telling everybody to back over him in the truck because he's so miserable.
Make sure I'm gone.
And,
tell you this.
and you're running the board trying to work the phones. I'd love to hear your version.
Yeah,
of it.
I'm
I'd love to talk about it.
Because that seemed so simple.
I'm glad you brought that up.
All right, so we'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So some other things from the trip. Keep in mind that Dad was with us, and it was great. Now, one day I did make a mistake. Sherry and I both did. That we would tool down to the beach and do a slight workout with our oldest son, who, is
He does that.
Yeah, he's an actor, but when he does not have a gig, he does personal training. Looking back on that decision, that was not a good decision. That was a real bad decision. Especially when I looked and he was in the regular sand. And I thought, well, we'll run a few sprints. I can run a few sprints.
Oh, that's tough.
I said, why we not down there in the soft,
Yeah,
in
where
the
it's-
hard sand?
Yeah, where it's a little wet.
Too
packed
many,
down.
too many people. I don't want to get in people's way and get around. People put beach chairs and stuff out there already for the day. We don't need to be down there. Plus, this is harder. I said, I know. That's why I don't want. That's why I don't want to do it. I don't want to run in this kind of sand. I don't like walking in this sand from my chair.
Right.
To go back to the house. I don't want. What are we doing? This seems very hard and seems very hot. He said, that'd be good for you. Dad, there's heart disease in our family, Dad. I'm really glad you've been doing better, and I'm glad to be able to work you out a little bit today. Now, I tell you what, why don't you take your young body and your young look and your perfect bandana, and I'm going to go over here in my T-shirt very large swim trunks, and my straw hat, and I'm on maybe do my own thing. And I told Sherry, I said, Sherry, he'll kill us. We can't do this. And Sherry thought, no, I'm gonna do it for long before Sherry joined me. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
And then I could tell. One time Sherry said he ran past, and she said, I felt air go by us. I said, yeah, because he's young and big and strong and really does this a lot. You and I are old. We're old, and for us to be out here doing anything, we must not kill ourselves. If we die here, this didn't do us any good. You know what I mean? Let's not be killed by our attempt to live. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so
life, Rick, let me sum it up. Life shouldn't kill you.
Right. So I left that thought I was going to have a good father-son moment there. I left that quickly. My next chance at father-son moment revolved walking on the beach as the sun was setting, which is a little more where I need to be.
That's a great time for the beach, isn't it?
Speaking of the beach, my dad. Coach was with us the whole time, and, he's still very much Coach, okay? 76 years old, bigger and badder than everybody, still challenging everyone, a lot of things from my childhood, still standing in many doors, asking if there's anybody in the room that thought they could take him. Still keeps talking about that he desires to get in to fight someone else before he gets too old. And we've talked about that. So let's not do it on this trip, though. And Dad's very loud, and Dad, couldn't care less about what he says around anybody. I'm sure all of us can relate to that if your parents have lived long enough for that and they come from that era. So my dad, when he was young, was a lifeguard on the beach during his summers away from college. He had an uncle that now keep in mind how much it's changed. It was literally just one of those little one-level hotels right on the beach, and he would go down there. He did various jobs, work at the hotel with his uncle, but he also did lifeguarding on the beach, which leads to this story. And then he also worked fishing boats, too, cutting bait and that kind of stuff. So, first of all, Dad, if you think a guy fishing is bringing sharks in, he can hear you. Well, I don't know why this blankety blank is standing here pulling bait out there, dragging sharks in on us. Dad, he's standing right there. He heard everything you said. And his son that's catching a fish right now is looking at his dad like, why is this man telling us we shouldn't be doing this? Dad, he hears you. Dad, let me tell you what else everybody hears. You telling everybody who's going to die. See that idiot out there? You can't. Hey, when you're a lifeguard at the beach, you don't save people. You just identify bodies. Hey, Dad, everybody hears you.
It's true. I can relate to that.
Yeah.
You would always see that guy. You go, hey, there's the 5 o'clock news story right there.
Yeah, but it will make his wife cry if that's her husband out there.
Well, maybe she needs to reel him in a little bit.
When he looks out and says, what's that blankety blank doing out there? What's that dumb A doing out there? I'll tell you one thing. See these lifeguards, they ain't going to get him. They identify his body.
Yep.
Dad, everybody hears you, especially the woman who's upset right now screaming for her husband to come in.
May have saved his life, Rick. Let's look at this, okay?
Hey, you see it? Hey, that toe gets you. You better swim with it. And you're as good as dead. Dad, everybody hears you. Okay, well, they need to hear me.
Yep.
I'm just telling you, I've done it. You can't save nobody. Lifeguard hears you. He's looking down, and he's pointing at him. This guy right here, he can identify a body. He can't save nobody. Dad, that guy's worked hard. I think he doesn't want everybody to hear that he can't save them. Okay? But I'm just telling you. I know, Dad. You've told us all. You've told it real loud. And then he would point, guy in the kayak. See that guy out there in the kayak? Good as dead.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
All right, so we're back. 21 minutes past the hour, reminiscing over the last 31 years. We've heard from Hobie today. Blarin Karen is now visiting, and we've been recapping. So, Blarin Karen, let's go to a couple of biggies with you. So one of them is we had a contest that we were trying to do on location. Okay.
Yeah.
Was it?
You were trying to do
it
that.
was Name That Grass.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
it sure was.
I don't remember the contest.
I do.
particularly.
Yeah,
I've played it so many
times. It was
times.
Name That Grass. And was it a new phone system? What was the problem?
No, it was that terrible phone system they had at Soft Rock 94.5 that is no longer Soft Rock.
Right.
But you know how you can answer the phone, it would work half the time, it wouldn't work another half the time,
Right,
and then
right.
you had to push a weird button, and sometimes that would work. Well, I couldn't get that daggum thing working.
Right.
And of course, it's right in the middle of this stupid contest. Y'all are like in Gulf Shores or something.
were.
I'm already bitter because I can't be in Gulf Shores with y'all, you know?
Sure.
And I can't get that daggone phone system working. So
Yeah.
I'm not an idiot, just so the people know. Because people come to me all the time, they're like, "They played that where you queued up the contest." I'm like,
Yeah.
Do you remember? Do you remember when I read?
Even Charity laughs over it because I'm like, y'all think that's a great memory. I thought I was getting fired that day. So
Do you remember
Of
how
course, they just had to quit paying me.
distraught I got? Do you remember how distraught I got?
Yeah,
I
you
was,
said
I was,
you
I was
wanted to die.
I was at the end of my rope. And I was like, take the mobile assault broadcast vehicle.
You wanted to be buried in the mobile assault broadcast vehicle.
You wanted us to back it over
I'm
you,
telling
but
you.
you said don't let you suffer.
That mobile assault broadcast vehicle was the death of me. I'm convinced because it was Ted Nugent and then it was that.
Yeah, you didn't do well with that
No,
piece of
I
equipment.
did not. I
Yeah.
did not.
Yeah, I have memorized that
I'm like-
bit. I know every line, and I think there's a couple of moments that really stand out. Is that when you were telling her to put the caller on hold, and
You
to
said it
really
was
make sure you say backwards, it's DLAW.
It's DLAW.
Yeah,
I'm like,
It says hold or backwards.
and I got
DLAW.
folks, I got like the engineers coming in, they're running, they're trying
Right.
to show me how to work the phone system. I'm like, I think I know how to run this phone system. It's this stupid thing that's not working right. So
That one, and when you told the staff, you've noticed something. If you have questions, ask.
yeah, he did say that.
Especially before we go.
When you
100
said
miles
that,
away.
I knew for sure I'm getting fired when he comes back.
Right. If
God,
if there's
only-
anything you don't understand before we leave.
And was
Just ask.
Tuba Gooden with you that day? Was he the one
No.
screening and you were on the board? Because his
Maybe
name,
so,
his
maybe
name
so.
comes up in the bit. So
Because he was in the other room.
Yeah.
Speedy
Let me
keeps
make
bringing
clear.
that up, I noticed.
Yeah, have you?
Well, no, because it's in.
Yeah,
it's
he
in
does
the,
keep bringing that up.
Because
I
it's in the
noticed.
bit. It's in the best of. Because we bring up Tuba Gooden because you claim that the winner not only wins but he gets Tuba Gooden's car. I think that's what
Okay,
you say in the
okay.
bit. God, that's a
Karen,
great
you're not
best of
smiling.
bit.
No.
Why are you not smiling?
Because y'all just used to drive me nuts about Tuba Gooden all the time.
Well, no, that's not why I bring it up. I promise you.
Right.
It's in the bit. They're all looking, going, "Yeah,
Right.
you're right." it
Do you
is."
have you seen Tuba Gooden lately?
I have not.
Hey, he's buff.
Wow.
You probably wouldn't recognize.
Buff.
Well, he's no Shane Harbaugh, but
Okay, well there it is.
Okay.
Golly, that's that, and we won't even get into your wedding and everything went on with that.
listen.
When you
So
brought
for those of y'all that don't know, my husband had Bell's palsy.
He did.
He got Bell's palsy 2 months before our wedding, so his face is all ganked up.
Blarin Karen, you can't say it like that.
And I tell him that. Listen, Shane hates
Blarin
it.
Karen,
I bring this up all the time with my husband. My friends say I try to find ways to bring up Bell's palsy. Like that.
Yeah,
cannot
Karen,
say
you
that.
can't do what you're
So
doing.
he's like, that's how it was. We
How
go
was
to a
your wedding
drive-thru and he'd be like,
No, here's my favorite. My favorite line is Blarin Karen was she had been looking for her man and she'd found him.
I sure did.
And we were like, are y'all going to delay the wedding? And what was your answer? We ain't delaying nothing.
No, we don't have this wedding.
He can get up there and try to do his vows with Bell's palsy.
Listen, I didn't care how ganked up his face was. He was going to say, I do.
No, he's gonna do. I do.
True love had waited long enough. I'll say that. That's all I'm saying.
True love had waited long enough.
We have been married 10 years. I've got a 9-year-old. So
There you go.
But I'm just saying that. Now, what's funny is we
True
went
love
to
was ready to get after
visit my father-in-law lives in Mississippi. We went to visit him a couple years ago, and he has Bell's palsy, and it's almost like a mirror image. Like Shane's face was ganked up on this side.
Stop saying that.
That's what it is.
She can
It was
say it.
frozen. It's frozen. He's
Yeah.
my husband.
How did he say?
like the way
How did
she
he say?
keeps
I
looking at her
do.
mouth.
What did he say? I do. It's like a Popeye. His eye was closed.
It's like smoke was in his face.
And like, you know how some people, like, if they eat something spicy, they'll start sweating.
Yeah,
like
sure.
his eye will start watering. That
Oh,
one eye.
God love him.
So
How
anyway,
long did it take him to get over that?
It was probably. I mean, we got married in June. He got it like in April.
Now, how did
And
he get it
so-
to start with?
You know,
Okay,
Speedy
there's a
had
little
one.
bit. There's a little.
Hey, stop it.
There's a little question about that. So he had been playing paintball with some guys in our Sunday school class, and he got shot point blank in the neck.
Oh no!
Ooh.
And we claim that that's how he got it.
Are
Is
you
that
making a claim that the
Yeah.
paintball thing
I
gave him
think it
Bell's
is.
palsy?
I think it is, but
After
it also
we just did the running
It
of the
also
goose?
could have been the stress of the. It could have been the stress of the wedding. I don't know, but it kind of started settling down about September, so a couple months
I
after.
don't
the
see
wedding,
you as being a
ironically enough.
stressful bride, do y'all?
No, I did have I had a bride stress ball, like one of those stress ball things.
Yeah.
It was it was shaped like a bride, and one day I was at work and I accidentally popped her head off. So I don't know if I was stressed out or not.
There you
I mean,
go.
maybe.
I bet you
But
had
when
that
get a
wedding
phone
whipped into
call-
shape, too.
Yeah, when you get when there's a phone call that comes into the branch one day, and one of your employees comes in and says, "Hey, your fiance's on the phone. He thinks he's having a stroke." You think, "Oh, don't worry about it. He's fine. I think he's just got Bell's palsy." So,
Okay.
and the member in front of
Stop
me is
it.
like, "Oh, do you need to leave?" No, he's fine. He's fine.
Oh, I love
Blarin
it.
Karen. The other great
Tough
moment
love.
is when you wore the Rick and Bubba softball jersey to the mall and you slipped and fell.
You talking about this one I just brought in here?
Yeah, is that the
I'll
jersey
go get it.
right
Yeah.
there?
That's the jersey.
All right, so you fell with the jersey on at the mall?
I didn't just fall. I was face to the ground. I face planted is what it was
How
because
did you face plant?
well, we had just gotten it. I don't know if y'all know this. I was a big Rick and Bubba fan before I started on the show. And so this is my softball jersey. I was pumped to get this thing. Like I could not wait to get this jersey. I thought I had hit the big time.
That's hilarious.
And so I was like, and so Cassio he'd gas me up about stuff. He'd be like, you need to tell D, you want to go to the mall after this and see if y'all can wear your jerseys and work up a frenzy. So we're over there by the little booth that used to sell like the Rick and Bubba CDs and stuff.
Oh, yeah. American
We're
Classics.
right there. American Classics. We're right there where you come down the escalator. And I don't know what I was doing, but for some reason I did some kind of a karate kick. I don't know if I was making fun of somebody or I was doing something stupid. When I did, I had these like big chunky heels on and I got off balance and I hit the ground in that Rick and Bubba jersey and I jerked that thing off so fast because I'm like, because I've had a t-shirt on and everything. They're just so like,
right.
I jerked that jersey off so fast because I'm like, of course I'm going to have this daggum jersey on trying to work a frenzy and I'm face planted in the mall, you know?
But what's funny for us, see, that's the perfect billboard.
Yeah.
Now everybody's
I know.
looking at it.
Laying in the floor.
Yeah.
Right there by American Classics.
But it was shame you didn't because you'd
I
waited
didn't sign
on
any autographs that day.
you waited on that moment.
Yeah, I
And
was
then-
I was waiting for it.
You
And then
went
you
from
face
look
plant.
at me, don't look at me.
Well, I say we come back and do phones and put Karen on the phones.
Just for old time's sake.
Listen, I really want to be able to do that. I asked Speedy if I could screen calls.
You absolutely can right now.
Now, this text message business going on over here would never have been good for anybody if I was still doing
Oh,
this, so.
it's raw.
It is raw.
Yeah, it is raw.
629 We Be Big. Blarin Karen goes to the phones.
Okay.
629 We Be Big. We'll take your phone calls when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rogersville, Tennessee. An Upper East Tennessee man has been charged with aggravated kidnapping and aggravated assault for allegedly, sadly, assaulting his wife and holding her against her will with a box cutter after she reportedly brought home the wrong brand of beer.
You better get her in control.
Greg, he screamed out, "Honey, I said to go get the Budweiser, not a utility beer."
That's right. I need a king.
Does it say here in the story, it does not, which brand he wanted?
No, it doesn't mention that, but it does say that the man allegedly forced her to drive him to a tavern
Watch that
nearby
county.
and drop him off.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
Not today.
high-stepping today.
Not today, my friend.
The woman told the local sheriff's office that she had gone to the grocery store on Saturday night, and when she returned to her home with the wrong brand of beer, her husband became enraged. At that point, he started beating her, refused to allow her to leave, held her at knife point, then forced her to drive him to an ATM where he then withdrew $70. The victim stated that then she dropped her husband off at a local bar and went to a friend's house to call the police.
Wow.
I wonder why you didn't just get 100.
70. Well, that may have been all that was there. But
That's brand loyalty, though. You got to admit that.
It is. I mean, it's not the commercial your brand's looking for.
No,
But
no.
if you want to talk about loyalty and being committed to a brand,
I'm
sadly,
so committed, I assaulted my wife.
You know, Greg, I hate to
Now,
bring
I
this
know
up.
this is shocking. Police did arrest him a short time later. He also had an outstanding warrant
No shocker
from a
there.
nearby county on a probation violation.
I'm sure he did. Now, we talk about this. This
Man likes his Budweiser.
This is almost like living out. You remember, this sounds like one of those speeches, and sadly, a bad result from the Mountain Dancer with his
You know
wife
it does, about
talking
them runny
about
eggs.
runny eggs and his sunglasses and
Jessica White for
you. Yeah, it sounds very Jessica White.
It does. It actually does.
Now, from what I've gathered, Jessica does listen to the show now with his current wife and has kind of gotten on the other side of some of those bad things.
There's two things Jessica wants right. He wants his eggs right, and you better not get his costly glasses.
Right.
Those two things, they were yours to borrow, not to have.
Right. He was
and
very
big difference.
How about this? Actually, his eggs comment is on Bang 9. He is
you
mad
got,
about
you got a
eggs.
number for me, or they need to look for it? Not
yeah,
by memory.
Slide it open there on the left side. I'm sorry, Rick. I don't know the number.
Oh, boy.
Bank 9 about eggs.
Eggs, those sloppy, runny eggs.
Jessica.
We're talking about Jessica White, the mountain dancer. If you've seen the
Here we go.
The Outlaw
the
Mountain
documentary.
Dancer.
Well, Greg said it's a documentary that changed his life.
Oh, the first one. There's nothing better than the first one.
All right. Here's Jessica discussing
outstanding. That's what it
discussing
is.
eggs like this man discussed brand loyalty.
I took the butcher knife and put it up to her neck. I said, if you want to live to see tomorrow, you better start frying them eggs a little bit better than what you're frying. And I'm tired of eating sloppy, slimy eggs.
I know, it's somewhat
And get
incredible.
the beer label right.
You know, it's one thing to have a
That's a man committed to eggs, I'm telling you.
It's one thing to have a disagreement about the preparation of foods and brands of beer, but to threaten people's lives over
It seems a little much.
It just seems.
Look, and I have a question. I don't want this to be wrong place, wrong time, but being Baptist, I don't fully understand some of the terminology here.
Okay.
Well, Greg, what is a utility beer?
Oh. Well, it's not too fancy. It's just that good one that you can always depend on.
But it's not.
It's not
one
your
of the
main.
better
It's
ones.
not your
Yeah,
main.
you're not getting too fancy. It ain't gonna have like an orange slice in it, anything like that.
So what is the best? I mean, if you
everybody has their.
Everybody's. I don't know that.
I'm just asking. I don't know.
Everybody has their own opinion on that.
I mean, I get outside Welch's grape juice. I can't really talk about it.
That Bud Light's hard to beat.
Rick, I've actually found audio from Rogersville, Tennessee on this story. Pop me up.
All right. Go ahead.
Said $4.99 is 100
What in the world are y'all doing? Seriously. Can I hear that one more time?
$4.99 is 100
Oh my gosh! Where's that even? You've been doing that all week. What is the deal with Bubba? I'm sorry. Your comment. If you think armadillos, I mean, creativity in here. I mean, if you're not,
we're the only ones that get it.
I know.
You know, that's a shame. That's just a dadgum shame.
I've noticed
I've heard of an inside joke, but we take it.
I know. Well, so many times.
I hope somebody finds it funny.
I do too. On this
Somebody.
program,
I like
this program, we entertain each other. I hope somebody else joins in.
I mean,
you know what I mean?
It really's been a formula for 24 years, but I'm beginning to wonder.
You know, true.
Yeah.
Great point. Yeah. You know what? This is my comment. Hey, honey, how was your day? Well, how'd the show go today? Well, the guy seemed to like it. Yeah.
I don't know the ratings are, but we were cracking up.
Get some good emails. So here we go, phone calls now. 629 We Be Big. We must caution you, there is a legitimate phone screener. Her name is Blarin Karen, and she means business. 629 We Be Big is the number.
This potentially could be the best phone segment we've had in 10, 20 years.
If you're not bringing anything to the table, you are dead on arrival. Just so you know.
Do you think Karen's going to be asked to work with Bell Palsy Foundation? Maybe get out and help raise awareness?
I just don't think so. Somehow I think they'll take a pass on her as a spokesperson. Bubba, do you remember from Rick and Bubba history our friendship and still ongoing, keeping in touch, Kevin Drake?
Oh, yeah.
Remember Kevin Drake?
Yeah.
Now, this is going to tell you how old we're getting. He just said, could you wish my oldest daughter, Kaylee Drake, a happy birthday today? And I knew what was coming. I said, how old is she? 23. 23. So, Kaylee, happy birthday. So, wow. All right, so to the phones we go. Let's see what Karen's pulled up here. Let's go to Ben and Wetumpka. Ben, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead.
Hey, man, what's up?
We're good, Ben.
Good. Hey, I got a question for Bubba. I was told I'm not going to make it to the golden ticket seats before y'all get through. So this fella told me, he said, if you ever get a chance to talk to Bubba, ask him about a mannequin thrown off an overpass and Bubba getting put in handcuffs.
Did that happen, Bubba?
You know,
this guy's been told to
Rick,
ask you
there's
this.
so many great memories over the last 31 years. I have no recollection of what they're talking about. Matter of fact, unless something happens between now and next Friday, I have never been put in handcuffs during the show.
Right. I
think that's very important.
So that could be
that
Ben,
I was not a willing participant in.
Yeah, and Ben, I will tell you that, and I know you've experienced it too. There's a lot of things that have been attributed to us or members of the show, and people will ask me about it, and a lot of times, sadly, I'll have to say that didn't happen.
Well, you don't know. You don't know
else.
if you don't remember it or whatever.
Right.
But I think I would remember that.
Oh yes.
Maybe somebody else can help me out on that one. I'm a little gray on that one, Rick.
Yeah, I don't recall that story, but you would have to be the final word on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I'd know my arms pulled back there, and bad arms and shoulders,
Yeah,
I don't think I could. That'd be like Todd Jones trying to pull my arm back there.
Remember that? Christmas Rhonda. Somebody asked about Christmas Rhonda. She has made it through the screening of Blarin Karen. Rhonda, people were asking about an update. Have you taken your Christmas joy to the lake?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You know me, Rick.
Oh yeah, I do.
Christmas means a lot to me.
Well, it's in your name.
Have you had any live animals at the lake, or are you just going with lights? No camels or anything?
We have a lot of deer.
Oh, I
Does
know you
that
got
count?
plenty of those. So
I tell you, the year you had the young lady actually give birth in your yard, I thought you'd really reached an all-time high. I don't know how anybody will ever outdo that.
And turning that tool shed into a stable.
I know.
Golly.
It's so good.
Yeah, and
I don't know how you got the straw to stay on the side of that.
Boy, that's good.
She actually went to Rick's house
Yeah, you're right.
to give birth. Right, Rick?
Yeah, that.
And then she turned around and told you, Christmas Rhonda's is better. So she left and came back.
That is true.
Rick actually told her there was no room at the stable. She
did.
came on down the street.
And I said, all I got for you is if you want to give birth in this circle driveway, that's all I got.
No room at the end.
Yeah, all those kids that were in the choir, they asked me all the time, when are we going back to your house and sing the musicals out in front of your yard for Rick?
Yeah, look, the competition was stout, Rhonda, and right now I just feel like I'm running away with it on the crest. I mean, there's no one that even is remotely matching what you did.
Karen, Karen.
I went by I go by your house all the time, and I started to call because I'm still up here teaching piano, and I started to call you because your lights weren't on that night, and I'm sitting there going, tell me Rick's not going to do this year.
They're on. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
Okay.
So, Rhonda, how much of a setup do you have now at the lake house?
I'll send you a video.
Oh, please do. Yeah.
How about that? And see it.
Yeah, send it to us, and let's
that
have
means
a look.
it's $2,000 to even
it's
try
$2,000.
to
You
describe.
can't even put it into words.
Yeah.
So,
I put it into words, right?
well, thank you for calling and clarifying.
Well, I have to say, when I found out that y'all were not going to be together anymore, I cried and I mourned for weeks.
Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you so much.
It really broke my heart.
And when
But-
when my kids were taking piano lessons from you, there were weeks that I cried. And but no, it was great.
Are you talking about when they quit?
Yes.
Right.
I wept, and I thought, I used to go in there and get to sit down and enjoy all the hospitality that only you can bring. But it's so good to hear from you, and send us that video. We want to show that.
Karen, I'm shocked you haven't. I keep saying Karen because Karen's Strand. Rhonda, I'm shocked you haven't been by and waved at us on the dock yet.
Yeah, well, she needs to do that.
Yeah, she's not too far from us. I know about where she is. I don't know exactly.
Donna in Andalusia. Donna, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Just want to say how much I love you all.
Thank you.
Every one of you.
Thank you.
Absolutely make my day every morning. I'm going to miss you. I just wanted to comment, and I've never been able to get through until today. Thanks, Karen.
There you go.
My husband also had the Bell palsy thing before our wedding, and I believe with him it was actually a nervous thing,
Yes. Were you like Karen though? Did you go ahead and get him down to the altar and get the I do?
Well, actually, it cleared up before the wedding day.
Oh, okay, good.
But we would have drugged him down anyway.
Oh yeah. Well, look, Karen, it didn't.
Karen said that he actually, instead of saying I do, said I drool.
To Sarah, Northeast.
I'm just telling you what Karen said. It was her wedding.
Georgia. Sarah, go ahead.
Hey guys, I love this show. I've been listening since I was 15 years old, and I just turned 40, so I don't know what I'm going to do without y'all.
Wow.
All the stages of life in between there. Just imagine, and y'all have been there through it all.
Thank you.
I have to. Somebody brought up the wedding on Big Boy Bluff a minute ago.
Yep.
Oh yes.
One of my favorite memories is Blarin Karen and her friend, I think, singing Love Shack.
Oh, yeah.
Just how animated he was.
Yes.
His eyes, his face, it owned the room. And, oh, my goodness, if somebody could find that and play it, those Turner South days, it was so funny. I laugh every time I think about it.
It was one of the more passionate renditions of
yeah.
that song I'd ever seen.
Yeah. Oh, by far.
I mean, he wasn't singing it. He was living it.
He was living it. Yeah.
Yeah. Can y'all tell us has anybody heard from Peaches? Do we know where she is? And I've always wondered if her and Don Juan were ever actually a couple.
Okay, so
That's all I've always wondered.
The second
that might be more of a Karen question.
Yeah, Karen can help us, but the second one never. I mean, to some degree, but nothing serious. Your first question, the last we heard, she was living in New York City. And according to Karen and Hobie a minute ago, I think that's still where she is.
Is it?
Yeah. So we'll ask Karen. Here comes Hobie.
Hobie's got information.
Hobie, have you got the somebody asked for a Peaches
What do you
update.
think, Hobie?
Yeah, Hobie. Hey, what do you think?
Yeah, she's doing good. She's back, and I think she's in the Birmingham area here.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, she's been back a few years, but she's doing good. Doing good.
She still
Karen
get
and I
back to
have lunch
Clanton
with
every
her.
now and then?
Yeah, sure. Karen and I have lunch with her every now and then.
Okay, good. We continue. Let's go to Blake in Chattanooga. Blake, go ahead.
Yeah, Blake.
Hey, guys. A long-time listener. I've listened since probably about 94, 95, riding to high school.
Thank you.
Really, really enjoyed the show. Hate to see y'all go. I was wanting to ask a story. I've never heard this on a Rick and Bubba, best of, no CDs, no in the loop weeks, of Speedy going either for Rick or for Bubba, crossing UPS or FedEx picket lines to get someone's CD. They were chased by strikers, and he hid in a porta potty.
Do you remember that at all?
This is another one of those stories that people attribute to us that I don't remember.
Did that
now, that
happen?
doesn't mean it didn't happen. I just don't remember it.
So
anybody?
They were striking, and we had CDs we were trying to get to the audience, and we had Speedy.
And they were held up.
And we had Speedy go across the lines and get them.
Not get to the audience. It was there was a BMG or a Columbia House subscription, and supposedly I don't think it was a CD. It was probably a tape cassette back then. And the cassettes, you wanted him to cross the lines to get onto one of the trucks to get.
I don't think that was us. Speedy's.
I kind of vaguely remember something down that line, but I can't.
Yeah,
Speedy, do you remember anything?
I don't think that was us. So
I've been in so much.
Do you remember that at all? I mean,
it all just collides.
Yeah,
sounds a little bit like the band story, but with CDs and a strike tied to it.
Yeah, I don't know that happened.
Karen, I'll say this: those were excellent calls.
Good job,
all of them.
Well,
Things I don't miss: screening calls.
Yeah, I tell people all the time: if you screen calls here, you'll never walk in society the same way again.
No.
15 minutes to the top, but a good job. Well done.
Thank you.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Cecil, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Biggins.
Hey, Cecil.
Hey, I just got a little story I want to share. Actually, a couple stories. Right here, we're staying in Monsanto State Park in August of '95. Okay, y'all with me?
Yes, we're with you. Yes.
Okay. You know how hot it is in August. Anyways.
Okay.
We kept hearing something at the door. Me and my wife did, staying in the little cabins there.
Mm-hmm.
We kept hearing something hitting the door over and over. We peep out the window, we noticed it's coming from the woods there,
Mm-hmm.
and we noticed that there's hitting the door over and over, right?
Got it.
Yep.
Open the door up. There's a large pile of dung at the door. Okay.
So you had a dung pile at the door.
At the front door.
Right. You've been given
My
a
wife
timeout,
grabbed
as
the
you can
flash-
probably imagine. But we go ahead. Yes.
You talking about a pile of dung?
Well, my wife grabbed a flashlight and spotted a large. I'm not talking about some little thing. We're talking big, okay?
Mhm.
Juvenile in the front yard, at least 6 foot tall.
Like what type of creature?
You talking about Bigfoot?
Bigfoot.
Long blonde hair, throwing dung at the front door.
Well, they're known about throwing dung. Everybody
So
knows
you're
that.
saying that this large blonde-haired creature was throwing dung at the cabin you were staying in, and they had left dung on the porch?
I guess where it was hitting the door and falling,
I got you.
constantly. That just it was almost in a rhythmic pattern, like boom, boom,
juvenile, right?
boom, boom.
So
Hold on, one more time.
Wait, give me the pattern. Yeah, I need to know the pattern.
Boom, 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 boom.
So
boom, boom.
So it almost
Are we
like
calling blonde Bigfoot here, or what are we talking
yeah.
about?
Are you talking about a Bigfoot like
I'm out in the woods looking for it right now.
long hair all over its body?
Yes, long hair covered the whole body, kind of straight, not curly like you would think, more straight hair, long and almost clean, to be honest with you.
You mean more of like I would see like the color of a golden retriever kind of look?
Yes, that's exactly right, Rick. Exactly right.
But
Now,
in the
did
woods
you
with
happen
that
to
blonde,
get a
man.
picture or anything?
No picture. As soon as we kind of got the light on it good, the juvenile ran straight into the woods, letting out the scariest noise I've ever heard, boys.
Can you hear give us the noise? What did I mean? You might can do it exactly, but kind of give us like where it would belong. This type of noise.
Now, let me ask you this: Did you get a
I'm
sample
sorry.
of the dung?
Yeah, I was about to say.
Wait a minute.
It might have been a little deeper than that. That come across a little higher.
Do it.
pitch
Try it
than
one more
that.
time. Try one more time.
Try to get deep.
Okay. Hang on. Let me clear my.
Okay. Now, yeah, that did sound different. The first one sounded like a woman at a Luke Bryan concert.
Yeah,
but the,
I didn't mean for it to come. It come across a little bit wrong.
Okay. I got you.
I can't imagine.
Yeah. So you say juvenile because you mean like you gave its measurements. It wasn't the normal 9 feet, 8 feet kind of height.
It wasn't a 9-footer, but boys, it was thick and big at 6 foot, at least 6 foot. A thick.
You look 6 foot.
Not no scrawny 6 foot.
Yeah. Right now, I think we have what you're looking for. You're not watching on YouTube by any chance, are you?
No, sir. I'm
Probably not, Rick.
Okay. Well, it was worth a shot. They're
known. They'll throw dung. Everybody knows
that.
Do it. I don't know where y'all found that, but that may be what he was talking about. They were showing a long blonde-haired creature walking, and I was going to see if this looked like it.
Quite the strut.
Yeah, it was. So,
I had never put the golden retriever hair in with that.
yeah. Well, you're welcome.
So what did y'all
connection.
did y'all quickly leave? I mean, what did you do after this? Like I've seen it, I've heard
there was no way I was getting outside after that. That's one of them things where you just lock up and hunker down.
What'd you do with the pile
Sir,
of dung?
when,
Did you step over it?
When was this, did you say?
95.
August of 95.
All right. So
where?
Hot. You
Where-
know how hot it is.
Where were you at?
I'm talking hot.
Yeah. What?
Monsanto State Park.
Monsanto State
Up in
Park.
Huntsville.
Montecito.
Up in Huntsville.
Yeah.
Up in Huntsville. Okay, I got you.
Right there.
Well, look, here's got.
Has anybody else ever talked about seeing this same creature?
Pass the gravy.
It's 9 minutes now to the top of the hour, so still to come. Gift number 6. You have not missed that yet. That's still going to happen before today's show is over. Coming up next hour, we remember James Gregory, the funniest man in America. So Dean Gaines is going to be with us, and there is actually a book that James was putting together about his life. The foreword was written by Dean Gaines, who's been a longtime friend and fellow comedian. And so we're going to interview him about this book that now is available. Good gift idea, by the way, for Christmas, coming up next hour. So if you don't get the show live, be sure and catch that in the archive. So and people are still hitting us up, like on the text line again. Somebody said, "Can y'all do the 7 o'clock song again before we're done?" I thought we should do that maybe at its normal time on the last show.
Yeah. I think that'd be
do that one again.
appropriate.
We got Good Old Boy Theater.
We did it the other day. Bob.
Yeah, we did. We got Good Old Boy Homeboy Theater in.
Yeah.
Country Song Art Ain't. We need to do that before we're done. Now there's all kinds of drive-through password hype. Even Karen just did it again.
Yeah, I know.
Y'all gonna do drive-through password? And it's even in a question, I think, today. We're doing Rick and Bubba University today, answering letters from the audience. It'll be the last Rick and Bubba University podcast. So in there, they're asking, well, why? I mean, why can't we do it? And I was even talking to some of our guests here in the break. The man that really, Bubba, put you on the forefront of tennis.
Oh yeah. I rode his coattails pretty hard,
and
that's probably why I can't walk.
Yeah,
now.
I don't know that you did it on purpose or
A lot
not.
of pulling.
But I know he's thankful that Greg's not here today, because if I'm not mistaken, that Greg every single time called him Charles Allen Head.
Yes,
is that
he did.
correct?
Which was a caller to another show.
It was whatever. So
Charles Allen Head.
Yeah, so Allen Head is watching today, and you and Allen just trophies just stacked up everywhere.
We had a good run. Good run.
Yeah, and both of you, unassuming. If you're looking across the net, and then before you know it,
oh, Allen's the best at it.
Alan, how many times you hear "Get it, Alan"? It's yours, Alan.
A lot.
It's yours. It's yours.
That's
It's
yours,
yours.
Alan.
You don't even say all that speed. You go yours.
Yours.
That's all you got time.
Yours.
Yours.
So anyway, I know that's a question in Rick and Bubba University today. You just want to unpack the drive-through password thing in the podcast.
Yeah, that would probably be best.
Yeah,
it's a little complicated.
Because Karen was asking, and when I was telling her, you know how Karen gets that look on her face when she won't accept an answer,
Right.
and
I bet she's tough at work. I mean, she ain't changed a bit.
Oh, hey, she just called making sure everything was running while she wasn't there.
Oh, you heard her in there talking about
Oh,
it?
yeah.
yeah. So,
and she had a CD named after her. We really didn't cover that.
well, one of the texters remembered it. I just saw that go up a little while ago.
Yeah. She asked us not to bring that up.
She did? Well, let me tell you what's one of my favorite moments of 31 years. You know how something you're just waiting on it and it just hits you so right?
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Actually, I have it right here.
Do you really? Are you going to play it?
Well, no, I don't know. I've just got the CD. I love the CD cover.
Yeah, the CD cover.
It probably would be better just to replay the bit.
There you go.
Well, she gets asked a lot about. Ryan, will you crack that door and holler at them?
Yeah.
She gets asked a lot about asking Ryan to do a lot of things. By the way,
Well, he loves
and
it.
it's not Ryan Greenwood.
No, it's Ryan who really resurrected.
I'm
Maverick.
sorry, they're bringing up Aunt
Mobile
Kate.
Assault Broadcast Vehicle.
Karen, it wasn't
So
me.
Karen, you don't like talking about this?
No, I do not. Did you bring it up?
No, I
Did
did.
Speedy bring this up?
A
No,
texter did.
no.
A
Karen, I'm
just
sorry.
told him I didn't like
I'm
talking about
sorry.
A
this.
texter said they actually gave the quote. The texter remembered the
Karen,
quote.
I'm
I do
sorry.
not like the quote because I do not want to get canceled in this culture.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. How would you be canceled?
Yeah, because you didn't mean. I mean, it was very
The
innocent.
title of that track is horrible.
It's not. It's
Let's just move.
It's a great CD
It is.
and cake.
And cake. Is
And
the
I
name
will
of it.
say this: when I got mugged that day, I did have a plastic fork in my purse because I had gone to get a piece of cake somewhere. So
And that's why it's called Aunt
I do,
Kate.
and I'm about to eat one of the cake donuts they got back there from the Duchess Bakery in just a minute. So
Well, it's a
Yeah,
party.
there's
in
a
there.
spread back there.
It's
My goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only this show would take a conference table / dinner table.
Hey, I wouldn't expect anything less. I didn't even ask if I needed to bring breakfast because I knew I wouldn't need to.
No.
Plus, I'd heard that guy talking about the sausage balls and the pound cake, so I was trying to high speed it up here so there was some left. Thank goodness.
Are you still singing any?
I am singing. I sing at Garnell First Baptist.
Yep.
I sing once a month there, at least once a month there.
My sister usually tells me about that. That's where she goes.
I didn't know she went there. I knew that she baptized one of the twins there.
Both of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was there because I think I sang that Sunday, if I'm not mistaken, but
think
I
so.
don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
But,
so she lets me know when you're singing.
well, I love it. I do love singing. So, and I've got a few Rick and Bubba songs too. I know Hobie was dropping all his, but we had,
That's so funny.
you know, Don Juan and I had a Christmas song called "Doesn't It Feel Like Christmas" that we dropped, and you're going to dig that. It had Kung Fu in it. Hoss was on that one.
Yeah.
And then
Weren't you the backup singer too on Don Juan and Cassio? Don Juan and Cassio.
Don Juan and Cassio. No, I didn't do Don Juan and Cassie.
I thought she did.
I had Get On Up. That was my song with Don Juan and Cassio.
Oh, okay, I'm
Because I
sorry.
performed that one with them at Fat Fest,
Yes,
but I
you
forgot the
did.
words and I had it written on my hand. So during the set, you can see me looking at my hand the whole time.
Right.
And then Don Juan, I had another one, It's Time to Go, or
that's
something
right.
like that. So we had a few songs. We'd stay up here all night, recording like basically like Weird Al Yankovic type songs, where
Well,
you're just
that's-
spoofing
yeah,
them up.
that- you-
Doesn't it feel like Christmas?
Oh, so that was it?
Yeah, that's all I can remember about it.
Right.
Doesn't it feel like Christmas?
What do you think that is? I don't even know where that is. I don't think it's in here.
That's all I know. That's what it's called. But we did not play it very much because I think it took us like on into the Christmas season to finally get it recorded. So it was like we dropped it on
You
like
had to wait
the
till
last
the
day of the
Christmas
year.
spirit hit you to do
You
it.
did. You did.
Do
so.
you find that on the interns, and this would make sense, but so maybe this is a dumb question, but do you kind of keep in touch only in the era you were in, or is there a brother and sisterhood across the whole gamut?
It just depends, honestly. So I would say the people that I keep in touch, like for instance, I keep in touch with Queasy, because
Forgot about
I wasn't an
Ryder.
intern with him, but we got to be good friends.
Okay. Mhm.
Outside of the show, even, and so like Queasy is my go-to political advisor. Like
I didn't know
like,
this.
Queasy told me straight up when Donald Trump was going to beat Hillary.
Queasy did?
Yeah, I
what
said,
did he
do you think we've got a shot at this? And he was like, because I thought there was no chance Donald Trump was going to win, and he was like, oh yeah, if all of the Democrats in name only vote the way they're supposed to, I think we'll 100% win. And I thought, there's no way.
Queasy gave you that?
Queasy told me that, and he won. And then he told me last time that Biden was going to win, and he told me this time that Trump was going to win. He knows.
Queasy.
He works like in D.C.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember that.
He
He's
worked
in
for
know.
the Trump administration, and then anytime a Republican leaves office, he has to find something different. So he was working for some governor, I think the governor of Massachusetts. And so now that Republicans are back, he'll be back in D.C., I'm sure. So, I mean, it's not guaranteed.
Did you know
or
this
anything.
about Queasy?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
I knew
Yeah.
he
Listen,
was.
Queasy knows.
He was big in the Republican Party.
Mhm.
Okay.
Was it you? Didn't he
Did
take you
Caitlin
around
contact
DC?
with him? Did Caitlin stay in touch with him while she was there?
I think they've had some conversations.
Okay.
But I have friends. I have friendships that I develop outside of my era. But usually it stems off of like if they were an intern with Hobie introduces me to them, and then we'll hang out or whatever. But me, Hobie, and Peaches have really been. We really have stayed the closest.
And he toured your family, Hobie,
Yeah,
around
he
DC.
gave us a tour through D.C. Queasy
yeah,
did.
Queasy's great at that. Yeah, you
Yep.
go to DC, Queasy will give you a tour.
Okay.
And I guess
Wasn't
Caitlin
his
will
name
too.
Queasy Ryder?
Queasy Ryder, yeah.
Peaches is the mama hen, though. Or Peaches. Karen is the mama hen.
Yeah, I try to keep it together.
No, we had that at Hello.
Yeah,
Sure.
Yeah, we kind of figured that.
Yeah, top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the
6 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show coming to you from the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. We are located in Sweet Home, Alabama, but go out to the rest of the world. Live and archived on various platforms. The Rick and Bubba Radio Network, the YouTube channel, the TuneIn app, daily archives on the podcast channel or the YouTube channel. Speedy and Adler here today. Greg out today. We've talked to Hobie, Blarin Karen. We've been reminiscing over the last 31 years of the Rick and Bubba Show, and welcome back for a brand new hour. Bill Bubba Bussey, there he is.
You know, I'm glad, Greg, they had a great experience last night at the state championship game, but it has been a little more easygoing today. I haven't been,
People moving
nobody's
freely.
made fun of what I'm wearing or anything. It's
People
really,
moving freely.
It's been relaxing.
It really has. It's like you don't have to keep looking over your shoulder.
Right.
Yeah.
So, Bubba, on the 31 years of Rick and Bubba, one of our favorite guests of all time, great memories with James Gregory.
Oh, yeah.
The funniest man in America. And Dean Gaines is joining us now. Dean is a dear friend and, of course, a fellow comedian. Dean, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you, buddy?
Hey, fantastic. And good morning to you guys. You know, I grew up not so far away, right there in South Pittsburgh in Jasper, Tennessee.
Oh, really? Yeah. So, yeah, that's not a bad ride.
Oh, no, not at all. Thank you so much, you guys, for having me and having the opportunity to talk about my dear friend for 40 years, James Gregory, the funniest man in America.
So the book is A Bushel of Beans and a Peck of Tomatoes.
Here it is. Have you seen this? This is a wonderful.
Look at that.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, that is nice.
Well, that did turn out great. So, tell us how this. Yeah, tell us about the project. Where did it come from? What can we expect? And obviously, I know you wrote the foreword, so you were on this project.
No doubt about it. So the book is over 240 pages, and it's. I think this book could be a wonderful, a lifetime movie about James and his entire journey in life. And so, the book starts at his birth, which is the title of the book: A Bushel of Beans and a Peck of Tomatoes. His parents, of course, James, being born there in the red muddy hills of Georgia. They couldn't afford out in the country where he was born, the doctor. And so his mom went into labor and the doctor came and James was born there on the kitchen table and his father had no money to pay and the doctor looked out and said, I tell you what, when those tomatoes and those beans come in, I want a bushel of beans and a peck of tomatoes.
He never told us that story.
No, and we had so many stories with James ourselves. I first saw James on my bachelor party trip, Rick. Okay,
wow.
I've been married 36 years this year.
Wow.
So, and was a fan ever since. And we got to have so much fun with him here on the show. We had several memorable moments. Some you probably don't know about.
No, I'm familiar with all of them. Let me tell you, he loved you guys so very much, and he loved Birmingham and Bruce Ayers, of course, a dear friend, and Mickey Dean, the golf buddy of mine, and Cheech. All those people over there are just dear friends of James, and James loved coming there and spending time with you guys, and we would oftentimes laugh about some of the things that happened.
Yeah, he always said he loved our show because breakfast was a given.
Yeah,
he knew
we had better food than any show he ever went on.
Oh yeah. He talked about it. It was something. Some woman brought something. What did she bring?
Oh, what was that he fell in love with?
It was a particular type of dish. I can't remember what it was.
You're right.
Sweet potato, was it sweet potato casserole?
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah, a sweet potato casserole, and he would ask for that woman every time he came back. We're like, well, James, we can't bring her back here. She's a listener. So, and we had great time. So in the book, it starts at his birth. Do we walk through? How he got into the business, how he became a comedian, and then walk all the way to those final years?
Absolutely so. And so we talk about how the book began, the whole project. So James wanted to write the book, and he kind of thought about it. Michael E. Long, of course, was there. And of course, I guess, I don't know, partnership in James at writing the book. and James the Eternal Optimist. Well, I'll get to it. I'll do it, and I'll write the book. And so it starts at that beginning of his life in abject poverty in the Red Hills of Georgia, and being, of course, a Marine. A lot of people don't know that James. Did you know James was a Marine?
What? I don't think we knew that.
No, we didn't. What?
Yeah. So James is on his way to Vietnam, and he was at Camp Lejeune, and he had some type of medical emergency, and he didn't have to go to Vietnam. So that's part of the book also. So it talks about that, about him selling log cabins as a businessman and vacuums door to door. Sounds like a Jerry Clower story, doesn't it?
Yeah. Now, the vacuum salesperson, we knew about that. He told us about that, but never has, unless I just don't remember it, did he mention that he was headed to Vietnam as a Marine until he got sick. Well, I've never heard that.
And I know when you look at us, you know we enjoy lunch. James, I think we had the longest lunch we'd ever had with James one time. You remember that?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Vinny the Hitman was with him, and we went to a well-known place here in Birmingham, and they just started bringing us samples of everything on the menu. And I think we had about a 3-hour lunch. You remember that?
Well, that was the day that he fell in love with this friendship even more.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's when we knew that we'd solidified our place in his life forever.
Oh, no doubt about it. And I tell you what, he as I said, he just enjoyed Birmingham in general. And I think the fans will just love this book. It's kind of like behind the scenes of his life and how his career began. And it was just fate. And I write about that in the foreword, how I had the opportunity to meet him, because at this time, you know, you talk about the name of the comedians today that we talk about, but Jerry Seinfeld and I were doing one-nighters in my 1970 Volkswagen.
Wow.
So, yeah. And so a lot of these people, Steve Harvey, and all of the people that came through Birmingham, but also we just worked at clubs in general. And so he talks about that in the book, and his mom and his dad, and who were just wonderful people who I had a chance to know. Mr. Gregory, and of course his mother, who by the way was a very funny lady. She always thought that green cars were the best cars. They didn't break down as much.
Really? That stuff like that. So we are going to go behind the scenes. We're going to see some things that maybe you don't know, like what we just found out, things that we didn't even know, and we thought we knew him pretty well. So we are going to get back behind the scenes and take a look into his life that maybe we've never seen before.
Absolutely so. And James is just wonderfully open about that. And you know, I spent time with him, of course, the last 2 weeks of his life here. I canceled dates to be there with him, and he was just still a lot of fun and a lot of laughter. Even the night before he passed away, you know, we almost, I guess you would say, we almost blew ourselves up. James was forever the, what would you say? He was just a kid at heart.
Oh, yeah.
So he says to me in his kitchen, he says, you know, he's got his nieces and nephews there. I guess about maybe 12, 15 people at the house. And he said, hey, you want to put some of that banana pudding in the microwave? You know? And I said, well, yeah, I don't know about that. And he says, well, let's just try to see what happens, you know? And we put this banana pudding in a microwave. And, you know, not that we forgot about it, but I didn't know that banana pudding could become translucent at a certain temperature. You know?
Oh, wow.
And it began to look like Crisco, you know. And then we were afraid to go toward the microwave because we thought it was just ignite, you know. So that's the type of silliness and fun that we had, you know.
With no surprise that with just hours to go in his life, James still focused on banana pudding.
Yeah, gosh.
Absolutely so, man. And he did, and we just laughed and had so many, just the silly things. I was telling him about my grandmother back home in Battle Creek, Tennessee, how she was confused with all the technology, the iPhones and stuff like that. For 3 years, she thought gluten was a hostage, you know what I mean? Everywhere she went, she saw gluten-free. And I was back home, and she said, I'm glad they let that boy go. I said, who is that? She said, gluten.
That's
what James and I did. We laughed about the funniest things, and this book is just a funny book. And the funniest man in America, that name came from Billy Joe Coley down in Huntsville.
Really? I didn't know that either.
Yeah, a writer down in Huntsville. Bryant Mercer had a club in Huntsville. And James is down there performing. I don't know if he was working for Bryant or not, but I think he was. And he is a newspaper writer who's happened to be at James's show. And the next day in the newspaper in Huntsville, this guy said, I think I might have seen last night the funniest man in America.
So that's where it came
and
from.
That was that's where the name came from. The
We got
funniest
to
man in
open
America.
up for James at the Von Braun Civic Center one time, and that was a lot of fun.
Yes, we did. And
a couple of times. We did several events.
Yeah,
with him.
you get that sense that everybody wants you to just bring James out.
Yeah, sure.
So, yeah. I think nobody liked opening for James, I'll tell you that, because you had your work cut out for you.
Well, no doubt about it. No doubt. And, his friends, I mean, and the legends in the country music business, as myself as a Tennessean, the whole thought that he and George Jones were, buddies, and Nancy, George's wife, and Charlie Pride, all these people who I had a chance to meet because of James.
Yeah. He was connected more than people I think even realize. Funniestman.com. You can get the book there. Just go to Amazon. Again, it is called A Bushel of Beans and a Peck of Tomatoes. This is the life of a one of a kind, James Gregory. And Dean, thank you for making sure that we had an opportunity to let all the fans out there know about this. Thank you for writing the forward in this and making sure this gets out to the world. And thanks for being on.
Can I mention also that if you order that, James Gregory there at his online store, there is an autographed bookmark that comes along with free shipping.
Okay, so that's at funniestman.com. Funniestman.com. All right, well, thank you, Dean. Thanks for being on. Good to meet you.
Hey, no doubt about it. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. So there it is. Great Christmas present, too. Funniestman.com. Get an autographed bookmarker and free shipping if you get it there. It's also available on Amazon. The name of it again, A Bushel of Beans and a Peck of Tomatoes. The incredible story behind the funniest man in America. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What's that player?
How you doing, gentlemen? Happy Monday morning to you.
How you doing, buddy?
Man, I'm fantastic.
It's funny, Mark, every time that we have a new endeavor, now, of course, the TV show coming up a week from today, there's always that question. I said, now, explain to us the Mark Prater segment. and I said, they said, so he comes on and basically gives a weather forecast for the audience. And I said, well,
not really.
Sometimes.
Depends on if we're going somewhere.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, and I said, he's a friend of ours. He is a meteorologist. He does do a great job, and we all just kind of hang out and talk about stuff. I said, okay, just want to make a note of it here.
Hey, Prater, is Norman around there somewhere? Mark Norman?
I think he's roaming around somewhere, yeah.
Tell him to get on the satellite and spin it around, see if he can see us.
Yeah. You talk, I hold it up.
Yeah. And I guess, is this a good time to break the news, guys? Prater, have you heard about a new theme song?
No.
REM's "Shiny Happy People," because we're shining. We might need to,
Yeah, can you get us a makeup kit?
I know Greg Burgess. We can't let him know we're putting on any makeup. But
Let's do like Daffy Duck did in the Bugs Bunny commercial where they scream makeup and they hit him with that big powder puff.
Oh, yeah.
It's just dust everywhere. Makeup.
Up and down the hall, my nickname is Lemon. Because I am shining with my little forehead here.
Yes.
Well, now that you got the bright lights, you got to go a little makeup.
Well, actually, I am going to get some side talent fee. They're going to use my forehead as like a logo. I told them I would just sell it out.
Yeah.
They could white balance.
Yeah, they really could.
We could put something on that. Yeah.
You know how how the boxers sell their body.
Here's what we do.
Imagine if you would see Rock City.
Sure.
Right across there.
Yeah.
Why don't the Tennessee Tourist Board buy Speedy's head and put various Tennessee attractions up there?
Exactly. Visit the aquarium.
Right. How about everybody do it?
See downtown Chattanooga. Well, there wouldn't be room for Chattanooga.
What?
We could abbreviate.
We could keep going around.
Here's what you do. You take one of those skull caps. Everybody has kind of like a do-rag.
Yeah.
And you get a blue or a green one, and then they can change the logo on there. Or
they can do it?
They can chroma key it.
Chroma key it on there. I mean,
Yeah.
and that way it's like watching a baseball game. Behind the batters, they're always changing.
Listen, and then their sales team just sells them, and all of a sudden Speedy's talking about something. All
And
of a
he
sudden,
just walks by.
Right up on his head, it goes, "Pump, McDonald's, 2 sausage biscuits, 1
Yes, you're right. Just
And you don't even know it.
No, I don't even know it.
Yeah.
You know, I have to be like two-way, and they go, you have a McDonald logo just on your forehead.
We're sitting here, just rapping, and all of a sudden you look across Speedy, says, always Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you what, this is genius.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I
Is
think
it
we ought to do
chroma
it.
keyed or is it actually on there?
Well, we'll put the like Prater said, whatever their color is, we'll put green or blue.
Right.
A skull cap covering
the
his head.
full skull cap.
Yeah, and then they replace the color with whatever they
So
want.
it looked like the advertisement was Speedy's brain.
Yes.
Yeah, you're all over that.
They take a shot of Speedy, and he just turns and goes, always Coca-Cola.
And listen how they would sell it. They go, well, we got a couple packages. We can logo you up on the wall in the studios. You can buy some airtime, or you can we can sell you this What is Speedy Thinking package.
Yeah. And so this half hour brought to you by Air Jamaica. And it's like it shows my forehead.
Yeah.
You know?
And what they do is they call it those What's Speedy Thinking. And it used one of their catchphrase. You know,
Right,
like that.
right.
Like all of a sudden you're sitting there and we got a little segment going, and all of a sudden across your head it goes, Mark Prater's laugh.
Yeah.
You know, and then all of a sudden it goes, for everything else there's MasterCard.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And if it was real accurate, it'd have like Sandestin Golf Resort. You know, because I'd be thinking of golf.
You're right.
You know?
Sure. Oh, they could sell various golf resorts and put them up there.
Right.
There you go.
We're just trying to give y'all some money making ideas.
That's right. We're brainstormers here. We like to think out of the box.
Right, and every now and then we'd have to have included there rickandbubba.com.
Sure.
Right. Take that.
And we could sell a package deal, mine and Don Juan's head too. It could go in together. Yeah. I mean, because we're
call
shining.
it the, hey, what are you thinking, ebony and ivory?
Yeah, exactly.
Y'all, we're on to something here. Tell you something, this is genius.
I see the guys from Turner South in the hall just running right now.
Take a few notes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean, but how about this? During your segment, we could even put like the forecast, like on my, and show like a radar view of the southeast.
Like we did Bubba Belly radar at times. Y'all remember the world famous Bubba Belly radar? That was awesome.
And if you look at Speedy's forehead over by his left eye here, I mean,
so now right here we really got something brewing.
For those of you that did not see that, maybe we've got a clip of that we can show.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
23 minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us as we work through another one. A Relief Factor has really become huge on the show. I take it every day. It's all natural, made with 4 botanicals. If the problem you're having with aches and pains, if its source is inflammation, then this product is going to be a game changer, and it's going to do it naturally. And if you'd like to find out more, you can go to relieffactor.com, get the 3-week starter pack. The reason why we do that is because inside 3 weeks you're going to know. This is not something you take and then also you go, hey, wow. What it's doing is it's going to the foundation of the problem. Now, the good news is once Relief Factor starts working on the inflammation, the pain is not just covered up, it's gone. And we got Michael, who listens out of Florida, says, I want to let everybody know Relief Factor has helped me to almost completely eliminate my elbow pain when I couldn't find any solution. I'm so thankful. It's a great product. Glad I heard about it. Game changer. I took the quick start pack, and now I'm rolling. So get yours now by going to 1-800-4RELIEF. You can call them and say you want the quick start pack, or go to relieffactor.com. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. And, Bubba, what a nice segue. Relief Factor.
Yeah.
Into trying to be athletic when you get a little bit older.
Yeah.
We call this the Allen Head era.
Yes.
That we in the strangest deal. If you had asked me in 1994, hey, do you think one day that one of the things that Bubba will be doing is playing tennis at a tournament level? I would have said, Bubba playing tennis?
I know.
I'm Sinbad.
I probably would have said the same thing.
Yeah, and so, but we have an era of the 31 years we call the tennis years, where you were just, you got in and you went all in, and the man who may have caused it is here.
Allen Head.
Allen Head.
Alan, how are you?
Doing well.
I know you hadn't planned on an interview today, but we were reminiscing, and you saw the glory years, you saw the high points, you saw the low points.
I sure did.
Now, Alan is
is quite a tennis player.
Mhm.
Very talented.
Back in the day.
Are you still playing at all?
I'm not.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
I had some health issues and just had to kind of give it up.
We all left it on the court, right?
Yeah,
we did.
You did. So how did this happen? How did Bubba come into your world?
Well, it's kind of funny. I was, I guess, scouted would be the best way to put it.
Oh, yeah. He has an eye for talent.
I was playing tennis, and one day Mr. Bubba showed up and said, watched you play. How'd you like to be on a team I'm putting together? And back then, nobody thought about the future. We were just playing tennis, but Bubba had a plan.
Of course.
He had a long range plan to go to nationals.
That was the grand prize of playing tennis.
Seems so far away, but
you every now and then you heard about somebody who had been to nationals.
Yeah,
but I didn't know anybody
correct.
at the time. It was like that promised land you could never get to.
Correct. And he put this little team together, and then I found out I was going to play with Bubba as
Doubles.
his partner.
Okay,
yes.
You know, being the captain, you get to.
Of course.
And that had some issues with it, but we worked them out.
What do you mean issues?
Well, there's a little bit more running involved than I was used to.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
yours.
But he was a trooper, and he kind of agreed with some of my methods and ways to play, and we became a pretty dang good tennis team together. And
yes, you did. I remember when it first, for some reason, things just stick out in your mind, and I don't remember what level the tournament was, but it was substantial. And you were playing over a weekend that we had maybe it was a 3-day weekend or something.
Yeah.
And I remember Sherry and I were out by the pool just lounging, and you began to call and text saying we won. And I remember thinking, I looked at you, I said, they won the thing. And what would that have been? It was a pretty big tournament.
Well, it could have been several. We won a few.
I knew.
Well,
that must have been the first one that was like big.
It first you have to win state.
Right. Maybe that was it. Maybe that's what.
Well, you got to win your local to even get there.
That was sort of. We were a good enough team. We kind of figured we were going to do that, and then you go to state.
It's a little more complicated.
It is so hot and
So
just miserable.
Now we're talking about Mobile in July.
No, thank
on
you.
hard courts.
No, thank you.
At a place that's technically below sea level.
Yeah, no, thank you.
And but of all the things, my favorite memory is when you're introduced to the other team.
Yes.
Whether it's state or regionals or eventually nationals. And neither Bub and I would be called svelte, I would imagine. I mean, there's a
Right.
certain tennis body.
Sure.
And neither of us had it.
Right.
And we were also generally older than most of the people we played. And for lack of a better description, I would call them flat bellies.
There you go.
And we would walk up.
Yep.
And I would see the look on their face. And they would look at each other and look at us and look back at each other and kind of
You could
smirk.
see they were planning their lunch.
Oh,
already, you know?
And they were going to follow y'all because they thought, well, they'll know where to go. But then what happened when the game started?
They would usually apologize.
Bubba, our whole world's been low expectations.
Yeah, absolutely. It works every time. Works every time.
Yours. Yeah, we need to talk about the heartbreak. You want to come back when y'all went up to?
Oh, yeah. Alan was there for that.
Do you want to
too.
talk about
Yeah,
that?
just
Can you
briefly.
do it? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The weekend was going on, and we've got all that done. It was great. I want to tell you another thing that happened to me, and it happened to me yesterday. So the weekend comes up, and we're all had a good day Saturday, and so Sunday I'm going to speak at a church. Had a great time with the folks at Valleydale there in Birmingham again. They did something most people don't do. Let me speak 2 weeks in a row. There's not a lot.
That second week's a tough one.
Not a lot
Yeah.
of precedent there.
Yeah.
I noticed they took my picture off the sign about midweek. But anyway, so I didn't know what to read into that. But anyway, so I was I got up that morning. I'm the first one up on Sundays, and I get up, and of course, what's the first thing you got to do? The question that hangs over every house, and of course, Speedy, this hurts you the most. What are we going to do about the dog?
Oh boy!
So the first thing of every day, if I'm home, this is one of the things I'm thankful about not being home when everybody gets up during the week. go get the dog and let the dog go to the bathroom. So every blue moon, for no apparent reason, the dog will bolt. It doesn't happen. Sherry claims it never happens with her. She said,
you don't put him on a leash. You just walk him out and he stays with you.
And I'll tell you why. Now, I'm told over and over, just take him out with a leash.
Right.
Normally he doesn't leave, but every blue moon, for no reason.
Yeah, well, they do that.
He'll bolt.
Gone.
The reason why I did not do a leash is I now turn into my father that I just mentioned. I'm not walking out into a dew-covered yard in my shoes I just put on to go to church in. And I'm not going to try to find some backup pair of shoes or walk out there barefoot on wet grass. I'm not going to do it. So the dog's either going to have to go out there, go to the bathroom, come back. If it runs off, he runs off. So this, of course, on Sunday morning, he bolts.
Worst time.
And I said, that's it. So then I'm like, well, good luck to you. You know what I mean? And so I hear him over there with the other dogs across the street. So then I start feeling guilty because I'm like, it's pretty early in the morning because we do 8 o'clock, Sunday school. So we're early church people. So, and I was going to speak that morning. So they were going on to church and they were going to come back for the second service. So I thought, well, now it's affecting other people. Now I'm the guy that my dog is affecting other people. And I hate that. I don't like your dog to affect me and my dog shouldn't affect you. I thought he's got their dogs barking. Now they're going to wake people up if they're not up yet. Well, when you start wanting to have that natural look in your backyard, rocks look good on paper, a lot of rock stuff.
Right.
And our yard has those tiers because it's a slope down backyard.
Right.
So we have a tier, then we have a rock wall, then steps down to the last tier. Okay. Well, over time, moss has grown on those rocks.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
Slick moss.
Yeah. And I'm doing what I said I wouldn't do. I'm now walking in dew with my shoes on. Guys, I went down so hard.
Oh, no.
Now keep in mind,
your feet fly up above your
don't
head?
miss. I'm already mad about the dog.
Yeah.
Okay. So now my spirit of the Lord's Day is already being trampled by a stupid little brown dog. Okay. And I go to call him back across the street, trying to get him to quit barking and getting other dogs barking across the street. Like we've talked about on there. There's I feel myself falling. I'm catching myself. Right. Oh my goodness, I'm down. Then there is, I'm standing. I'm down.
Right.
I don't know how
you went down like Rand Paul.
I don't know how I went down. I went down so hard, and I fell on my left hip hard. I thought to myself, we're finding out if I'm officially an old man yet because this should have broken my hip.
Oh,
I mean, I'm talking about, and when you got rock steps, they're not organized.
Right,
They got,
not level.
They got jagged edges because we want to look natural.
Yeah.
We want that natural look. You know what I mean? So really what I've done, I haven't fallen down my backyard. I've fallen down in the mountain.
Yeah.
I've fallen down a rock pile. I have fallen down a rock pile. And I'm like, oh, I mean, it hit, and I'm like, how you jars you just a minute.
Oh.
And then I'm like, found out that I still have some cussing I got to work on.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And then
As it echoes to the backyard.
and then I said a few things about the dog that I
Yeah.
want that if he was a human being I need to apologize for, but he's not, so I'm not going to because he doesn't know what I said. So anyway, I think to myself, I just went down pretty hard on rocks.
How's my hip?
Let's assess how hard it hurt I am.
You interview your body.
Yeah. All right. So I start checking in. All right, let's move the feet around. Feet moving.
Yeah. No nerve damage.
Let me rotate left or right. See if my hips is it in place. Is there anything broken? Is there anything jagged? And I metal taste not too bad. You know what I mean? And I'm like okay, definitely a bruise. No doubt a bruise.
Then you go, what about wrist?
Yeah.
Did a wrist get caught up under?
Had dirt now on my hands.
Sure you do.
Dirt on my shirt.
What were you wearing at this point?
Dirt on my jeans. I'm dressed to preach.
Oh, you were in your preaching jeans.
Yeah.
Huh?
I mean, you would have thought I was about to be hired to a staff at a mega church somewhere near you. I had the mega church look on. I got my jeans, got my butt down outside,
got your hair like you
got
like
my black rim glasses, got my hair perfect, and now I'm in rocks. Past the hour, reminiscing again today. We've talked to Hobie, we've talked to Blarin Karen, we've taken some of your phone calls. We've reminisced today. Greg is out today, so what we did is we said, well, this should be the day that we have Alan Head on.
Yeah.
Because that way Greg won't keep calling him Charles Allen Head.
Right. Making fun of tennis the whole time.
Because that would have been happening the entire time you've been here. So we refer to this era in the 31 years as the tennis years.
Yeah.
Bubba and Alan Head traveling everywhere, playing in tournaments, and you guys, you let's hit the highest of the high and then the lowest of the low.
Well, Rick, if to tell you how this goes, you have to win your city championship. Then you win a state championship, and we did that. I know you've been on a bunch of them. I won 9 or 10. It was a lot of fun, hard to do. But then you go to the sectional tournament, which basically is like the SEC. You play the champions from all the states around you. And in tennis, it is the SEC minus Florida plus North Carolina, because Florida's so big they have their own section.
Oh, do they? Okay.
So when you go to the section, you have to play these guys. We had to go back to Mobile, extremely hot again.
So hot.
Closest I ever got to passing out when we played Kentucky, that first match. You know, the old TV started to come in one time, went back out. And it's very hard to win the sectional tournament, but we did win it one year, and it was a highlight. I did, snow angels on the court.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was just incredible because I thought we had lost it. We lost our match, and it was my fault. And I thought, well, we've blown this in the championship.
Do you agree?
I don't remember that.
Right.
Well, I hit
never forgot
I hit a lob that I probably shouldn't have hit, and it just drifted out. I remember watching it like in slow motion. It's funny you remember the ones you lose, in such detail.
Yes.
So I thought we'd lost it. One of our guys on the single court who was behind come back and won in a tie break. And so we win the sectional tournament. We're going to that place that very few people that I knew as tennis players had been.
You talking about the show?
The national tournament. The
national
big
tournament.
dance.
The big dance.
In Tucson, Arizona.
Tucson, Arizona.
But to be fair, Bubba had planned this. He had something he had talked about.
Yeah.
He had circled the dates on the calendar. We would laugh at each other. It's 6 months away. You got to win this and that. We're not going to go to the Nationals. But Bubba had it circled.
Yes,
First email to the team.
And
I
he
said,
wanted to
save
make
these
sure.
dates.
Yep.
And we
Of course,
hit
that came
these
back to haunt
dates.
you, but yeah.
Of course, everybody says, of course. And so Bubba, being the gracious captain and host, has a celebratory lunch after this.
Rick, we're pumped.
He's
we
as
just won it.
happy as I've ever seen a man.
We've got the sectional tournament sitting on the table. That happy.
And he punishes himself if he doesn't play well. So he rewards himself if it goes well. You know what the punishment is? No chips and salsa, no queso.
He see me on Sunday, have to pass a few times.
Sure.
Because I didn't play
But
good.
now you've won the sectional, so
and
so
the
now
whole team's there.
Release the buffet.
Right.
We're toasting the victory.
We're holding up, I think, Bubba.
Yeah.
If I can say it, maybe even had a beer. I can't even remember.
It wasn't that. I was.
Am I allowed to say that?
I've never been a beer drinker. It was a Diet Coke, but it was probably still wasn't real good for you if you're going to be out
I
playing.
might have had a couple of beers.
There you go.
Maybe that's what it was.
That's absolutely
I was drunk. And then one of our players.
You've been so thankful Greg's not here right now.
Oh, yeah.
But somehow I think it's late enough he may hear this. Go ahead.
One of our players kind of raises his hand, and we're all
not this moment.
I mean, we're talking about getting on the airplane, the hotels,
And he says, "Bubba, I've got a problem. I can't make the first 2 days of the tournament."
I thought you said they should put it on their calendar.
Rick, I felt like I had been shot.
It went
good player.
It went quiet.
Good player.
Oh yeah,
yeah. It was an important doubles thing. If you miss one guy, then you've got to shift everything. And I mean, it got deathly quiet.
Oh,
and Bubba kind of said,
right over the food.
I think he thought it was a joke.
I said,
first.
"You're joking, Randy. You're joking, right?"
And it wasn't. And
Allie looked at me,
and so
you could read me like a book, couldn't you?
Yeah, it was awful.
Do we want to talk about what the conflict was?
Yeah, he was on a speaking tour, and
he was,
yes, with the John Maxwell bunch. You remember I told John Maxwell about this. He cost me a national championship.
Yeah.
And I said, Randy, you got to reschedule. He said, I can't reschedule it. It's like
so he's not just going to it. He has to speak at it.
Yeah, he's some keynote speaker at something, and it was this motivational thing, and I said, Randy, somebody else can do. He said, no, I got to do. I can't get out of it. They'll give me marks because John Maxwell's booking this, and if I back out, they'll I won't get as many good gigs.
Can I state the obvious, Alan, and I guess because you said it, why didn't he tell y'all this when you first set the dates out?
Unclear.
I know why.
I know why. He never thought y'all would get there.
You know,
he probably thought
it seems so far away.
It won't be a
It
contest.
And that's
seems so
valid.
far
That's
away.
valid because the competition was very hard.
But I think
Very
I would
hard.
at least raise my hand if somehow we do this. I got a conflict.
Of course, you got to have priorities in life, and you know, nationals. How many times are you going to nationals?
Yeah, John Maxwell.
Well, let me tell you, hey, Alan, I can answer that question once.
I interview John Maxwell every year. They do this every year.
Yeah.
But not the Nationals.
No, it was something. But we showed up, and one of my proudest moments is Bubba and I, through 4 matches at Nationals, were undefeated.
Well, there you go.
Played the best the country had.
What
and Alan beat him.
Right. Yours. Alan, I don't mean to pour salt on the wound. How did the team do that didn't have the guy that was speaking at the John Maxwell thing?
Well, that was our.
Did that cost you?
That's where our losses were.
Good guys, but they
Just
Not
couldn't
trying to
shift.
throw them on the bus or put in a bad situation.
On the opening day, we lost to Southern California by 1 court, and they lost. Good guys,
And,
played
you know,
hard.
And to be fair, it's very difficult to switch partners.
Yeah.
Of course it is. That's why you don't do it.
I mean, it's you're more in tune with your partner how you play doubles. It would be like, you know, not the backup quarterback. It'd be like the third team quarterback coming in. You're just not.
The
You're out of
chemistry,
sync.
all that.
You know. Yeah.
So are you? But now listen.
And Alan, we have to talk. And Alan did a great job with it. The last match we played Florida, who was already making their plans to go to the next day in the Final Four.
Well, especially when they saw you guys.
Well, and we were eating.
Back to your point.
We
And
were
they were
eating the same
undefeated.
place they were.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't realize we were eating next to them, I don't think, or they didn't care. And they were already making their plans and their lineup for the next day, the Final Four,
course
but they
they were.
still had to play us that afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
And and our whole table was
But
quiet.
they were undefeated.
Yeah, they were undefeated. Our whole table's quiet, and everybody is we're just so mad because we've been put out of it. We know we're not going to the next one, and everybody's just staring at everybody, and we're hearing them talk at the next table, and you could just see the whole team was just getting furious on their face. And then we went out there and put a whooping on them that afternoon and knocked them out of the Final Four.
Did that help a little bit?
A little bit.
Except when now you think you could have won the whole thing.
Well,
That'd be my next thought.
Bubba can probably tell this story. The next day at the airport, this is great. They walked up to Bubba. I think we were at the airport together.
Yeah, they were across the terminal, and I saw one of them, and he made a beeline over. He said, "We should have looked you up."
Right.
He said, we judged the book by the cover, and it didn't work out for us.
Well, yeah. Well, so you can't do that. That's standard.
Nope.
All right. So now, because I have to dig in, the team that got beat. Do you think if you'd had the Maxwell guy, could they have beat the team that they lost to? I know that's speculation, but I got to know.
I feel pretty comfortable that our side of the draw was the most difficult, and that we would have probably won the whole thing.
I'm sorry.
I feel pretty comfortable.
I think and we stayed and watched.
It's not
day.
John Maxwell's fault.
I
mean, because every time we interview him, you get this look on your face.
I know.
It's not his fault.
I vetoed him being on the show every year. I really have.
Right.
And I got outvoted.
Right, sure.
But I think talent-wise, our team, we saw the guys that won it. I think we were as good as they were. And I would have loved to have played them 3 days in a row. I believe we would have won too if we had our whole group.
How's the relationship with the guy that cost you?
I hadn't spoke to him. Have you?
Really, Alan?
No, not really.
No, we would. And we have a couple of times over the years, but he's very busy out speaking.
It's not bright and sunny, though, is it?
No. And he's a real nice guy.
Yeah, he's great.
One of those things.
He's cost you a national championship, but
that's all.
Nobody said he wasn't nice, but he just let the team down.
Not that we'll ever get that chance again. Look at us now; we're all old. When both of us had cancer, we can barely walk. But other than that, we're fine.
Neither one of you playing competitively anymore. But other than that,
when we beat those guys from Florida who were really good, really younger than us, they had not lost a set like the whole year, and we beat them in a tiebreak that first set. And I thought that had to be the greatest set of tennis we ever played. It was great.
And the best part was the team that needed Florida to lose to go to the next day was there watching.
Oh,
us
that's
play,
fun.
and
That's
all
fun.
their family. We had,
Which
people-
explains why they have pictures of y'all in their home.
You remember
Yes.
we actually interviewed one of them on the air when we came back.
I do remember that, yeah.
And it was a team primarily of Asians from Southern California. And the only guy that could speak English came up to me and said, do you mind if we cheer for you guys? I said, oh, no, we would love it.
Absolutely.
And, buddy, they brought the heat.
God,
I mean, it was like a home court advantage.
Man.
They were screaming Roll Tide. It was great. They were pulling everything they knew from Alabama to scream for.
Yeah, weren't
in,
they
in
like,
their heavy Asian accent.
Weren't they like shaking chopsticks over their head?
Well, my wife Betsy was there, and Betty were
Yeah.
sitting next to each other, and Betsy's job was to video us. And when it was all over, I said, man, I can't wait to see this video of Bubba and I winning this great match. And she looked at me and just said, it was so exciting, I forgot the video.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Well, you know what? Not having that tape, now we can tell everybody how great we
Oh, that's right.
You know what I mean?
That's right.
So, in some ways, maybe it's better.
That's right.
Alan, thanks, man.
Thank you,
I
Alan.
loved it. We had a great time.
That's good. The great Alan Head. His name mentioned many times through the tennis era.
Tennis playing, former bus driver.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hearing now that Tim Tebow will now try baseball.
He is pursuing baseball. Later this month, he will hold a personal tryout for all 30 Major League Baseball teams and show off his skills. Evidently, he's been working hard at this when he's not in front of that analyst desk. He's shagging flies. He's getting his arm in shape. He's hitting in the cage. He's hitting on the field. And he played his junior high school year and then stopped because he signed with Florida early to play football. And he is going to hold this personal tryout that hopes lands him in a situation where he can pursue a career in Major League Baseball.
Huh. Wow.
Okay.
I know it sounds crazy.
Well,
I know it sounds
I'm gonna hit, I'm
that
gonna
I'm
run.
making it up, but
it's not the
I'm going to
craziest
show
thing
John
ever.
Elway.
I just want to scream.
Nobody's going to run harder, throw faster.
Now,
from this moment forward, I'm pretty good. Everybody knows it.
His junior year.
My goodness, though, the odds. My
I know,
goodness.
I know.
You realize how hard it is to get to the top? I mean, he could maybe piddle around in some of the lower minor leagues for
I
a
can't
while.
take another year on the SEC network. I got to do something.
Which I must tell you, back to the
Paul's
great.
driving me crazy.
If you had to work with Paul Feinbaum, Argo shag fly balls, you would pick fly balls. But what I'm saying is this:
I've had enough of Booger McFarland.
he's got a pretty good gig, and minor league life is not a good life.
No,
it's a hard life. That's a hard life.
Real hard.
If this doesn't work out, there's always basketball.
Right. I was a point guard.
Thinking about lacrosse, maybe.
Yeah, now, he might be a good lacrosse player.
Pretty good at table tennis.
Of course, he's got to learn that stick.
I can do it, Rick, because I'll work harder, faster, stronger.
Yes.
Can anybody ever
How can anybody question me? I played all the way through my junior year in high school.
Yeah. I dominated Little League.
You know, it's funny.
I'm not going to play baseball unless I can pitch.
What position? Let me. Hey, what position does he play?
Even though I'm a
an
better
outfielder.
first baseman,
I
it
believe
doesn't matter.
I believe
So he's
trying
a
out for the
hitter.
outfield.
He's a big
Oh, yeah.
hitter.
Yeah, but I got a sweet swing.
Right. So I hope he doesn't go to baseball saying I'll only play if I get to play this position. And we keep trying to
took
get
batting
we
practice
keep
with
trying
the Barons.
We keep trying to get him on air. We never can get him on air. We tried so
I
hard.
know.
Trying to avoid you. Don't want to talk about it. Bubba's going to bring up that one win.
I can't. Hey, guys! I can't imagine why he don't want to come on.
Right.
Look, Tim would love us.
He would.
I think he'd enjoy
Well, I don't know.
the
Loves
camaraderie.
a stretch. Loves a stretch.
Rick, listen. I think Tim, like everybody else, probably needs somebody that's not a yes man.
Well, he
around.
got them houses built on that TV show, and now he's moving on. You know, he had a series.
He played 35 games
Build neighborhoods,
from 2010 to 2012
trying to help people out.
in the
We
NFL.
built better houses faster, quicker than anybody ever saw.
How you gonna run the bases, Tim?
Faster, harder. Nobody's going to run bases like I do. And when I slide, I'm going head first like Pete Rose.
Here's audio from Adam Scheffner if you want to make it official.
So we're all in the voice.
Right.
Yes. I don't want to stop.
The only reason why I didn't shag fly balls today is I'm at the Olympics trying to compete.
I can outrun the Blade Runner. Take it swimming on too. I think I'm the next Phelps.
Greg, they said the only person that could beat Phelps was Tim Tebow. Actually beat him in a heat.
I was on the swim team at the Y when I was little.
I heard he does a heck of a butterfly stroke.
I was the fastest swimmer in the Philippines.
You're done so bad. No wonder he won't come on. Greg, I think you're the reason he won't come on. You know it?
Yeah, he is.
Y'all are awful. To the phones we go. Larry, go ahead.
Now, Tim Tebow is one of God's special children, and Mr. Greg Burgess is over there dogging him. Greg, you're probably going to hell faster than anybody I know.
I probably am because I made fun of Tim Tebow. You're exactly right. Dumb
Greg. Say that.
I'm sorry. But you know what? I mean, really. I'm sorry. I completely dump it.
I'm glad
Whatever.
you did it.
That's too late now.
Greg, you can't say that.
You can't say that.
I don't think I say anything negative about him as a person, do y'all? We're just having
Hey,
fun
listen,
because he has
no.
the way his voice sounds.
You know what? We have promoted Tim Tebow on this show. But it doesn't mean he's not above us having fun, just like
no,
everybody
you
else.
can't do it. You go straight to hell. Didn't you hear the last call?
Well, I
He
hate to
worship.
tell you.
We're back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University coming out this weekend. The last Rick and Bubba University to ever be recorded out this weekend. We take letters from you, the audience, and we'll run those down. So enjoy those. Blarin Karen and Hobie have been with us today. Alan Head, as that's been all of our memories. Blarin Karen has a shout out.
I do have a shout out. I want to shout out to my little girl's third grade class, Miss Mullins' class at Warrior Elementary School. My little girl is Aubrey Harpole, and she and all her classmates, I think, may be listening right now. So we want to give a shout out to all those Warrior Indians out there. Also, Avadian Credit Union is celebrating its 90th birthday, and our fabulous CEO, Linda Sensula, is retiring, and so we're having her retirement party tonight. So I wanted to give a shout out to her and thank her for all the leadership. But I do want to thank you guys for everything that you've done for me over the years. You shaped me into the person I am today, and I love you guys I love you forever.
Hobie, thanks for being here today, buddy.
Y'all been too funny.
Good to see you again too. You talking that mic right there, Hobie. You can talk that one.
There's a mic right in front of you, buddy.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, didn't see it. Thank y'all. And I echo everything Karen
Didn't
said.
catch that big mic on the boom there.
Missed that one.
We'll love you forever. Thank you so much.
Well, you guys have you really have built the foundation. You guys in the early days, so many things being done, and if the show was still running at that tempo, we probably would all be dead.
Yeah.
Well, and I'll tell you, somebody mentioned it on the text thing right there. The Rick and Karen show does not sound bad. I'm not throwing anything out. I'm just saying I'm always available. So
Rick ain't the one needing a partner.
That's right. Hey, and I'll do a podcast. I'll tell you that right now.
Did you see the person after Alan Head's comment? Beers with Bubba on the lake.
That's funny.
Thanks, Alan.
Thanks,
I'll get that
Alan.
all day.
Oh, wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
Well,
Here
Rick,
it is.
you're not going to be able to go to 31 today. You got to make it 12.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so here we go. It is the 12 working days of Christmas, gift number 6. Bubba, what's up for grabs here?
Rick, we have another $200 gift certificate to Home Depot, just in time to get all those jobs done that you've been putting off all year right after Christmas.
So there you go. And so you'll be joining the other 5 winners that have already taken home goodies. Jim Hamby, Mark Leffler, John Boswell, Jordan Carter, Terry Barker. Also, don't forget, on the big show ender, Barton Clay Fine Jewelers, over $1,500 worth of jewelry will be the final gift in the 12 working days of Christmas. I think I might can get 31 in here, Bubba. I think so. All right, let's see. I know time is of the essence. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
Feeling froggy.
13,
Give it a shot.
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29.
I hope she got the video that time.
Hey, Rick and Bubba Show, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Gotta be ready.
What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Zoe Hooks, calling from, actually in Andalusia right now, but from Hopeful.
Yeah, you were caller 30. Missed it by
one off.
Nothing.
He wasn't ready.
Sorry.
Where's Greg at?
Greg's out today. Karen,
Sorry about it.
what do you win?
You get him up.
Not.
Nothing, honey.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Shane Harpole.
Hello?
Gardendale, Alabama.
Hello. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Logan?
Yeah, Logan. Where are you from?
Hey, in Southside.
Southside, you are caller 30.
Logan, you did it! All the way back to where it began.
Congratulations, Logan.
Logan, Bubba, tell him what he's won.
He's won a $200 gift card from Home Depot, Rick.
Ready
he
for
can
a
take
honeydew
care
list.
of all of those honeydews right after Christmas.
Logan, congratulations. How long you been listening?
Hey, about 20 years.
20 years. Wow. And, it all began not far from you there in Southside on Rainbow Drive.
That's right.
So there you go. We'll put you on hold, get all your information, and one day Greg will actually ship out all the gift cards. All right, so Logan, there you go. I asked Greg about that yesterday. He goes, well, I'm going to ship them all at once. You don't want to send them every day. I said, well, yeah, nobody'd want to get them before Christmas.
Yeah.
Not a one.
Yeah. So let's see here.
Maybe it's a good time to do them tomorrow, what we already got.
Hey, hello, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
That's Steve from Virginia.
Oh, wow, all the way from Virginia. You were caller 32. Missed it by one call.
Loser.
So sorry.
One call. I'm sorry, Steve.
Not.
You mean to tell me Greg says I got nothing?
That is correct.
Not.
Karen's filling in for Greg.
Karen's filling in for Greg, and there's a lot of similarities there. There really are.
Sorry about that.
What's funny is watching people text that you screened.
Most of them I've screened today.
Yeah. So and also Jon said he could never get in. He wanted to say hey.
I love Jon.
Yes. He. Where is he now? At one time he was off in Israel, and then
he will always be from Warner Robins, Georgia, in my heart.
Right. Yeah. So there's
the home of James Brooks.
That's right.
Yep.
Also reminding you today, this was early in the program. I gave you an update on things that remain in the Rick and Bubba store, which will close business forever at the end of the year. That we were, the items that were still there. There were some sunglasses, some dog bandanas, a few pair of socks, 118 of the 20-year tour DVD Blu-ray, which is a great keepsake on the 20-year tour that we did. That was the live show. I'm sure there's not 118 of them now because I've seen some of those go today. And 75 of the 25-year CD and 123 of the last ever CD, Run Me a Z and Shut Her Down.
Shut her down.
So,
what about Blarin Karen shirts? Are there any of those in there?
No Blarin Karen shirts. I'm sorry.
Karen, why is this jersey not in a shadow box?
I'm going to put one in there, but I think I'm going to get y'all to sign it while I'm here.
That's a great idea. Of course, Greg's not here.
Well, he wasn't on the show. I mean, he
that's
wasn't on the
true.
show.
It wouldn't matter.
He was just a softball player.
It wouldn't matter. That is a great point. And if you
I should have brought it up here Monday when Dawn was here, but he didn't tell me it was coming. So
well, the man of 1,000 voices is also the man of 1,000 signatures.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he can fix it up for you.
Yeah. There's some of you out there that's got some frame stuff.
That's right. That's right.
That was almost signed by everybody.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So
my parents are just glad to get that out of their closet because it's been hanging up in their house for.
Really, you don't ever get it out and put it on?
I don't put that on, but. It's because the logo's changed. It's because the logo's
Karen, put that
changed.
on and go down the mall today.
I don't know if it still fits, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
What? It's a little snug.
Oh, I don't think so.
Should I try it on?
Yeah, well, you put it on, see if it'll fit. So I mean, that was, I know that's when you were still playing, and could get out there and, get on.
Well, I wasn't a softball player. I was the cheerleader.
Yeah,
so.
you were. Yeah. How did you get a jersey?
Because I was.
Rick, was you going to tell Karen she couldn't have
No,
one? I wasn't.
Look at that. Fits you fine.
Perfect.
Look at that.
You're ready
There you
to go
go.
to the mall.
Look at there.
Okay.
Kick the play.
I'll auction this up. I'll auction it off for $10,000.
No, there you go. Thanks for being with us. If you're wrapping up the day, don't forget the daily archives on the YouTube channel or the podcast channel.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.